A History of England, by Charles Oman. Chapter I. Celtic and Roman Britain. In the dim dawn of history our island was a land of wood and marsh, broken here and there by patches of open ground, and pierced by occasional trackways, which threaded the forest and circled round the edges of the impassable fen. The inhabited districts of the country were not the fertile river bottoms where population grew thick in after days. These were in primitive times nothing but sedgy water meadows or matted thickets. Men dwelt rather on the thinly wooded upland, where, if the soil was poor, it was at any rate free from the tangled undergrowth that covered the valleys. It was on the chalk ridges of Kent or Wilts, or the moorland hills of Yorkshire or Cornwall, rather than on the brink of the Thames or Severn, that the British tribes clustered thick. Down by the rivers there were but small settlements of hunters and fishers perched on some knoll that rose above the brake and the rushes. The earliest explorers from the south, who described the inhabitants of Britain, seem to have noticed little difference between one wild tribe and another. But as a matter of fact the Icelanders were divided into two or perhaps three distinct races, who had passed westward into our island at very different dates. First had come a short dark people, who knew not the use of metals, and wielded weapons of flint and bone. They were in the lowest grade of savagery, had not even learnt to till the soil, and lived by fishing and hunting. They dwelt in rude huts, or even in the caves from which they had driven out the bear and the wolf. Long after these primitive settlers, the first wave of the Celts, 7 or 8 centuries before Christ, came flooding all over Western Europe, and drove the earlier races into nooks and corners of the earth. They crossed over into Britain after overrunning the lands on the other side of the Channel, and gradually conquered the whole island, as well as its neighbour, Erin. The Celts came in 2 waves. The first, composed of the people who were called Gael, seemed to have appeared many generations before the second, who bore the name of Britons. The Gael are the ancestors of the people of Ireland and the Scotch Highlands, while the Britons occupied the greater part of England and Wales, and are the progenitors of the Welsh of today. The old savage race who held the islands before the Celts appeared, were partly exterminated and partly absorbed by the newcomers. The Celts on the eastern side of the island remained unmixed with their predecessors, but into the mountainous districts of the west they penetrated in less numbers, and there the ancient inhabitants were not slain off, but became the serfs of their conquerors. Thus the eastern shore of Britain became a purely Celtic land, but in the districts along the shore of the Irish Sea, where the Gael bore rule, the blood of the earlier race remained, and the population was largely non-Celtic. There are to this day regions where the survival of the ancient inhabitants can be traced by the preponderance of short stature and dark hair among the inhabitants. Many such are to be found both in South Wales and in the Highlands of Scotland. The Gael, therefore, were of much less pure blood than the later coming Britons. The Britons and their Gaelic kinsmen, though far above the degraded tribes whom they had supplanted, still showed many signs of savagery. They practiced horrid rites of human sacrifice, in which they burnt captives alive to their gods, cramming them into huge images of wicker work. But the barbarous practice which most astonished the ancient world was their custom of marking themselves with bright blue patterns painted with the dye of woad, and this led the Romans to give the northern tribes, who retained the custom longest, the name of the _Picti or painted men. The Celts were a tall, robust, fair-haired race, who had reached a certain stage of civilization. They tilled the fields and sailed the seas, but their chief wealth consisted in great herds of cattle, which They pastured in the forest clearings which then constituted inhabited Britain. They wore armor of bronze, and used brazen weapons, to which, in a later time they added iron weapons also. They delighted to adorn their persons with torques or necklaces of twisted gold. Their chiefs went out to war in chariots drawn by small shaggy horses, but alighted, like the ancient Greeks of the heroic age, when the hand-to-hand fighting began. Like all Celtic tribes in all ages, the Britons and the Gael showed small capacity for union. They dwelt apart in many separate tribes, though sometimes a great and warlike chief would compel one or two of his neighbors to do him homage. But such kingdoms usually fell to pieces at the death of the warrior who had built them up. After the kings and chiefs, the most important class among the Celts was that of the Druids, a caste of priests and soothsayers, who possessed great influence over the people. They it was who kept up the barbarous sacrifices which we have already mentioned. Although tribal wars were incessant, yet the Britons had learned some of the arts of peace, and traded with each other and with the Celts across the Channel. For the tin of Cornwall it would seem that they made barter with the adventurous traders who pushed their way across Gaul from the distant Mediterranean to buy that metal, which was very rare in the ancient world. The Britons used money of gold and of tin, on which they stamped a barbarous copy of the devices on the coins of Philip, the great king of Macedonia, whose gold pieces found their way in the course of trade even to the shores of the Channel. The fact that they had discovered the advantages of a coinage proves sufficiently that they were no longer mere savages. We have no materials for constructing a history of the ancient Celtic inhabitants of Britain till the middle of the 1st century before Christ, when the great Roman conqueror, Julius Caesar, who had just subdued northern Gaul, determined to cross the straits and invade Britain. He wished to strike terror into its inhabitants, for the tribes south of the Thames were closely connected with their kinsmen on the other side of the Channel, and he suspected them of stirring up trouble among the Gauls. Caesar took over 2 legions and disembarked near Romney, BC 55. The natives thronged down to the shore to oppose him, but his veterans plunged into the shallows, fought their way to land, and beat the Britons back into the interior. He found, however, that the land would not be an easy conquest, for all the tribes of the south turned out in arms against him. Therefore he took his legions back to Gaul as the autumn drew on, vowing to return in the next year. In BC 54 he brought over an army twice as large as his first expedition, and boldly pushed into the interior. Cassivellaunus, the greatest chief of eastern Britain, roused a confederacy of tribes against him, but Caesar forced the passage of the Thames, and burnt the great stockade village in the woods beyond that river, where his enemy dwelt. Many of the neighbouring princes then did him homage, but troubles in Gaul called him home again, and he left the island, taking with him naught save a few hostages and a vague promise of tribute and submission from the kings of Kent. Nearly 100 years passed before Britain was to see another Roman army. The successors of Julius Caesar left the island to itself, and it was only by peaceful commerce with the provinces of Gaul that the Britons learned to know of the great empire that had come to be their neighbour. But there grew up a considerable intercourse between Britain and the continent. The Roman traders came over to sell the luxuries of the south to the Icelanders, and British kings more than once visited Rome to implore the aid of the emperor against their domestic enemies. But such aid was not granted, and the island, though perceptibly influenced by Roman civilization, was for long years not touched by the Roman sword. At last, in AD 43, Claudius Caesar resolved to subdue the Britons. The island was in its usual state of disorder, after the death of a great king named Cunobelinus Shakespeare's Cymbeline who had held down southeastern Britain in comparative quiet and prosperity for many years. Some of the chiefs who fared ill in the civil wars asked Claudius to restore them, and he resolved to make their petition an excuse for conquering the island. Accordingly his general, Aulus Claudius, crossed the Channel, and overran Kent and the neighbouring districts in a few weeks. So easy was the conquest that the unwarlike emperor himself ventured over to Britain, and saw his armies cross the Thames, and occupy Camulodunum, Colchester, which had been the capital of King Cymbeline, and now was made a Roman colony, and renamed after Claudius himself. The emperor returned to Rome after 16 days spent in the island, there to build himself a memorial arch, and to celebrate a triumph in full form for the conquest of Britain. Aulus Plautius remained behind with 4 legions, and completed the subjection of the lands which lie between the Wash and Southampton Water, and thus formed the first Roman province in the island. There does not seem to have been very much serious fighting required to reduce the tribes of southeastern Britain. The conquerors consented to accept as their vassals those chiefs who chose to do homage, and only used their arms against such tribes as refused to acknowledge the emperor's suzerainty. Under successive governors the size of the province of Britain continued to grow, till in the reign of Nero it had advanced up to the line of the Severn and Humber, and included all the central and southern counties of modern England. But the wild tribes of the Welsh Mountains and the Yorkshire moors opposed a determined resistance to the conquerors, and did not yield till a much later date. While the governor Suetonius Paulinus was engaged in a campaign on the Mina Straits, against the tribe of the Ordovices, there burst out behind him the celebrated rebellion of Queen Boudicca, Boadicea. This rising began among the Iceni, the tribe who dwelt in what is now Norfolk and Suffolk. They had long been governed by a vassal king, but when he died sonless, the Romans annexed his dominions and cruelly ill-treated his widow Boudicca and her daughters, bleeding from the Roman rods. The indignant queen called her tribesmen to arms, and massacred all the Romans within her reach. All the tribes of eastern Britain rose to aid her, and the rebels cut to pieces the 9th Legion, and sacked the 3 towns of Londinium, Verulamium and Camulodunum, one slaying, it is said, as many as 70,000 persons in their wild cruelty. But presently the governor Paulinus returned from his campaign in Wales at the head of his army, and in a great battle defeated and destroyed the British hordes. Boudicca, who had led them to the field in person, slew herself when she saw the battle lost. AD 61. Southern Britain never rose again, but the Romans had great trouble in conquering the Silurians and Ordovices of Wales, and the Brigantes beyond the Humber. They were finally subdued by the great general Agricola, who governed the British province from 78 to 85. This good man was the father-in-law of the historian Tacitus, who wrote his life, a document from which great part of our knowledge of Roman Britain is derived. After conquering North Wales and Yorkshire, Agricola marched northward against the Gaelic tribes of Scotland. He overran the lowlands, and then pushed forward into the hills of the Highlands. At a spot called the Graupian Mountain, _Mons Graupius_, somewhere in Perthshire, he defeated the Caledonians, the fierce race who dwelt beyond the Forth and Clyde, with great slaughter. It was his purpose to conquer the whole island to its northernmost cape, and even to subdue the neighbouring Gaels of Ireland. But ere his task was complete, the cruel and suspicious Emperor Domitian called him home, because he envied and feared his military talents. the province of Britain remained very much as Agricola had left it, stopping short at the Forth, and leaving the Scottish Highlands outside. The Roman Pale. It was held down by 3 Roman legions, each of whom watched one of the 3 most unruly of the British tribes. 1. At Eboracum, York, curbed the Brigantes, a second at Deva, Chester, observed the Ordovices, and a third at Usksa, Caerleon on Usk, was responsible for the good behavior of the Silurians. Agricola did much to make the Roman rule more palatable to the Britons. By his wise ordinances for the government of the province, he tried to persuade the Celtic chiefs to learn Latin, and to take to civilized ways of life, as their kinsmen in Gaul had done. He kept the land so safe and well guarded that thousands of settlers from the continent came to dwell in its towns. His efforts won much success, and for the future, southern Britain was a very quiet province. But the Caledonians to the north retained their independence, and often raided into the lowlands, while the Brigantes of Yorkshire still kept rising in rebellion, and once in the reign of Hadrian massacred the whole legion that garrisoned York. It was perhaps this disaster that drew Hadrian himself to Britain in the course of his never-ending travels. The emperor journeyed across the Isle, and resolved to fix the Roman boundary on a line traced across the Northumbrian moors. From Carlisle to Newcastle, there was erected the celebrated Wall of Hadrian, a solid stone wall drawn in front of the boundary ditch that marked the old frontier, and furnished with forts at convenient intervals. This enormous work, 80 miles long, reached from sea to sea, and was garrisoned by a number of auxiliary cohorts, or regiments drawn from the subject tribes of the Empire Moors, Spaniards, Thracians, and many more, for the Romans did not trust British troops to hold the frontier against their own untamed kinsmen. The legion at York remained behind to support the garrison of the wall, in case of necessity. A few years later, the continued trouble which the northern parts of Britain suffered from the raids of the Caledonians, caused the governors of the province to build another wall in advance of that of Hadrian. This outer line of defence, a less solid work than that which ran from Newcastle to Carlisle, was composed of a trench, and an earthen wall of sods, drawn from the mouth of the Forth to the mouth of the Clyde, at the narrowest part of the island. It is generally called the Wall of Antoninus, from the name of the emperor who was reigning when it was erected. Only once more did the Romans make any endeavour to complete the subjection of Britain by adding the Gaelic tribes of the Scottish Highlands to the list of their tributaries. In 208-9-10, the warlike Emperor Severus led the legions north of the Wall of Antoninus, and set to work to tame the Caledonians by felling their forests, building roads across their hills, and erecting forts among them. He overran the land beyond the Firth of Forth, and might perchance have ended by conquering the whole island, but he died of disease at York early in 211. His successors drew back, abandoned his conquests, and never attempted again to subjugate the Caledonians. Altogether the Romans abode in Britain for 360 years, AD 43 to AD 410. Their occupation of the land was mainly a military one, and they never succeeded in teaching the mass of the natives to abandon their Celtic tongue, or to take up Roman customs and habits. The towns indeed were Romanized, and great military centres, like Eboracum and Deva, or commercial centres like London, were filled with a Latin-speaking population, and boasted of fine temples, baths, and public buildings. But the villagers of the open country, and the Celtic landholders who dwelt among them, were very little influenced by the civilization of the town dwellers, and lived on by themselves, much in the way of their ancestors, worshipping the same Celtic gods, using the same rude tools and vessels, and dwelling in the same low clay huts, though the townsmen were accustomed to build stone houses after the Roman fashion, to employ all manner of foreign luxuries, and to translate into Minerva or Apollo or Mars, the names of their old Celtic deities Sol or Mabon or Belukatadris. The Romans greatly changed the face of Britain by their great engineering works. They drew broad roads from place to place, seldom turning aside to avoid forest or river. Their solidly built causeways were carried across the marshy tracts, and pierced through the midst of the densest woods. Where the road went, clearings on each side were made, and population sprang up in what had hitherto been trackless wilderness. The Romans explored the remotest corners of Wales and Cornwall in their search after mineral wealth. They worked many tin, lead, and copper mines in the island, and exported the ores to Gaul and Italy. They developed the fisheries of Britain, especially the oyster fishery. Not only did they prize British pearls, but the oysters themselves were exported as a special luxury to the distant capital of the world. They improved the farming of the open country so much that, in years of scarcity, the corn of Britain fed northern Gaul. In the more pleasant corners of the land, Roman officials or wealthy merchants built themselves fine villas, with floors of mosaic, and elaborate heating apparatus to guard them against the cold of the northern winter. Hundreds of such abodes are to be found. They clustered especially thick along the south coast and in the Vale of Gloucester. Gauls, Italians, Greeks, and Orientals came to share in the trade of Britain, and at the same time many of its natives must have crossed to the continent, notably those who were sent to serve in the auxiliary cohorts of Britons, which formed part of the Roman army, and were quartered on the Rhine and Danube. But in spite of all this intercourse, the Celts did not become Romanized like the Gauls or Spaniards. The survival of their native tongue to this day sufficiently proves it. In all the other provinces of the West, Latin completely extinguished the old native languages. In the towns, however, the Britons often took Roman names, and men of note in the countryside did the same. Many of the commonest Welsh names of today are corrupt forms of Latin names. Owen, for example, is a degradation from Eugenius, and Rhys from Ambrosius, though they have lost so entirely the shape of their ancient originals. Britain shared with the other provinces in the disasters which fell upon the empire in the 3rd century, in the days of the weak usurpers who held the imperial throne after the extinction of the family of Severus. 3 races are recorded as having troubled the land. The first was the ancient enemy, the Caledonians from beyond the wall, whom now the chronicles generally style _Picts_, the painted men, because they alone of the inhabitants of Britain still retained the barbarous habit of tattooing themselves. The second foe was the race of the Saxons, the German tribes who dwelt by the mouths of the Elbe and Weser. They were great marauders by sea, and so vexed the east of Britain by their descents that the emperors created an officer called the Count of the Saxon Shore, whose duty was to guard the coast from the Wash as far as Beachy Head by a chain of castles on the water's edge, and a flotilla of war galleys. The third enemy was the Scottish race, a tribe who then occupied Northern Ireland, and had not yet moved across to the land which now bears their name. They infested the shores of the province which lay between the Clyde and the Severn. Attacked at once by Pict and Scot and Saxon, the province declined in prosperity, and gained little help from the continent, where emperors were being made and remade at the rate of about one every 3 years. Britain seems to have first recovered herself in the time of Carausius, a count of the Saxon Shore, who proclaimed himself emperor, and reigned as an independent sovereign on our side of the Channel. 287. His fleet drove off the Saxons, and his armies held back the Pict and Scot as long as he lived. But after a reign of 7 years the rebel emperor was murdered, and 3 years later the province was reunited to the empire. For the next 20 years Britain was under the rule of the emperors Constantius and Constantine, both of whom dwelt much in the island, and paid attention to its needs. Constantius died at York, and his son Constantine the Great, the first Christian emperor, went forth from Britain to conquer all the Roman world. But with the extinction of this great man's family in 362, evil days began once more. Barbarians were thronging round every frontier of the empire, greedy for the plunder of its great cities, while within were weak rulers, vexed by constant military rebellions. The Pict, the Scot, and the Saxon returned to Britain in greater force than before, and pushed their raids into the very heart of the province. Meanwhile, the soldiery who should have defended the island were constantly being drawn away by ambitious generals, who wished to use them in attempts to seize Italy and win the imperial diadem. The ruin of Britain must be attributed to this cause more than to any other. Twice the whole of its garrison was taken across the channel by the rebellious governors, who had staked their all on the cast for empire. It was after the second of these rebels had failed, in 410, that the feeble Honorius, the legitimate emperor of the West, refused to send back any troops to guard the unprotected island, and bade the dismayed provincials do their best to defend themselves, because he was unable to give them any assistance. Britain therefore ceased to belong to the Roman Empire, not because it wished to throw off the yoke, but because its masters declared that they could no longer protect it. Its inhabitants were by no means anxious to shift for themselves, and more than once they sent pathetic appeals to Rome to ask for aid against the savage Picts and Saxons. One of these appeals was written more than 30 years after Honorius abandoned the province. It was called The Groans of the Britons, and ran thus: the barbarians drive us into the sea drives us back on to the barbarians. Our only choice is whether we shall die by the sword or drown, for we have none to save us. 446. In spite of these doleful complaints, Britain made a better fight against her invaders than did any other of the provinces which the Romans were constrained to abandon in the 5th century. But, unfortunately for themselves, the Britons were inspired by the usual Celtic spirit of disunion, and fell asunder into many states the moment that the hand of the master was removed. Sometimes they combined under a single leader, when the stress of invasion was unusually severe, but such leagues were precarious and temporary. The list of their princes shows that some of them were Romanized Britons, others pure Celts. By the side of names like Ambrosius, Constantine, Aurelius, Gerontius, Paternus, we have others like Vortigern, Cunda, Maelgwn, and Kynan. Arthur, the legendary chief under whom the Britons are said to have turned back the Saxon invaders for a time, was, if he ever existed, the bearer of a Roman name, a corruption of Artorius. But Arthur's name and exploits are only found in romantic tales. The few historians of the time have no mention of him. Celtic Britain, when the Romans abandoned it, had become a Christian country. Of the details of conversion of the land, we have only a few stories of doubtful authenticity, but we know that British bishops existed, and attended synods and councils on the continent, and that there were many churches scattered over the face of the land. They, Britons, were even beginning to send missionaries across the sea in the 5th century. Saint Patrick, the apostle of the Irish Gael, was a native of the northern part of Roman Britain, who had been stolen as a slave by Scottish pirates, and returned after his release to preach the gospel to them, somewhere about the year 440. His name, Patricius, clearly shows that he was a Romanized Briton. A less happy product of the island was the heretical preacher Pelagius, whose doctrines spread far over all Western Europe, and roused the anger of the great African saint, Augustine of Hippo. Here we must leave Celtic Britain, as the darkness of the 5th century closes over it. For 150 years our knowledge of its history is most vague and fragmentary, and when next we see the island clearly, the larger half of it has passed into the hands of a new people, and is called England, and no longer Britain. Chapter 2. The coming of the English. In the early half of the 5th century it seemed likely that Britain would become the prey of its old enemies the Picts and Scots, rather than of the more distant Saxons. But the wild tribes of the north came to plunder only, while the pirates from the Elbe and Eider had larger designs. The conquest of Britain by the Angles and Saxons differed in every way from that of the other western provinces of the Roman Empire by the kindred tribes of the Goths, the Franks, and the Lombards. The Goths and the Franks had dwelt for 200 years on the borders of the empire. They had traded with its merchants, served as mercenaries in its armies, and learned to appreciate its luxuries. Many of them had accepted Christianity long before their conquest of the provinces which they turned into Teutonic kingdoms. But the Saxons were plunged in the blackest heathendom and barbarism, dwelling as they did by the Elbe and Eider, far at the back of the tribes that had any touch with or knowledge of the empire and its civilization. The Goth and the Frank came to enslave, and to enjoy. The Angle and the Saxon were bent purely on a work of destruction. Hence it came that, instead of contenting themselves with overthrowing the provincial government, and enthralling the inhabitants of the land, they swept away everything before them, and replaced the old civilization of Britain by a perfectly new social organization of their own. If the Welsh legends speak truly, the first settlement of the Saxons on British soil was caused by the unwisdom of the native kings. We are told that Vortigern, the monarch who ruled Kent and southeastern Britain, was so harried by the Picts and Scots that he sent in despair to hire some German chiefs to fight his battles for him. The story may be true, for in the decaying days of the Roman Empire the Caesars themselves had often hired one barbarian to fight another, and the British king may well have followed their example. The legend then proceeds to tell how Vortigern's invitation was accepted by Hengist and Horsa, two chiefs of Judish blood, who came with their war bands to the aid of the Britons, and drove away the Picts and Scots. But when the King of Kent wished to pay them their due and get them out of the country, Hengist and Horsa refused to depart. They seized and fortified the Isle of Thanet, which was then separated from the mainland by a broad marshy channel, and defied the Britons to drive them away. 449, then began a long war between the two sea kings and their late employer, which, after many vicissitudes, ended in the conquest of the whole of Kent by Hengist. Horsa had been slain in the Battle of Aylesford, which gave the invaders full possession of the land between the Forest of the Weald and the estuary of the Thames. Hengist was saluted as king by his victorious followers, and was the ancestor of a long line of Kentish monarchs. We cannot be sure that the details of the story of the conquest of Kent are correct, but they are not unlikely, and it is quite probable that this kingdom was the first state which the Germans built up on British ground. Hengist and Horsa's warriors were not Saxons, but members of the tribe of the Jutes, who dwelt north of the Saxons in the Danish peninsula, where a land of moors and lakes still bears the name of Jutland. But The next band of invaders who seized on part of Britain were of Saxon blood. An alderman or chief called Aella brought his warband to the southern shore of Britain in 477, and landed near the great fortress of Andrida, Pevensey, one of the strongholds that had, in old days, been under the care of the Roman Count of the Saxon shore. The followers of Aella sacked this town, and slew off every living thing that was therein. They went on to conquer the narrow slip of land between the sea and the forest of the Weald, as far as Chichester and Selsey, and made the chalky downs their own. Settling down thereon, they called themselves the South Saxons, and the district got from them the name of Sussex, Sussex. There Aella reigned as king, and many of his obscure descendants after him. 20 years later, another band of Saxon adventurers, led by the alderman Cerdic, landed on Southampton Water, west of the realm of Aella, 495, and, after a hard fight with the Britons, won the valleys of the Itchen and the Test with the old Roman town of Venta. Winchester. Many years after his first landing, Cerdic took the title of king, like his neighbours of Kent and Sussex, and his realm became known as the land of the West Saxons, Wessex. Gradually pushing onward along the ridges of the Downs, successive generations of the kings of Wessex drove the Britons out of Dorsetshire and Wiltshire till the line of conquest stopped at the forest belt which lay east of Bath. Here the advance stood still for a time, for the British kings of the Damnonians, the tribes of Devon and Cornwall, made a most obstinate defence. So gallant was it that the Celts of a later generation believed that the legendary hero of their race, the great King Arthur, had headed the hosts of Damonia in person, and placed his city of Camelot and his grave at Avilion within the compass of the western realm. While Cerdic was winning the Downs of Hampshire for himself, another band of Saxon warriors had landed on the northern shore of the Thames, and subdued the low-lying country between the old Roman towns of Camulodunum and Londinium, from the Colne as far as the Stour. This troop of adventurers took the name of the East Saxons, and were the last of their race to gain a footing on the British shores. North of Essex it was no longer the Saxons who took up the task of conquest, but a kindred tribe, the Angles or English, who dwelt originally between the Saxons and the Jutes, in the district which is now called Schleswig. They were closely allied in blood and language to the earlier invaders of Britain, and very probably their chiefs may have aided in the earlier raids. About the year 520 the Angles descended in force on the eastern shore of Britain, and two of their warbands established themselves in the land where the Celtic tribe of the Iceni had dwelt. These two bands called themselves the North Folk and South Folk, and from them the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk get their names. The kingdom formed by their union was known as that of the East Angles. Still further to the north New Anglian bands seized on the lands north of the Humber, whence they obtained the name of Northumbrians. They built up two kingdoms in the old region of the Brigantes. One, from Forth to Tees, was called Bernishnisha, from Brynike, the old Celtic name of the district. It comprised only a strip along the shore, reaching no further inland than the forest of Selkirk and the headwaters of the Tyne. Its central stronghold was the sea-girt rock of Bamborough. The second Northumbrian kingdom was called Dara, a name derived, like that of Bernishnisha, from the former Celtic appellation of the land. Dara comprised the north and east ridings of Yorkshire, and centred round the old Roman city of Eboracum, whose name the Angles corrupted into Ea Fervic. The origin of Bernishnisha and Dara is ascribed to the years 547 to 550, so that northern Britain was not subdued by the invaders till a century after Kent had fallen into their hands. Last of the English realms was established the great Midland state of Mercia, the March or borderland. It was formed by the combination of 3 or 4 Anglian war bands, who must have cut their way into the heart of Britain up the line of the Trent. Among these bodies of adventurers were the Lindiswares, the troop who had won the old Roman city of Lindum, or Lincoln - the mid-Angles of Leicester, and the Mercians, strictly so called, who held the foremost line of advance against the Celts in the modern counties of Derby and Stafford. They, Britons, still maintained themselves at Deva and Uriconium, Chester and Wroxeter, 2 ancient Roman strongholds, and the Mercians had not yet reached the Severn at any point. About 570, therefore, after 120 years of hard fighting, the Angles and Saxons had conquered about 1/2 of Britain, but they were stopped by a line of hills and forests running down the center of the island, and did not yet touch the western sea at any point. Behind this barrier dwelt the unsubdued Britons, who were styled by the English the Welsh, or foreigners, though they called themselves the Cymry, or comrades. They were, now as always, divided into several kingdoms whose chiefs were perpetually at war, and failed most lamentably to support each other against the English invader. The most important of these kingdoms were Cumbria in the north, between the Clyde and Ribble, Gwynedd in North Wales, and Damonia in Devon and Cornwall. Now and again prominent chiefs from one or other of these 3 realms succeeded in forcing their neighbours to combine against the Saxon enemy, and styled themselves lords of all the Britons, but the title was precarious and illusory. The Celts could never learn union or wisdom. The line of the British defence was at last broken in 2 points, and the Saxons and Angles pushed through till they touched the Irish Sea and the Bristol Channel. The first of the conquerors of western Britain was Ceawlin, King of Wessex. After winning the southern Midlands by a victory at Bedford in 571, he pushed along the upper Thames, and attacked the Welsh of the lower Severn. At a great battle fought at Dio Ram, in Gloucestershire, in 577, he slew the kings of Glevum, Corinium, and Aquisulas, Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. All their realms fell into his hands, and so the West Saxons won their way to the Severn and the Bristol Channel, and cut off the Celts of Damonia from the Celts of South Wales. A generation later, in the year 613, Ethelfrith the Northumbrian, king of Bernicia and Dara, made a similar advance westward. In a great battle at Deva, Chester, he defeated the allied princes of Cumbria and North Wales. This fight was long remembered because of the massacre of a host of monks who had come to supplicate heaven for the victory of the Celts over the pagan English. If they do not fight against us with their arms, they do so with their prayers, said the Northumbrian king, and bade his warriors cut them all down. The city of Deva was sacked, and remained a mere ring of mouldering Roman walls for 3 centuries. The district round it became English, and thus the Cumbrians were separated from the North Welsh by a belt of hostile territory. The battles of Chester and Dio Ram settled the future of Britain. The Celts became comparatively helpless when they had been cut into 3 distinct sections, in Cumbria, Wales, and Damonia. The future of the island now lay in the hands of the English, not in that of the ancient inhabitants of Britain. The states which the invaders had built up were, as might have been inferred from their origin, small military monarchies. The basis of each had been the warband that followed some successful alderman. For the invaders were not composed of whole tribes emigrating _en masse _, but of the more adventurous members of the race only. The bulk of the Saxons and Jutes remained behind on the continent in their ancient homes, and so did many of the Angles. When the successful chief had conquered a district of Britain and assumed the title of king, he would portion the land out among his followers, reserving a great share for his own royal domain. Each of the king's sworn companions, or Gesiiths as the Old English called them, became the center of a small community of dependents, his children, servants, and slaves. At first, the invaders often slew off the whole Celtic population of a valley. But ere long they found the convenience of reducing them to slavery and forcing them to till the land for their new masters. In eastern Britain, and during the first days of the conquest, the natives were often wholly extirpated, but in the central and still more in the western part of the island they were allowed to survive as serfs, and thus there is much Celtic blood in England down to this day. But this native element was never strong enough to prevail over and absorb the conquerors, as happened to the Goths of Spain and the Franks of Gaul, who finally lost their language and their national identity among the preponderant mass of their own dependents. As the conquest of Britain went on, many families who had not been in the warband of the original invader came in to join the first settlers, and to dwell among them, so that the king had many English subjects besides his original Gesiiths. Some of the villages in his dominions would therefore be inhabited by the servile dependents of one of these early coming military chiefs, others by the free bands of kinsmen who had drifted in of their own accord to settle in the land. When we see an English village with a name like Saxmundham, or Edmonton, or Wolverton, we may guess that the place was originally the homestead of a lord named Saxmund, or Edmund, or Wolf here, and his dependents. But when it has a name like Buckingham, or Paddington, or Gillingham, we know that it was the common settlement of a family, the Buckings or the Paddings or the Gillings, for the termination _ing_. In Old English invariably implied a body of descendants from common ancestors. The early English states were administered under the king by aldermen, or military chiefs, to each of whom was entrusted the government of one of the various regions of the kingdom, and by _reeves_, who were responsible for the royal property and dues, each in his own district. The larger kingdoms, such as Wessex, were soon cut up into _shires, each with its alderman and shire reeve, sheriff, and many of these shires exist down to our own day. The supreme council of the realm was formed by the king, the alderman, and a certain number of the greater Gesiiths who served about the king's person. The king and great men discussed subjects of national moment, while the people sat round and shouted assent or dissent to their speeches. The king did not take any measure of importance without the advice of his councillors, who were known as the _witan_, or wise men. When a king died, or ruled tyrannically, or became incompetent, it was the witan who chose a new monarch from among the members of the royal family, for there was as yet no definite rule of hereditary succession, and the kingship was elective, though the witan never went outside the limits of the royal house in their nominations. The smaller matters of import in an Old English kingdom were settled at the _shire moot or meeting of all the freemen of a shire. There, once a month, the alderman and reeve of the district called up the freeholders who dwelt in it, and by their aid settled disputes and lawsuits. Each freeman had his vote, so the shire court was a much more democratic body than the witan, where only great lords and officials could speak and give their suffrages. Matters too small for the _shire moot were settled by the meeting of the villagers in their own petty _ton moot which every freeman would attend. Here would be decided disputes between neighbors, as to their fields and cattle. Such cases would be numerous because, in the early settlements of the English, the ploughed fields and the pasture grounds of the village were both great unenclosed tracts with no permanent boundaries. Every man owned his house and yard, but the pasture and the waste land and woods around belonged to the community, and not to the individual. The early English were essentially dwellers in the open country. They did not at first know how to deal with the old Roman towns, but simply plundered and burnt them, and allowed them to crumble away. They thought the deserted ruins were the homes of ghosts and evil spirits, and were not easily induced to settle near them. Even great towns like Canterbury and London and Bath seem to have lain waste for a space between their destruction by the first invaders and their being again peopled. But ere long the advantages of the sites, and the abundance of building material which the old Roman buildings supplied, tempted the English back to the earlier centers of population. We can trace the ancient origin of many of our towns by their names. The English added the word Chester or Castor to the name of the places which were built on Roman sites, a word derived, of course, from the Latin _castra_. So, Winchester and Rochester and Dorchester and Lancaster are shown to be old Roman towns rebuilt, but not founded by the newcomers. In religion the Old English were pure polytheists, worshipping the ancient gods of their German ancestors, Woden, the wise father of heaven and thunder, Thor, the god of storm and strength, and Balder, the god of youth and spring, and many more. But they were not an especially religious people. They had few temples and priests, and did not allow their superstition to influence their life or their politics to any great extent. We shall see that in a later age most of them deserted their pagan worship without much regret and after but a short struggle. It was more a matter of ancestral custom to them than a very fervent belief. It is noticeable that very few places in England get their names from the old gods, but we find a few, such as Wednesbury, Wodensba, or Thundersfield, or Balderston, scattered over the face of the country. Chapter 3. The Conversion of Britain and the Rise of Wessex. 597 to 836. After the battles of Dioram and Chester had broken the strength of the Britons, and all central Britain had fallen into English hands, the victorious invaders did not persevere in completing the conquest of the island, but turned to contend with each other. For the next 200 years the history of England is the history of the conflict of the three larger kingdoms Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex for the supremacy and primacy in the island. First one, then the other obtained a mastery over its rivals, but the authority of an English king who claimed to be Bretwalda, or paramount lord of Britain, was as vague and precarious as that of the Celtic chiefs who in an earlier age had asserted a similar domination over their tribal neighbours. Both Ceawlin the victor of Dioram, and Ethelfrith the victor of Chester, were great conquerors in their own day, and are said to have claimed an overlordship over their neighbours. But about the year 595, when the one was dead and the other had not yet risen, the chief king of Britain was Ethelbert of Kent, a warlike young monarch who subdued his neighbours of Sussex and Essex, and aspired to extend his influence all over the island. To the court of this King Ethelbert there came, in the year 597, an embassy from beyond the high seas, which was destined to change the whole course of the history of England. It was led by the monk Augustine, and was composed of a small band of missionaries from Rome, who had set out in the hope of converting the English to Christianity. 20 years before there had been a pious abbot in Rome named Gregory, who had earnestly desired to go forth to preach the gospel to the English. The well-known legend tells how he once saw exposed in the Market for sale some young boys of a fair countenance. Who are these children? He asked of the slave dealer. Heathen Angles, was the reply. Truly they have the faces of angels, said Gregory. And whence have they been brought? From the kingdom of Dara, he was told. Indeed, they should be brought to Iradei out from the land of the wrath of God, was the abbot's punning rejoinder. From that day Gregory strove to set forth for Britain, but circumstances always stood in his way. At last he became pope, and when he had gained this position of authority, he determined that he would send others, if he could not go himself, to care for the souls of the pagan English. So in 596 he sent out the zealous monk Augustine, with a company of priests and others, to seek out the land of England. Augustine landed in Kent, both because King Ethelbert was the greatest chief in Britain, and because he had taken as his queen a Christian lady from Gaul, Bertha, the daughter of Charibert, king of Paris. So Augustine and his fellows came to Canterbury to the court of the king, and when Ethelbert saw them he asked his wife what manner of men they might be. When she had pleaded for them, he looked upon them kindly, and gave them the ruined Roman church of St. Martin outside the gates of Canterbury, and told them that they might preach freely to all his subjects. So Augustine dwelt in Kent, and taught the Kentishmen the truths of Christianity till many of them accepted the gospel and were baptized. Ere long King Ethelbert himself was converted, and when he had declared himself a Christian most of his _Gesites_ and nobles followed him to the font. Then Augustine was made Archbishop of Canterbury, and his companion Mellitus Bishop of Rochester, and the Kingdom of Kent became a part of Christendom once more. Ere very long the kings of the East Saxons and East Angles, who were vassals to Ethelbert, declared that they also were ready to accept the gospel. They were baptized with many of their subjects, but Christianity was not yet very firmly rooted among them. When King Ethelbert died, and was succeeded by his son, who was a heathen and an evil liver, a great portion of the men who so easily accepted Christianity fell back into paganism again. They had conformed to please the king, not because they had appreciated the truths of the gospel. East Anglia and Essex relapsed almost wholly from the faith, and had to be reconverted a generation later, but in Kent Augustine's work had been more thorough, and after a short struggle the whole kingdom finally became Christian. From Kent the true faith was conveyed to the English of the north. Edwin, king of Northumbria, married a daughter of Ethelbert and Bertha. She was a Christian, and brought with her to York a Roman chaplain named Paulinus, one of the disciples of Augustine. By the exhortations of this Paulinus, King Edwin was led toward Christianity. He was a great warrior, and while he was doubting as to the faith, it chanced that he had to set forth on an expedition against his enemy, the King of Wessex. Then he vowed that if the God of the Christians gave him victory and he should return in peace, he would be baptized. The campaign was successful, and Edwin went joyfully to the baptismal font. It was long remembered how he held counsel with his witan, urging them to leave darkness for light, and doubt for certainty. Then, because they had found little help in their ancient gods, and because the heathen faith gave them no good guidance for this life, and no good hope of a better life to come, the great men of Northumbria swore that they would follow their king. Quafi, the high priest, was the first to cast down his own idols and destroy the great Temple of York, and with him the nobles and _Gesites_ of Edwin went down to the water and were all baptized. 627. For some time King Edwin prospered greatly, he became the chief king of Britain, and made the East Angles and East Saxons his vassals. He destroyed the Welsh kingdom of Leeds, and added the West Riding of Yorkshire to the Northumbrian kingdom. He also smote the Picts beyond the Forth, and built a fleet on the Irish Sea with which he reduced the Isles of Man and Anglesey. Edwin's conquests roused all his neighbours against him, and in their common fear of the Northumbrian sword, English and Welsh princes were for the first time found joining in alliance. Penda, king of Mercia, an obstinate heathen and a great foe of the gospel, leagued himself with Cadwallon, king of Gwynedd, the greatest of the Christian chiefs of Wales. Together they beset the realm of Edwin, and the great king of Northumbria fell in battle with all his host, at Heathfield, near Doncaster, 632. The Welsh and Mercians overran Northumbria after slaying its king, and Cadwallon took York and burnt it. The Northumbrians thought that Edwin's God had been found wanting in the day of battle, and most of them relapsed into paganism in their despair. Paulinus, who had become the first bishop of York, had to flee away into Kent, the only kingdom where Christians were safe for the moment. But ere very long the Northumbrians were saved from their despair. Edwin and the ancient stock of the kings of Dara were swept away. But there were two princes alive of the royal house of Bernish-Nisha. Their names were Oswald and Oswiu, and during Edwin's reign they had been living in exile. Their abode had been among those of the Scots who had crossed over from Ireland and settled on the coast of northern Britain, in the land which now bears their name. There the two brethren had fallen in with the disciples of the good abbot Columba, the founder of the great monastery of Iona, and from them they had learnt the Christian faith. Columba, whose successors were to convert all the north of England, had been a man of great mark. He was an Irish monk who had left his own land in self-imposed exile, because he had been the cause of a tribal war among his countrymen. Crossing to the Argyllshire coast, he built a monastery on the lonely island of Iona, and from thence laboured for the conversion of the Picts and Scots. When Oswald heard of the desperate condition of Northumbria after Edwin's death, he resolved to go to the aid of his countrymen against the Welsh and Mercians. So he went southward with a few companions, and raised the Berniceans against their oppressors, setting up as his standard the cross that he had learnt to reverence in Iona. His effort was crowned with success, and at the Heavenfield, near the Roman wall, he completely defeated the Welsh and slew their king Cadwallon. Penda, the Mercian, was driven out of Northumbria also, and for 8 years, 634 to 642, Oswald maintained himself as king of all the land between Forth and Trent. He used his power most zealously for the propagation of Christianity. He sent to Iona for 2 pious monks, Aedon and Finan, who were successively bishops of York under him, and by their aid he so drew his people toward the faith of Christ that they never swerved from it again, as they had done after the death of Edwin. Oswald also encouraged missionaries to go into the other English kingdoms. It was by his advice that Birinus went from Rome to Wessex, where he converted King Cinegils, and founded the bishopric of Dorchester-on-Thames. But Oswald was not strong enough to put down his heathen neighbour. Penda, the king of Mercia, a mighty warrior who united all the English of central Britain under his sceptre, slaying the kings of the East Angles, and tearing away Gloucester and all the land of the Hwiccas III from the kings of Wessex. Penda and Oswald were constantly at war, and at last the Mercian slew the Northumbrian at the Battle of Maserfield, in Shropshire, near Oswestry, 642. But the good King Oswald left a worthy successor in his brother Oswiu, as zealous a Christian and as vigorous a ruler as himself. Oswiu defeated Penda at the Battle of the Winweed, and by slaying the slayer, became the over-king of all England. He conquered the Picts between Forth and Tay, made the Welsh and the Cumbrians pay him tribute, and annexed northern Mercia, giving the rest of the kingdom over to Penda, Penda's son, only when he became a Christian. It was all over with the cause of heathenism when Penda fell, and the Mercians and their king bowed to the conquering faith, and listened to the preaching of Sada, one of the Northumbrian monks who had been taught by the Irish missionaries Aidan and Finan. Mercia and Northumbria, therefore, owed their conversion to the disciples of Columba, and looked to the monastery of Iona as the source of their Christianity, while Kent and Wessex looked to Rome, from whence had come Augustine and Birinus. Unhappily there arose dissension between the clergy of the two churches, for the converts of the Irish monks thought that the South English paid too much deference to Rome, and differed from them on many small points of practice, such as the proper day for keeping Easter, and the way in which priests should cut their hair. King Oswego was grievously vexed at these quarrels, and held a council at Whitby, or Strianchulch as it was then called, to hear both sides state their case before him. He made his decision in favour of the Roman observance, and many of the Irish clergy withdrew in consequence from his kingdom, rather than conform to the ways of their Roman brethren. This submission of the English to the Papal See was destined to lead to many evils in later generations, but at the time it was far the better alternative. If they had decided to adhere to the Irish connection, they would have stood aside from the rest of Western Christendom, and sundered themselves from the fellowship of Christian nations, and the civilizing influences of which Rome was then the centre. 664. The English Church, being thus united in communion with Rome, received as Archbishop of Canterbury a Greek monk named Theodore of Tarsus, whom Pope Vitalian recommended to them. It was this Theodore who first organized the Church of England into a united whole. Down to his day, the missionaries who worked in the different kingdoms had nothing to do with each other. But now all England was divided into bishoprics, which all paid obedience to the metropolitan see of Canterbury, and in each bishopric the countryside was furnished with clergy to work under the bishop. Some have said that Theodore cut up England into parishes, each served by a resident priest, but things had not advanced quite so far. By his day, under Theodore and his successors, the bishops and clergy of all the kingdoms frequently met in councils and synods, so that England was united into a spiritual whole long before she gained political unity. It was first in these church meetings that Mercian, West Saxon, and Northumbrian learned to meet as friends and equals, to work for the common good of them all. The English Church was vigorous from the very first. Ere it had been 100 years in existence, it had begun to produce men of such wisdom and piety, that England was considered the most saintly land of Western Christendom. It sent out the missionaries who rescued Germany from heathenism: Willibrord, the apostle of Frisia; Suidbert, who converted Hesse; above all the great Winfrith, or Boniface, the first Archbishop of Mainz. This great man, the friend and advisor of the Frankish ruler Charles Martel, spread the gospel all over central Germany, and organized a national church in the lands on the Main and Saal, where previously Woden and his fellows alone had been worshipped. He died a martyr among the heathen of the Frisian marshes in 733. Nor was the English Church less noted for its men of learning. Not only were they well versed in Latin, which was the common language of the clergy all over Europe, but some of them were skilled in Greek also. For the good Archbishop Theodore of Tarsus had instructed many in his native tongue. Among the Old English scholars two deserve special mention. One is the Northumbrian Beda, the Venerable Bede, a monk of Jarrow, who translated the Testament from Greek into English, and also wrote an ecclesiastical history of England which is our chief source for the knowledge of his times. D. 735, the second was another Northumbrian, Alcuin of York, whose knowledge was so celebrated all over Europe that the Emperor Charles the Great sent for him to Aachen, the Frankish capital, and made him his friend and tutor, for Charles ardently loved all manner of learning, and could find no one like Alcuin among his own people. As long as Oswiu and his son Ecgfrith lived, Northumbria held the foremost place among the English kingdoms, and its rulers were accounted the chief kings of Britain. Ecgfrith conquered Carlisle and Cumbria from the Welsh, and even invaded Ireland, but in an attempt to add the Highlands beyond the Forth to his realm, he was slain in battle by the Picts at Nictansmara, 685. With his death the greatness of Northumbria passed away, for his successors were weak men, and after a while grew so powerless that the kingdom was vexed by constant civil wars, and became the prey of its neighbours, the Mercians on the south, and the Picts and Scots on the north. The supremacy that had once been in the hands of the Northumbrians now passed away to the kings of Mercia, the largest and most central of the English kingdoms. Three great kings of that realm, Ethelred, Ethelbald and Offa, whose reigns occupied almost the whole of the period from 675 to 796, were all in their day reckoned as supreme lords of England. The rulers of East Anglia, Essex, and Kent were counted as their vassals, and they deprived Wessex of its dominions north of the Thames, and Northumbria of all that it had held south of the Trent and the Ribble. Offa pushed his boundary far to the west, into the lands of the Welsh, and, after conquering the valleys of the Wye and the Upper Severn, drew a great dyke from sea to sea, reaching from near Chester on the north to Chepstow on the south. It marked the boundary between the English and the Cymry for 300 years. Offa was the greatest king whom England had yet seen, and corresponded on equal terms with Charles the Great, the famous king of the Franks, who was his firm friend and ally, 757 to 796. Nevertheless, after Offa's day the sceptre passed away from Mercia, and his successors saw their vassal kings rebel and disown the Mercian allegiance. To maintain subject states in obedience was always a very hard task for the Old English kings, because they had no standing armies, and no system of fortification. When a neighbouring realm was overrun by the tumultuary army of a victorious king, he had to be satisfied with the homage of its people, because he could not build fortresses in it, or leave a standing force to hold it down. The only way of keeping a conquest was to colonize it, as was done with the lands taken from the Welsh, but the English kings shrank from evicting their own kinsfolk, and seldom or never employed this device against them. Hence it always happened that, when a great king died, his vassals at once rebelled, and unless his successor was a man of ability, he was unable to reconquer them. From Mercia the primacy among the English states passed to Wessex, a state which had hitherto kept much to itself, and had busied itself in conquering land from the Welsh of Damonia, rather than in striving with its English neighbours for the supremacy in mid-Britain. Wessex, indeed, had lost to the Mercians all its territory north of the Thames, and was now a purely south country state. Its borders reached to the Tamar and the Cornish moors, since the days when Taunton in 710 and Exeter in 705 had fallen into the hands of its kings. The West Saxon king who succeeded to the power of Offa was Ecgbert, the ancestor of all the subsequent monarchs of Britain down to our own day, for he was a prince who had seen many troubles in his youth, having been driven oversea by his kinsmen and forced to take refuge with Charles the Great. He spent some years in the court and army of the Frankish monarch, but was called to the throne of Wessex in 800, on the death of his unfriendly cousin. In a long reign that lasted for 36 years, Ecgbert not only subdued the small kingdoms of Kent and Sussex, and made the Welsh princes of Cornwall do him homage, but he even dared at last to attack his powerful neighbours the Mercians. At the Battle of Ellendun, in Wiltshire, 823, he defeated and slew King Beornwulf, the unworthy heir of Offa's greatness. Shortly after, Mercia did him homage, and the Northumbrians, sorely vexed by civil wars, soon followed the example of their southern neighbours. Thus Ecgbert became overlord of Britain, in the same sense that Edwin and Offa had previously held the title. But the dominion of the kings of Wessex was destined to be of a more enduring nature than that of their predecessors. This was not so much due to their own abilities as to the changed condition of the state of England. Not only were there strong tendencies arising towards unity within the English realms due most especially to the influence of their common church, but pressure from without was now about to be applied in a way that forced the English to combine. Before Ecgbert had come to the throne, and even before Offa was dead, the first signs had been seen of the coming storm that was to sweep over England in the second half of the 9th century. The Danes had already begun to appear off the coasts of the island. Chapter 4. The Danish invasions, and the great kings of Wessex. The English chronicles have accurately fixed for us the date of the first raid of the Northmen. In 787, 3 strange ships were seen off the Dorsetshire coast. From them landed a small band of marauders, who sacked the port of Wareham, and then hastily put to sea and vanished from sight. This insignificant descent was only the first of a series of dreadful ravages. A few years later, in 793, a greater band descended on Lindisfarne, the holy island of St. Cuthbert off the Bernikian coast, the greatest and richest monastery of northern England. Thenceforth raids came thick and fast, till at last the sword of the invaders had turned half England into a desert. The people of Scandinavia were at this moment in much the same state of development in which the English had been 3 centuries before. Ere yet they left the shores of Saxony and Schleswig. The Danes and Norwegians were a hardy seafaring race, divided into many small kingdoms, always at war with each other. They were still wild heathens, and practiced piracy as the noblest occupation for warriors and freemen. Just as Hengist and Aella had sailed out with their war bands in search of plunder and land in the 5th century, so the chiefs of the Northmen were now preparing to lead out their followers into the western seas. For 2 centuries the onslaughts of the Vikings, as these piratical hordes were called, were fated to be the curse of Christendom. The Vikings in their early days were led, not by the greater kings of Denmark and Norway, but by leaders chosen by the pirate bands for their military abilities. Such chiefs were obeyed on the battlefield alone, off it they were treated with small respect by their comrades. There were dozens of these sea kings on the water, each competing with the others for the largest following that he could get together. The Northmen were at first seeking for nothing more than plunder. Western Christendom offered them a great field, because the Franks, English, and Irish of the 9th century almost all dwelt in open towns, had very few forts and castles, and had built enormous numbers of rich, defenseless monasteries and churches. The Dane landed near a wealthy port or abbey, sacked it, and hastily took to sea again, before the countryside had time to muster in arms against him. But after a time the continued successes of their first raids encouraged the Northmen to take the field in much greater numbers, so that fleets of 100 ships, with 8 or 10,000 men aboard them, were found sailing under some noted sea king. When they grew so strong they took to making raids deeper into the land, boldly facing the force of an English shire or a Frankish county if they were brought to bay. When numbers were equal they generally had the advantage in the fray, for they were all trained warriors, and were fighting for their lives. Against them came only a rustic militia fresh from the plough. If beset by the overwhelming strength of a whole kingdom, they fortified themselves on a headland, an island, or a marsh-girt palisade, and held out till the enemy melted homeward for lack of provisions. As long as Ecgbert lived he kept the Danes away from his kingdom of Wessex, dealing them heavy blows whenever they dared to march inland. The greatest of these victories was one gained at Hengestesdun, Hingston Down, near Plymouth, over the combined forces of the Danes and the revolted Welsh of Cornwall, 835. But though he was able to protect his own realm, Ecgbert was unable to care for his Mercian and Northumbrian vassals. They were too far off, and his authority over them was too weak. So northern England was already suffering fearfully from the Viking raids even before Ecgbert died. His son Ethelwulf, who succeeded him as King of Wessex, was a pious easy-going man, destitute of his father's strength and ability. If the Mercians and Northumbrians had not been so desperately afflicted at the moment by the ravages of the Vikings, they would have undoubtedly taken the opportunity to throw off the yoke of the Wessex kings. But their troubles made them cautious of adding civil war to foreign invasion, and so Ethelwulf was allowed to keep his father's nominal suzerainty over the whole of England. More than once he led a West Saxon army up to aid the Mercians, but he could not be everywhere at the same time, and while he was protecting one point, the Danes would slip round by sea and attack another. Wessex itself was no longer secure from their incursions, and the chronicles record several disastrous raids carried out on its coast. All through King Ethelwulf's reign, 836 to 858, the state of England was growing progressively worse. Commerce was at a standstill, many of the larger towns had been burnt by the Danes, the greatest of the monasteries had been destroyed, and their monks slain or scattered. With them perished the wealth and the learning which had made the English Church the pride of Western Christendom. The land was beginning to sink back into poverty and barbarism, and there seemed to be no hope left to the English, for the Viking armies grew larger and bolder every year. After a time the invaders began to aim at something more than transitory raids. They took to staying over the winter in England, instead of returning to Norway or Denmark. Fortifying themselves in strong posts like the Isles of Thanet or Sheppey, they defied King Ethelwulf to dislodge them. In a very short time it was evident that they would think of permanently occupying Britain, just as the Saxons and Angles had done 3 centuries back. Ethelwulf, in great distress of mind, made a pilgrimage to Rome, and obtained the Pope's blessing for his efforts. But he fared none the better for that. It was equally in vain that he tried to concert measures for common defense with his neighbor across the Channel, King Charles the Bald, whose daughter Judith he took to wife. The Frankish king was even more vexed by the pirates than Ethelwulf himself, and no help was got from him. The men of Wessex at last grew so discontented with Ethelwulf's weak rule that the Witan deposed him, and elected his son Ethelbald king in his stead, 856. But they left the small kingdoms of Kent and Sussex to the old man for the term of his natural life, to maintain him in his royal state. Ethelwulf died 2 years later, and after him reigned his 3 short-lived sons Ethelbald, 856 to 860, Ethelbert, 860 to 866, and Ethelred, 866 to 871. The 15 years, during which they ruled, proved a time of even greater misery and distress than the latter days of their fathers. Troubled reign. The Danes not only penetrated into every nook and corner of Mercia and Northumbria, but even struck at the heart of Wessex, and burnt its capital, the ancient city of Winchester, 864. But the sorest trial came 2 years later, in the time of King Ethelred. A vast confederacy of many Viking bands, which called itself the Great Army, leagued themselves together and fell on England, no longer to plunder, but to subdue and occupy the whole land. Under two chiefs called Ingwar and Hubba, they overran Northumbria in 867. They Northumbrians were divided by civil war, but the rival kings, Osberht and Aella, joined their forces to resist the oncoming storm. Yet both of them were slain by the Danes in a great battle outside the gates of York, and the victors stormed and sacked the Northumbrian capital. After the engagement, they then proceeded to divide up the land among themselves, and settled up all the old kingdom of Dara, from Tees to Trent. The English population was partly slain off, partly reduced to serfdom. So, after being for 200 years a Christian kingdom, Dara became once more a community of wild heathen, the work of Oswald and Aedan seemed undone. But the whole of the Danes of the Great Army could not find land in Dara. One division of them went off against the East Angles, under Jarl Ingwar, and fought a great battle with Edmund, the brave and pious king of that race. They took him prisoner, and when he would not do them homage or worship their gods, they shot him to death with arrows. His followers secretly buried his body, and raised over it a shrine which became the great abbey of St. Edmundsbury. East Anglia was then divided up among the victorious Danes, just as Yorkshire had been, but they did not settle down so thickly in the eastern counties as in the north, and the share of Danish blood in those districts is comparatively small. 869. King Ethelred of Wessex had not been able to afford any practical help to his Northumbrian and East Anglian neighbours. It was now his own turn to face the storm which had overwhelmed the two northern realms. In 870 the Great Army, now under two kings, Guthrum and Bagsaeg, sailed up the Thames and threw itself upon Surrey and Berks, the northern border of Wessex. Ethelred came out in haste against them, and with him marched his younger brother Alfred, the youngest of the four sons of the old Ethelwulf, a youth of 18, who now entered on his first campaign. The men of Wessex made a far sterner defence than had the armies of the other English kingdoms. The two warrior brothers Ethelred and Alfred fought no less than 6 battles with the Great Army in the single year 871. The war raged all along the line of the chalk downs of Berkshire, as the Danes strove to force their way westward. At last the men of Wessex gave them a thorough beating at Ashdown, where the Etheling Alfred won the chief honour of the day. The defeated Vikings sought refuge in a stockaded camp at Reading, between the waters of the Thames and the Kennet. Ethelred could not dislodge them from this stronghold, and in a skirmish with one of their foraging parties at Merton, in Surrey, he received a mortal wound. 871. Wearied with 6 battles, the army of Wessex broke up, and the Thanes sadly bore King Ethelred home, to bury him at Wimborne. His young brother, the Etheling Alfred, succeeded him, and took up the task of defending Wessex in its hour of sore distress. It was fortunate that such a great man was at hand to bear the burden, for never was it more likely than now that the English name would be utterly swept off the face of the earth. In spite of his youth, Alfred was quite capable of facing any difficulty or danger. From his boyhood upward he had always shown great promise. When a young child, he had been sent by his father, Ethelwulf, to Rome, and there had attracted the notice of Pope Leo, who anointed him, and predicted that he should one day be a king. He was able and brave, like most of the descendants of Ecbert. But he was also far above all men of his day in his desire for wisdom and learning, and from his earliest years was known as a lover of books and scholars. Seldom, if ever, did any king combine so much practical ability in war and governance with such a keen taste for literature and science. Alfred had short space to mourn his dead brother. The great army soon forced its way up from the Thames into Wiltshire, and beat the men of Wessex at Wilton. Then Alfred gave them great store of treasure to grant him peace, and they, since they found that the winning of Wessex cost so many hard blows, consented to turn aside for a space. But it was only in order to throw themselves on the neighbouring realm of Mercia. They dealt with it as they had already done with Dara and East Anglia. They defeated Burgred, its king, who fled away over sea and died at Rome, and then they took eastern Mercia and parcelled it out among themselves, while they gave its western half to an unwise thane called Ceolwulf, who consented to be their vassal and proffered them a great tribute. It was not long, however, before they chased away him also. Now it was that there arose the great Danish towns in Mercia: Derby, Stamford, Leicester, Lincoln, and Nottingham, which, under the name of the Five Boroughs, played a considerable part in English history for the next 2 centuries. 876. When Mercia had fallen, the Vikings turned once more against their old foes in Wessex. If only they could break down King Alfred's defences. They saw that the whole Isle of Britain would be their own. So under the 2 kings, Guthrum and Hubba, they once more pushed southward beyond the Thames. There followed 2 years of desperate fighting. 877 to 878. At first the invaders swept all before them. They took London, the greatest port of England, and Winchester, the capital of Wessex. Alfred, repeatedly beaten in battle, was forced westward and driven to take refuge almost alone in the Isle of Athelney, a marsh-girt spot in Somersetshire, between the Tone and the Parrett. This was the scene of the celebrated legend of the burnt cakes. A curious memorial of Alfred's stay in Athelney is to be seen at Oxford. A gold an enamel locket bearing his name 5, which was dug up in the island some 900 years after it was dropped by the wandering king. While Alfred was in hiding, the Danes ranged all over Wessex. King Guthrum settled down at a fortified camp at Chippenham, in Wiltshire, while King Hubba ravaged Devon. But when all seemed in their power, they were suddenly disconcerted by a new gathering of the stubborn West Saxons. The men of Devon slew Hubba and took his raven banner. And then Alfred, issuing from Athelney, put himself at the head of the levies of Devon, Somerset, and Dorset, and made a desperate assault on Guthrum and the main body of the Danes. The king was victorious at Ethandun, Eddington, and drove the army of Guthrum into its stockade at Chippenham. There the Vikings were gradually forced by starvation to yield themselves up. Alfred granted them easy terms, if they would promise to quit Wessex forever, and would swear homage to him as overlord, and become Christians. He would grant them the lands of the East Angles and East Saxons to dwell in. Guthrum was fain to accept. So he was baptized, and received at Alfred's hands the new name of Ethelstan. Many of his host followed him to the font, and then they retired to East Anglia and dwelt therein, save those roving spirits who could not settle down anywhere. These latter went off to harry France. But King Guthrum and the majority abode in their new settlement, and were not such unruly or unfaithful subjects to Alfred as might have been expected from their antecedents. In such troublous times it was not likely that Alfred would be free from other wars, but he came out of them all with splendid success. When new bands of Vikings assailed him in later years, he smote them again and again, and drove them out of the land. As a Norse poet once sang, they got hard blows instead of shillings, and the axe's weight instead of tribute. So they betook themselves elsewhere, to strive with less valiant kings beyond the seas. By Alfred's agreement with Guthrum, England was divided into two halves, of which one was Danish and the other English. The old document, called _Alfred's and Guthrum's Frith _ gives the boundary of the Danelaw, or Danish settlement, thus, up the Lee and then across to Bedford, up the Ouse to Watling Street, and so along Watling Street to Chester. That is to say, that Northumbria and East Anglia and Essex, and the eastern half of Mercia, were left to the Danes, while Alfred reigned directly, not only over his own heritage of Wessex, Sussex, and Kent, but over western Mercia also. The 9 counties 6 west of Watling Street became part of Wessex, so that Alfred's own kingdom came out of the Danish war much increased. Beyond its bounds he now had a nominal suzerainty over 3 Danish states, instead of 4 English ones. Guthrum reigned in the east, another Danish king at York, and between them lay the 5 boroughs, which were independent of both kings, and were ruled by their own jarls, as the Danes called their warlords. The Danish rule in northeastern England was made comparatively light to the old inhabitants of the land when Guthrum and his men embraced Christianity. Instead of killing the people off or reducing them to slavery, the Danes now were content to take tribute from them, and to occupy a certain portion of their lands. The limit and extent of the Danish settlement can be well traced by studying the names of places in the northern counties. Wherever the invaders established themselves we find the Danish termination _by _ in greater or less abundance. We find such names strewn thick about Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, and Leicestershire, less freely in Derbyshire, Northamptonshire, and the eastern counties. Rugby, close to the line of Watling Street, is the Danish settlement that lies furthest into the heart of Mercia. The Viking blood, therefore, is largely mixed with the English in the valleys of the Trent and Ouse, and close to the eastern coast, and grows proportionately less as Watling Street is approached. The Danes took very easily to English manners, they had all turned Christians within a very few years, and their language was so like Old English that their speech soon became assimilated to that of their subjects, and could only be told from that of South England by differences of dialect that gradually grew less. In the end England gained rather than suffered by their invasion, for they brought much hardy blood into the land, and came to be good Englishmen within a very few generations. But meanwhile, when they were but just settled down, and the land was still black with their burnings, England appeared in a sorry state. And Alfred the King had a hard task before him when he set to work to reform and reorganize his wasted realm. Well nigh every town had been sacked and given to the flames at one time or another. During 50 years of war, the churches lay in ruins, the monasteries were deserted. Riches and learning had fled from the wasted land. There was not one priest south of Thames, writes King Alfred himself, who could properly understand the Latin of his own church books, and very few in the whole of England. Moreover, the social condition of the people was rapidly becoming what we may style feudalized, that is, the smaller freeholders all over the country, unable to defend themselves from The Danes were yielding themselves to be the men of their greater neighbors. This phrase implied that they surrendered their complete independence, and consented to pay the great men certain dues, and to follow them to the wars, and seek justice at their hands instead of from the free meeting of the village moot. The land still remained the peasant's own, but, instead of being personally free, he was now a dependent. It is noticeable that a similar state of things grew up from the same cause in every part of Western Europe during the 9th century. Finding himself confronted with this new condition of affairs, Alfred strengthened the royal power by compelling all these great lords to become his own sworn followers _Gesites_, as they would have been called in an earlier age. But now the word was _Thane_, though the status was much the same. So all the great landholders of England became the king's men, just as the villagers had become the men of the great landholders. The thanes served the king in bower and hall, and had to follow him in person whenever he took the field, as the old Gesites had followed the leaders of the first Saxon war bands. They were a numerous body, and constituted a kind of standing army, since it was their duty to serve whenever their master went out to battle. The _FYRD_, or local militia of the villages, Alfred divided into two parts, one of which was always left at home to till the fields when the other half went out to war. It was at the head of his thanes and this reorganized FYRD that Alfred smote the Danes when they dared to invade his realm in his later years. Alfred has a great name as a lawgiver, but he did more in the way of collecting and codifying the laws of the kings who were before him than in issuing new ordinances of his own. But since he made everything clear and orderly, the succeeding generations used to speak of the laws of Alfred, when they meant the ancient statutes and customs of the realm. The most noteworthy, however, of Alfred's doings, if we consider the troublous times in which he lived, were his long-sustained and successful endeavours to restore the civilization of England, at which the Danish wars had dealt such a deadly blow. He collected scholars of note from the continent, from Wales and Ireland, and founded schools to restore the lost learning for which England had been famed in the last century. His interest in literature of all kinds was very keen. He collected the old heroic epics of the English, all of which, save the poem of Beowulf, have now perished, or survive only in small fragments. He compiled the celebrated Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, and left it behind him as a legacy to be continued by succeeding ages, as indeed it was for nearly 300 years. He also translated Beda's Latin History of England into the vernacular tongue, as well as Orosius' General History of the World. Nor was history the only province in which he took interest. He also caused Pope Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care, and other theological works, to be done into English. Alfred may also be reckoned the father of the English navy. In order to cope with the ships of the Vikings, he built new war vessels of larger size than any that had yet been seen in Western Europe, and provided that they should be well manned. He encouraged sailors to go on long voyages, and sent out the Captain Uthera, who sailed into the Arctic seas and discovered the North Cape. He was a friend of merchants, and it was probably to him that we may attribute the law which allowed any trader who fared thrice over sea in his own ship to take the rank and privileges of a thane. We have no space to tell of the many other spheres of Alfred's activity, such as his church building, his mechanical inventions, and his zeal in almsgiving and missionary work, which was so great that he even sent contributions to the distant Christians of St. Thomas in India. What heightens our surprise at the many-sided activity of the man is, that he was of a weakly constitution, and was often prostrated by the attacks of a periodical illness which clung to him from his youth up. Alfred lived till 901 in great peace and prosperity. He had increased the bounds of Wessex, saved England from the Dane, and brought her back to the foremost place among the peoples of Western Europe, for his Frankish contemporaries were sinking lower and lower amid the attacks of the Vikings, while England, under his care, was so rapidly recovering her strength. Even the Welsh, hostile hitherto to all who bore the English name, had done homage to him in 885, because they saw in him their only possible protection against the Dane. Alfred's son and his 3 grandsons followed him on the throne in succession between the years 901 and 955. They were all brave, able, hard-working princes, the worthy offspring of such a progenitor. They carried out to the full the work that he had begun, while Alfred had checked the Danes and made them his vassals, his descendants completely subdued and incorporated them with the main body of the realm, so that they were no longer vassals, but direct subjects of the crown. And while Alfred had been over-king of England, his successors became over-kings of the whole Isle of Britain, the suzerains of the Scots and the Welsh of Strathclyde, as well as of all the more southern peoples within the 4 seas. Alfred's eldest son and successor was Edward, generally called Edward the Elder to distinguish him from 2 later kings of his line. He was a wise and powerful king, whose life work was the incorporation of central England, south of the Humber, with his realm of Wessex, by the complete conquest of the Danes of East Anglia and the 5 boroughs. When Alfred was dead, his Danish vassals tried to stir up trouble by raising up against Edward his cousin Ethelwulf, son of Ethelred. This pretender the new king drove out, and then, turning on the eastern Danes, slew their king Euric, the son of Guthrum Athelstan, and made them swear homage to him again. But a few years later the Danes broke out again into rebellion, and Edward then took in hand their complete subjection. His chief helper was the great alderman Ethelred of Western or English Mercia, his brother-in-law. When this chief died, Edward found his widowed sister Ethelflaed, in whose hands he left the rule of the Mercian counties. No less zealous and able an assistant than her husband had been. It was with her cooperation that he started on his long series of campaigns against the Danes of central and eastern England. While Edward, starting forward from London, worked his way into Essex and East Anglia, Ethelflaed was at the same time urging on the Mercians against the Danes of the 5 boroughs. They moved forward systematically, erecting successive lines of burghs, or moated and palisaded strongholds, opposite the centres of Danish resistance, and holding them with permanent garrisons. The Danes were now much more easy to deal with than in the old days, for they had given hostages to fortune, and were the possessors of towns and villages which could be plundered, farmsteads that could be burned, and cattle that could be lifted. So when they found that they could not storm the burghs of Edward and Ethelflaed, or drive off the garrisons which raided on their fields, they began one after the other to submit. The last Danish king of East Anglia was slain in battle at Tempsford, near Bedford, in 921, and his realm was incorporated with Wessex. Then, while Ethelflaed compelled Derby and Leicester to yield, her brother subdued Stamford and Lincoln. So all England south of the Humber was won and cut up into new shires, like those of Wessex. Having accomplished her share in this great work, the Lady Ethelflaed died, and the great aldermanry which she had ruled was absorbed into her brother's kingdom. In their terror at Edward's ceaseless advance and never-ending successes, not only did the Danes of Northumbria do him homage, but even the distant kings of the Scots and the Strathclyde Welsh took him to father and lord in a great meeting held at Dorey in 924. Having thus become the overlord of all Britain, Edward died in 925, leaving the throne to his son Aethelstan. This prince was his worthy successor, and carried out still further the process of annexing all England to the Wessex inheritance. His great achievement was the complete subjection and annexation of Northumbria. When Sitrick the Danish king of York died, Aethelstan seized on his kingdom, and drove his sons over sea. The dispossessed princes stirred up enemies against their conqueror, and formed a great league against him. Onluf, the king of the Danes of Ireland, brought over a great host of Vikings, while Constantine, king of the Scots, and Owen, king of Cumbria, came down from the north to join him. The Danes of Yorkshire at once rose in rebellion to aid the invaders. Against this league Aethelstan marched forth at the head of the English of Mercia and Wessex. He met them at Brunanburg, a spot of unknown site, somewhere in Lancashire. There, Aethelstan smote them with a great slaughter, so that Onluf returned to Ireland with but a handful of men, and Constantine, who lost his son and heir in the fight, fled away hastily to his own northern deserts. The fight of Brunanburg, the greatest battle that the house of Alfred had yet won, finally settled the fact that Danish England was to be incorporated with the realm of the Wessex over-kings, and that there was to be one nation, not two, from the borders of Scotland to the British Channel. This great victory drew from an unknown poet the famous Song of Brunanburg, which has been inserted in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It tells of the glories of Aethelstan, and how never was yet such slaughter in this island, since hitherward English and Saxons came up from the east over the broad seas, and won this our land. The fight made Aethelstan once more lord of all Britain. The Scot king hastened to renew his submission, the Welsh and Cornish did him homage. The turbulent Northumbrian Danes bowed before him. He was considered so much the most powerful monarch in Western Europe, that all the neighbouring kings sought his alliance, and asked for the hands of ladies of his house. Of his sisters, one was married to the Emperor Otto I, one to Charles the Simple, king of the West Franks, others to the king of Alls and the counts of Paris and Flanders. Aethelstan died young, and left no son. He was followed on the throne by his two brothers Edmund and Edred, who were equally unfortunate in being cut off in the flower of their age. Edmund suppressed more than one rebellion of the Northumbrian Danes, and completely conquered the Welsh kingdom of Strathclyde. Instead of incorporating it with England, he bestowed it as a fief on his vassal, Malcolm, king of the Scots, on condition that he should be his faithful fellow-worker by sea and land. This was the first extension of Scotland to the south of the Clyde and Forth. Up to this time the Scots and the Picts, with whom they had become blended since the Scot Kenneth MacAlpine had been elected king of the Picts in 836, had only ruled in the Highlands. Edmund came to a strange and bloody end. As he feasted in his hall at Puckle Church, in Gloucestershire, he saw to his anger and surprise a notorious outlaw named Leo Faw enter the hall and seat himself at a table. The servants tried to turn him out, but he held his place, and Edmund grew so wrathful that he sprang from his high seat and rushed down to drag the intruder out with his own hands. He seized Leo Faw by the hair and threw him down, but the outlaw drew a knife and stabbed him to the heart. Edred, the next king, was a prince of weak health, fonder of the church than the battlefield. Nevertheless he carried on his brother's policy, and kept a firm hand over the whole island of Britain. He put down the last rising of the Danes of Yorkshire, who had proclaimed Eric with the bloody axe as their king, and made one last attempt to assert their independence. After this he cut up Northumbria into 2 earldoms, and gave them both to an Englishman named Oswulf, to be ruled as separate provinces. Side note, Rise of Dunstan equals. Edred was the patron and protector of the wise Abbot Dunstan, the first of the great clerical statesmen who made a mark on the history of England. He was a man of great ability and learning, who had risen to be Abbot of Glastonbury under Edmund, and became one of the chief advisers of the pious Edred, who was attracted to him as much by his asceticism as by his eminent mental qualities. Dunstan was a man with a purpose. He wished to reform the English Church in the direction of monastic asceticism, and was most especially anxious to make compulsory the celibacy of the clergy, a practice which had not hitherto been enforced in England. There was undoubtedly much ignorance and a certain amount of ill living among the secular clergy. And Dunstan, not content with warring against this, tried also to reform the monasteries all over the face of the land, and to enforce the rule of Saint Benedict, poverty, chastity, and obedience, in every place. Dunstan's method of carrying out his views was by winning court influence, which he was very fitted to obtain, for he was the cleverest, most versatile, and most learned man of his day. When the pious Edred died, he was succeeded by his nephew Eadwig, the son of his brother Edmund. This prince had been a child when Leoffa the outlaw slew his father, and the Witan had put him aside in favour of his uncle, because the rule of a minor was always disliked by the English. But now he was 17, and a very rash and headstrong youth. Eadwig very soon quarrelled with Dunstan and with Oda, Archbishop of Canterbury, because he insisted on taking to wife the Lady Ælfgifu Ealhgefa, who was his near kinswoman, and within the prohibited degrees of the medieval church. The churchmen declared her to be no true wife of the king, and treated the royal pair with such insult that Eadwig grew furious. The tale is well known how, when Eadwig at a high feast had retired betimes to his wife's chamber, Oda and another bishop followed him and dragged him back by force to the board where the thanes were feasting. The king, as was natural, quarrelled with the church party, and drove Dunstan out of England. But his clerical opponents were too much for him. They conspired with the Anglo-Danes of Northumbria, and with many discontented thanes, and set up against Eadwig his younger brother, Eadgar, whom Archbishop Oda crowned as King of England. There followed civil war, in which Eadwig had the worst. His wife fell into the hands of Oda, who cruelly branded her with hot irons and shipped her to Ireland. Only Wessex adhered to the cause of Eadwig, and he was at last compelled to bow before his enemies. He acknowledged his brother as King of all England north of Thames, and died almost immediately after. 959. His death put the whole realm into the hands of Eadgar, or rather of Eadgar's friends of the church party, for the new king was still very young. He recalled Dunstan from exile to make him his chief counsellor. And when Archbishop Oda died, he gave the see of Canterbury to him. For the 17 years of Eadgar's rule Dunstan was his prime minister. And much of the character of the earlier years of the king's reign must be attributed to the prelate. Dunstan's policy had two sides. He used his secular powers to enforce his religious views, and everywhere he and his friends began reforming the monasteries by forcing them to adopt the Benedictine rule. They expelled the secular canons, many of whom were married men, from the cathedrals, and replaced them with monks. They also dealt severely with the custom of lay persons receiving church preferment, one of the commonest abuses of the time. But Dunstan was not only an ecclesiastical reformer. His activity had another and a more practical side. To him, in conjunction with Eadgar, is to be attributed the complete unification of the Anglo-Danes and the English. Instead of being treated as subjects of doubtful loyalty, the men of the Danelaw were now made the equals of the men of Wessex, by being promoted to aldermanries and bishoprics, and admitted as members of the Witan. Eadgar kept so many of them about his person that he even provoked the thanes of Wessex to murmuring. But the policy of trust and conciliation had the best effects, and for the future the Anglo-Danes may be regarded as an integral part of the English nation. When he came to years of maturity, Eadgar proved to be a capable prince. His power was so universally acknowledged in Britain that his neighbours never dared attack him, and he became known as the _Rex Pacificus _ in whose time were known no wars. All the kings of the island served him with exact obedience. The story is well known how he made his 6 chief vassals the kings of Scotland, Cumbria, Man, and 3 Welsh chiefs row him across the Dee, and then exclaimed that those who followed might now in truth call themselves kings of Britain. Eadgar was a firm ruler, and the author of a very considerable body of laws. To him is attributable the first organization of local police in England, by the issue of the Ordinance of the Hundred, which divided the shires into smaller districts after the Frankish model, and made the inhabitants of each hundred responsible for the putting down of theft, robbery, and violence in their own district. He allowed the Danish half of England to keep a code of laws of its own, but assimilated it, as much as he was able, to that which prevailed in the rest of the land, making Dane and Englishman as equal in all things as he could contrive. To the misfortune of his realm, Eadgar died in 975, before he had attained his 40th year, leaving behind him 2 young sons, neither of whom had yet reached his majority. When he was gone, it was soon seen how much the prosperity of England had depended on the personal ability of the House of Alfred. Under weak kings there began once more to arise great troubles for the land. Chapter V. The days of Cnut and Edward the Confessor. For a full century, 871 to 975, England had been under the rule of a series of kings of marked ability. Only the short reign of the unfortunate Eadwig interrupts the succession of strong rulers. We have seen how in that century England fought down all her troubles, and, after appearing for a time to be on the brink of destruction, emerged as a strong and united power. But on the death of Eadgar a new problem had to be faced. The kingdom passed to 2 young boys, of whom the second proved to be one of the most unworthy and incompetent monarchs that England was ever to know. Edward the Younger, or the Martyr, as after generations called him, only sat for 3 years on his father's throne. He endeavoured to follow in Eadgar's steps, and retained Dunstan as his chief counsellor. But he found the great aldermen unruly subjects. They would not obey a young boy as they had obeyed the great Eadgar. Dunstan was made the chief mark of their envy, because he represented the policy of a firm central government and a strong monarchical power. Probably they would have succeeded in getting him dismissed at the Witan held at Calne, if a supposed miracle had not intervened to save him. While his adversaries were pleading against him, the floor of the upper chamber, where the Witan was sitting, gave way, owing to the breaking of a beam, and they were precipitated into the room below, some being killed and others maimed. But the piece of flooring where Dunstan stood did not fall with the rest, so that he remained unharmed amid the general destruction, wherefore men deemed that God had intervened to bear witness to his innocence. But Dunstan was not to rule much longer. In 978 his young master was cruelly murdered by his stepmother, Queen Ælfthryth, who knew that the crown would fall to her own son if Edward died. For one day the king chanced to ride past her manor of Corfe, and, stopping at the door, craved a cup of wine. She brought it out to him herself, and, while he was drinking it to her health, one of her retainers stabbed him in the back. His horse started forward, and he lost his seat and was dragged some way by the stirrup ere he died. The queen's friends threw the body into a ditch, and gave out that he had perished by an accidental fall, but all the realm knew or suspected the truth. Nevertheless, Ælfthryth's boy Ethelred got the profit of his mother's wicked deed, for the Witan crowned him as the sole heir to King Eadgar. His long reign was worthy of its evil commencement, for it proved one unbroken series of disasters, and brought England at last to the feet of a foreign conqueror. He ruled for 38 years of misery and trouble, for which he was himself largely responsible, for he was a selfish, idle, dilatory, hard-hearted man, and let himself be guided by unworthy flatterers and favourites, who sought nothing but their own private advantage. Wherefore men called him Ethelred the Redeless. That is the ill-counselled, because he would always choose the evil counsel rather than the good. Yet the king was not wholly to blame for the misfortunes of his reign, for the great aldermen had their share in Chapter 8. Henry II. 1154–1189. When Henry of Anjou, now a young man of 21 years, succeeded to Stephen's crown, he found the country in a most deplorable condition. The regular administration of justice had ceased, many of the counties had no sheriffs or other royal officers, the revenue had fallen off by a half, and the barons were exercising all the prerogatives of the king, even to the extent of coining money in their own names. A weak man would have found the position hopeless. A strong man, like Henry, saw that it required instant and unflinching energy, but that it was not beyond repair. Henry started with the advantage of an undisputed title. His mother, Matilda, had ceded all her rights to him, and Stephen's surviving son, William of Boulogne, never attempted to lay any claim to the crown. Moreover, the king had enormous resources from abroad to aid him. His father was long dead, so that he was himself Count of Anjou and Touraine. He had his mother's lands of Normandy and Maine already in his hands. But he had become the ruler of a still larger realm by his marriage. He had taken to wife Eleanor, the Duchess of Aquitaine, whose enormous inheritance stretched from the Loire to the Pyrenees. This was a marriage of pure policy. Eleanor was an ill-conditioned, unprincipled woman, the divorced wife of King Louis VII of France, and she gave her second husband almost as much trouble as she had given her first. But by aid of her possessions Henry dominated the whole of France. Indeed, he held much more French territory under him than did King Louis VII himself, and for the political gain he was prepared to endure the domestic trouble. The continental dominions of Henry were, indeed, so large that they quite outweighed England in his estimation. He was himself Angevin born and bred, and looked upon his position more as that of a French prince, who owned a great dependency beyond sea, than as that of an English king who had possessions in France. He spent the greater part of his time on the continent, so that England was generally governed by the successive justiciars or prime ministers, who acted as regents while he was abroad. Henry's absence and his absorption in foreign politics were perhaps not a very grave misfortune for England. He was such a strong and able ruler, that when he had once put the realm to rights, in the early part of his reign, the danger to be feared was no longer feudal anarchy, but royal despotism. Henry's first measures, on succeeding to the throne, were very drastic. He began by ordering the barons to dismantle all the castles which had been built in the troublous times of Stephen, and enforced his command by appearing at the head of a large army. It is said that he levelled to the ground as many as 375 of these adulterine castles, as they were called, because they had been erected without the king's leave. Very few of the barons ventured to resist. Those who did were crushed without difficulty. Henry also resumed all the royal estates and revenues which Stephen and Matilda had lavished on their partisans during the Civil War, annulling all his mother's unwise grants as well as those of her enemy. He filled up the vacant sheriffdoms, and commenced the dispatch of itinerant justices round the country, to sit and decide cases in the shire courts. This custom, which became permanent, was the origin of our modern assizes. After he had set England in order, Henry demanded the restoration of Northumberland and Cumberland from Malcolm of Scotland, the heir of King David. They were given back, after being 17 years in Scottish hands. At the same time, Malcolm did homage to Henry for his remaining earldom in England. That of Huntingdon, which had descended to him from Waltheof. Owen, Prince of North Wales, submitted himself to the king in the same year. But not without some fighting, in which Henry met with checks at first. Thus England was pacified, brought under firm and regular rule, and restored to her ancient frontiers. Henry even thought at this time of invading Ireland, and got a bull from Pope Adrian IV, the only Englishman who ever sat upon the papal throne, to authorize him to subdue that country. The pretexts alleged were, that the Irish Church was schismatic, inasmuch as it refused to acknowledge the papal authority, and also that Ireland was infamous for its slave trading in Christian men. But no attempt was made to enforce the bull. Laudability for many years to come. Ireland might rest secure, because the king had turned aside into schemes for the augmentation of his continental dominions. Long and fruitless bickerings and negotiations with Louis VII, the shifty king of France, ended in 1159 in the War of Toulouse. Henry laid claim to the great South French county of Toulouse, as owing fealty to his wife's duchy of Aquitaine. He led against it the greatest army that had been seen for many years, in which the King of Scotland and the Prince of Wales served as his chief vassals. But when Louis of France threw himself into Toulouse, Henry turned aside, moved, it is said, by the curious feudal scruple that it did not befit him as Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou to make a personal attack on his suzerain, the King of France. He ravaged the county, but did not proceed with the siege of Toulouse itself. Next year he patched up a peace with his feudal superior, which was to be confirmed by the marriage of his 5-year-old son and heir, Prince Henry, with Margaret, the French king's daughter, 1160. The chief interest of the very fruitless War of Toulouse was that Henry employed in it a new scheme of taxation, which was an indirect blow at the feudal system. As Toulouse was so very far from England, he allowed those of the English knighthood who preferred to stay at home, to pay him instead of personal service a composition called _scutage_ shield money. The money thus received was used to hire a great body of mercenary men-at-arms, whom the king knew to be both more obedient and more efficient soldiers than the unruly feudal levies. The interest of Henry's reign now shifts round to another point, the question of the relations between state and church, which we have already seen cropping up in the reigns of Rufus and Henry I. In 1162, he appointed Thomas Becket Archbishop of Canterbury, and rued the choice ever after, for now his troubles began. Thomas, the son of a wealthy merchant of London, had been the king's chief secretary or _chancellor_ for the last 8 years. He was a clever, versatile, not very scrupulous man, with a devouring ambition. Hitherto he had been a devoted servant, and a genial companion to the king, and had lived much more like a layman than a cleric. In spite of his priesthood, he had borne arms in the War of Toulouse, and even distinguished himself in a single combat with a French champion. Henry thought that Thomas would be no less obliging and useful as archbishop than he had been as chancellor. He was woefully deceived. No sooner was Thomas consecrated than his whole conduct and manner of life suddenly changed. His ambition now that he had become a great prelate was to win the reputation of a saint. Casting away all his old habits, he began to practice the most rigid austerity, wearing a hair shirt next his skin, stinting himself in food and drink, and washing the feet of lepers and mendicants. From a supple courtier he had become the most angular and impracticable of saints. But it was not merely to mortify his own body that Becket had accepted the archbishopric. His real object was to claim for the head of the Church in England what the popes of his day were claiming for themselves in Western Christendom: complete freedom from the control of the state. His dream was to make the English Church Imperium in imperio and to rule it himself as an absolute master. Without the reputation of a saint, he could not dare to compass this monstrous end, so a saint he had to become. The moment that he was consecrated, he opened his campaign against the king. He threw up the chancellorship, which Henry had asked him to retain, and commenced at once to vindicate the rights of the See of Canterbury, that is, to lay claim to a number of estates now in the hands of various lay owners, as being church land. When his demands were withstood, he in some cases went to law with the owners, but in others used the arbitrary clerical punishment of excommunicating his adversaries. But this was only the beginning of troubles. In 1163 he began to oppose the king in the Great Council, taking up the ever-popular cry that the taxes were over-heavy. Henry, surprised at meeting opposition from such an unexpected quarter, withdrew his proposals, which seem indeed to have been intended rather to limit the profits of the sheriffs than to raise more money. But the growing estrangement between the king and the archbishop did not come to a full head till the end of 1163, when they engaged in a desperate quarrel on the question of the rights and immunities of the clergy. We have mentioned in an earlier chapter how William the Conqueror had established separate courts for the trial of clerical offences, and had put them under the control of the bishops. Since his day, these courts had been steadily growing in importance, and putting forth wider and wider claims of jurisdiction. The anarchical reign of Stephen, when all lay courts of justice came to a standstill, had been especially favourable to their growth. The last development of their demands had been the extraordinary assertion that they ought to try, not only all ecclesiastical offences, but all offences in which ecclesiastics were concerned. That is, not only were such crimes as bigamy or heresy or perjury to come before them, but if a member of the clerical body committed theft or assault or murder, or, again, if a layman robbed or assaulted or murdered a cleric, the cases were to be taken out of the king's court, and to be brought before the bishops. The most monstrous absurdity of this claim was that the ecclesiastical tribunal had no power to impose any but ecclesiastical punishments. That is to say, penance, excommunication, or deprivation of orders. So if a clergyman committed the most grievous crimes, he could not receive any greater penalty than suspension from his clerical duties, or penances which he might or might not perform. It had come to be a regular trick with habitual criminals to claim that they were in holy orders which included not only the priesthood, but sacristans and subdeacons and other minor church officers, and so to exchange death or blinding for the milder ecclesiastical punishments. A very bad case of murder by a priest, which Becket punished merely by ordering the murderer to abstain from celebrating the sacraments for 2 years, called King Henry's attention to the usurpation of the church courts. When he found that their claims were quite modern, and had been unknown to the Old English law, he resolved at once to take in hand the settlement of the whole question of the ecclesiastical courts. At a great council held at Westminster, he proposed to appoint a committee to investigate the matter, and to draw up a statement of the true law of the land with regard, not only to creamy news clerks, but to all the disputes between lay and clerical personages which could arise. Becket opposed the proposal as an invasion of the rights of the Church, and by his advice the other bishops, when asked if they would undertake to abide by the decision of the committee, replied that they would do so in so far as it did not impugn their rights, which meant not at all. The statement of the laws of England was prepared by the committee, drawn up by the justiciar, Richard de Lucy, and laid before the Great Council at Clarendon 14 early in the next year, 1164, whence the document is known as the Constitutions of Clarendon _. The king in it proposed a compromise that the church court should try whether a creamy news clerk was guilty or innocent, and, if it pronounced him guilty, should hand him over to the king's officers to suffer the same punishment that a layman who had committed a similar offence would suffer. In other matters, where a layman and a cleric went to law on secular matters, the case was to be tried in the king's court. No layman was to be punished for spiritual offences, or excommunicated without the king's leave, and the clergy were strictly prohibited from making appeals to Rome, or going thither, unless they had the royal authorization. Becket declared that the constitutions of Clarendon violated the immunities of the Church, but for a moment he yielded and consented to sign them. Next day, however, to the surprise of all men, he asserted that his consent had been a deadly sin, that he withdrew it, and that nothing should induce him to sign the constitutions. Henry vehemently urged him to do so, and pointed out that the Archbishop of York and the rest of the bishops were ready to accept the arrangement as just and fair. But Thomas took the attitude of a martyr, refused to move, and even sent to the Pope to get absolution for his so-called sin in giving a momentary consent to the king's proposals. Seriously angry at the Archbishop for binding up his cause with that of the creamy news clerks and the usurpation of the church courts, Henry took the rather unworthy step of endeavouring to bend Thomas to his will by allowing several of his courtiers to bring lawsuits against him, and by threatening to rake up and go through the accounts of all the public moneys that had passed through his hands during the 8 years that he had been Chancellor. But Becket was not a man to be bullied. He made himself yet more stiff-necked, and assumed the pose of a martyr for the rights of the Church. It was in vain that the other bishops urged him to yield. He attended the Great Council at Northampton in October, 1164, faced the king, refused to submit, and then, pretending that his life was in danger, fled by night and sailed over to Flanders. For the next 6 years Becket was on the continent, generally under the protection of Henry's suzerain and enemy, the King of France. He was regarded by the continental clergy as the champion of the rights of their order, and treated with the highest respect. Wherever he went, he did his best to stir up the King of France and his vassals against Henry II, and to induce the Pope Alexander III to excommunicate him. But Alexander, deep in a quarrel with the great Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, did not wish to make an enemy of the strongest king in Western Europe, and refused to do Becket's behest. On his own account, however, the exiled archbishop laid the sentence of excommunication on most of Henry's chief councillors. As the great body of the bishops sided with the king, Becket's fulminations from oversea had little effect. In England he was treated as non-existent. But in 1170 a new complication brought about a change in affairs. King Henry's eldest son and namesake, Henry the Younger, was now a lad of 15, and his father wished to crown him and take him as colleague in his kingdom. The right to crown an English king was undoubtedly one of the prerogatives of the Archbishop of Canterbury. But Henry left Becket out of account, and caused the ceremony to be performed by Roger of York. This invasion of his privileges wrought Thomas to such fury that he sought out the Pope, and won him over by his vehemence to threaten to lay all England under interdict, to cut it off from Christendom, and forbid the celebration of the sacraments within its bounds. King Henry, who was engaged in a troublesome war with the French king, was afraid of the consequences of the papal interdict. Its enforcement, he thought, would make him too unpopular. So he humbled himself to patching up a truce with Becket, though they could not even yet come to any agreement on the question of the constitutions of Clarendon. In the autumn of 1170 the king allowed him to return to England, on a tacit agreement that bygones were to be bygones. But Becket had hidden his true purpose from the king. He returned to England bent, not on peace, but on war. Either because his anger carried him away, or because he was deliberately aiming at martyrdom, and wished to provoke his enemies to violence, he proceeded to the most unheard of measures. He first excommunicated the Archbishop of York and the bishops of London and Lincoln, who had taken part in the crowning of the younger Henry. Then he laid a similar sentence on those of the king's courtiers whom he accused of encroaching on the estates of the See of Canterbury. The king was still oversea in Normandy when the news of Becket's declaration of war was brought him. Henry was a man of violent passions, and the tale moved him to a sudden outbreak of fury. Of all the idle servants that I maintain, he cried, is there not one that will avenge me on this pestilent priest? The words were wrung from him by the excitement of the moment, and soon forgotten, but they had a disastrous result. Among those who heard them were 4 reckless knights, some of whom had personal grudges against Becket, and all of whom were ready to win the king's favour by any means, fair or foul. Their names were Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard the Breton. These 4 took counsel with each other, secretly stole away from the court, and crossed the stormy December seas to England. They rode straight to Canterbury, sought audience with the Archbishop, and bade him remove the excommunication of Roger of York and the rest, or face the king's wrath. Thomas met their words with a fierce refusal. Thereupon they withdrew after defying him and warning him that his blood was on his own head. While they were girding on their coats of mail in the cathedral close, the monks of Canterbury besought the Archbishop to fly. He had plenty of time to do so, but flight was not his purpose. Far from hiding himself, he called for his robes and his attendants, and went to join in the vesper service at the cathedral. The knights were soon heard thundering at the door. Becket threw it open with his own hands, and asked their purpose. "Absolve the bishops or die," cried Fitzurse. "Never till they have done penance for their sin," was the reply. Tracy cast his arms about the Archbishop, and tried to drag him outside the cathedral, but Thomas cast him down. Then Fitzurse drew his sword and cut at Becket's head, and the others felled him with repeated strokes, while he kept crying that he died for the cause of God and the Church. So ended the great Archbishop, slain by lawless violence on the consecrated stones of his own cathedral. The splendid courage with which he met his death, and the brutality of his assailants, persuaded most men that he must have been in the right. The clergy looked upon him as their knight and champion, and were only too ready to make capital out of his troubles and heroic end. The poor remembered his indiscriminate almsgiving, his austerities, his opposition to the Danegeld. Every class of men felt some respect for one who had suffered exile and death for loyal adhesion to a cause, and few, except the king, thoroughly realized that the cause had really been that of ill government and clerical tyranny. Hence it came that a man whose main characteristics were his ambition and his obstinacy, and whose saintliness was artificial and deliberately assumed, took his place in the English calendar as the favorite hero of the Church. The Pope made him a saint in 1174, a magnificent shrine was erected over his remains, and for 350 years pilgrims thronged in thousands to do homage to his bones. To relate how many hysterical persons or impostors gave out that they had been healed of their diseases by a visit to his sanctuary would be tedious. The thing which would have given Becket most pleasure, could he have lived again to view it, was the sight of Henry II doing penance at his tomb in 1174, and bearing his back to be scourged by the monks of Canterbury, as a slight reparation for the hasty words that had brought about his servant's deed of murder. There is no doubt that Henry was sincerely shocked and horrified by the news of the Archbishop's death. He sent instant messages to the Pope to clear himself of the accusation of having been privy to the crime, and offered any satisfaction that Alexander might demand. Meanwhile he undertook what might be considered a kind of crusade to Ireland, with the avowed purpose of reducing it to obedience to the papacy as well as to subjection to himself. For during the times of Becket's exile, 1164–70, two important series of events had been occurring, one of which put Henry in possession of Brittany, while the other had led to his interference in Ireland. The Dukes of Normandy had always claimed a feudal supremacy over Brittany. This claim Henry found an opportunity for asserting and turning to account, by forcing Conan, the Breton duke, to marry his infant heiress Constance to his own third son Geoffrey, a boy of 7 years old. 1166, when Conan died 5 years later, Henry ruled the whole duchy as guardian of his young son and daughter-in-law. Thus his power was extended over the whole western shore of France from the Somme to the Pyrenees. Henry's interference in Ireland sprang from more complicated causes. Ireland in the 12th century was as it had been since the first dawn of history, a group of Celtic principalities, always engaged in weary tribal wars with each other. Sometimes one king gained a momentary superiority over the rest, but his power ceased with his life. In the 9th century the island had been overrun by the Danes. They had not succeeded in occupying a broad Danelaw such as they won in England, but had built up a number of small kingdoms on the coast, round their fortified strongholds of Dublin, Wexford, Waterford, and Limerick. These principalities still existed in Henry's time, while the interior was held by the 5 kings of Ulster, Munster, Connaught, Meath, and Leinster. At this moment Roderick O'Connor of Connaught claimed and occasionally exercised authority as suzerain over the other kings. But he had no real power over the land, which lay half desolate, had become altogether barbarous, and teemed with cruel and squalid tribal wars. The introduction of this distressful country into English politics may be laid at the door of Dermot MacMorrough, King of Leinster. This prince had been driven out of his realm by his suzerain, Roderick, King of Connaught, because he had carried off the wife of Roderick's vassal, O'Rourke, Lord of Breffni. Dermot came to England, and asked aid of Henry II, who, as we have already seen, had long possessed a papal bull, authorizing the conquest of Ireland. Henry would not stir himself, being in the midst of troubles with the King of France, but gave the exiled king leave to obtain what help he could from the English barons. Dermot placed himself in the hands of Richard de Clare, nicknamed Strongbow, Earl of Pembroke, a warlike but impecunious peer, who had great influence in South Wales. Richard raised a small army of Anglo-Norman knights and Welsh archers, less than 2,000 men in all, and landed in Ireland to restore Dermot to his throne. He met with quite unexpected success, sweeping Dermot's enemies out of Leinster, and conquering the Danish princes of Wexford and Dublin. He married Dermot's heiress Eva, and on the king's death in 1171 succeeded him as ruler in his kingdom. Other barons and knights from South Wales came over to join him, and they obtained a complete mastery over the native Irish, whose light-armed bands could not resist the charge of the mail-clad knights or stand before the archers, even when they were in overwhelming numerical superiority. In a battle before the gates of Dublin, a few hundred followers of Strongbow routed the whole host of Roderick of Connaught, though he was supported by a considerable body of Danish Vikings. Now, Henry did not wish to see one of his vassals building up a great kingdom in Ireland, independent of his authority. So, taking advantage of the papal authorization that he had so long kept by him, he crossed himself in 1171 with a great army and fleet, landed at Waterford, and marched to Dublin. He had no trouble in getting his authority recognized. Not only did Strongbow do him homage for the kingdom of Leinster, but, one after another, most of the native Irish kings came to his court and paid allegiance to him. From henceforth the kings of England might call themselves Lords of Ireland, but their power in the island was not very easy to exercise, nor did it extend to the remoter corners of the land. About half the soil of Ireland was seized by English and Norman adventurers, who built themselves castles and held down the Celts around them. The other half, mostly consisting of the more rugged and barren districts, remained in the hands of the native chiefs. But the settlers in the course of time intermarried with the Irish, and adopted many of their customs, so that they became tribal chiefs themselves. A century later the grudge between the settlers and the natives was still bitter, but they had become so closely assimilated that it was hard for a stranger to distinguish them. The one were as turbulent, clannish, fierce, and barbarous as the other. Only on the east coast round Dublin, in the district that was afterwards known as the English Pale, did the Anglo-Irish dwell in a settled and civilized manner of life, and obey the King of England's mandates. The larger part of the island had to be reconquered for centuries after. Perhaps the only permanent and immediate result of Henry's visit to Ireland was the submission of the Irish Church to the Pope. In a synod held at Cashel in 1172, all the bishops of the land acknowledged the papal supremacy, and abandoned the old customs of their church. Thus the papal yoke was the first and most unhappy gift of England to Ireland. It was on his return from Dublin that King Henry met the legates of Alexander III at Avranches, in Normandy, and, on swearing that he had neither planned nor consented to the murder of Becket, was taken into the Pope's favour, and received complete absolution. In return, he promised to go on a crusade, and swore that he would support Alexander against his enemy the Emperor Frederick I. He also consented to annul the constitutions of Clarendon, but did not make any formal surrender of the principles on which they rested the right of the state to deal with ecclesiastical persons guilty of secular offences. Thus ended the tragedy of Becket's strife with the king. The archbishop had obtained by his death what he could never win in his life, and the question between church and state was left open, instead of being settled, as had at first seemed likely, in favour of the king. In less than a year after the penance at Avranches, Henry was plunged into a new sea of troubles, in which the church party saw the vengeance of heaven for the fate of Becket. All these troubles sprang from the undutiful conduct of Henry's sons, four graceless youths who had been brought up in the worst of schools by their able but unprincipled mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Henry, the eldest son, was now in his 19th year, Richard, the second son, in his 17th. But, in spite of their youth, the two boys, encouraged and supported by their mother, conspired against their father and king. In 1173 Henry fled to the court of Louis of France, alleging as his grievance the fact that the king would not grant him a great appanage England or Normandy to rule in his own right. With the aid of Louis VII, the young Henry stirred up all the discontented elements in his father's dominions. He arranged for a simultaneous rising of the discontented barons of Brittany, Anjou, and Poitou, for a rebellion in England to be headed by the Earls of Leicester, Derby, and Norfolk, and for an invasion of Northumbria by William, the King of the Scots. This widespread conspiracy actually came to a head, but its outbreak only served to show King Henry's strength and activity. He was himself in France when the storm burst, taking in hand the work that lay nearest to him. He put down the Bretons and Angevins, and forced the King of France to conclude a truce. Then in the winter of 1173-4, he turned upon his son Richard's partisans in Poitou, and, after much fighting, pacified the land. Meanwhile the king's representative in England, the justiciar Richard de Lucy, had called out the levies of the shires against the revolted barons. The campaign was settled by a battle at Farnham, in Suffolk, where the rebels were scattered and the Earl of Leicester taken prisoner. One after another the castles of the disloyal barons fell, and when England was pacified, Ralph de Glanville led a force against the Scots, surprised them at Alnwick, and took their King William the Lion prisoner, 1174. Thus Henry had triumphed over all his foes. In the moment of victory he showed extraordinary moderation. He neither executed any of the rebels, nor confiscated their lands, but only insisted that all their castles should be demolished. He gave his sons a full pardon, and restored them to his favor. With their mother he was far more wroth, and never would live with her again. The King of the Scots was only released on doing homage to the English crown, not merely for his earldoms of Huntingdon and Lothian, which had always been reckoned English fiefs, but for his whole kingdom of Scotland, 1175. This was Henry's greatest triumph. The danger of feudal anarchy had once more assailed him, and he had beaten it down with such a firm hand that England was never troubled again with a purely selfish and anarchic baronial rising for more than 2 centuries. But this victory did not win the king a quiet and glorious end to his reign. His wicked and ungrateful sons were to be the bane of his elder years. Fyrd equals. The effect of the blow that he had dealt his disloyal subjects lasted about 8 years, a period of quiet and prosperity on both sides of the Channel, during which Henry passed many excellent laws, and more especially dealt with the administration of justice, arranging permanent circuits for the itinerant justices who sat in the county courts to hold the assizes. He also issued regulations for the uniform arming and mustering of the shire levies, the Old English Fyrd, which had served him so well against the rebels in 1173. Abroad he was universally recognized as the greatest king of the West. He was chosen as the fairest arbitrator in several disputes between contemporary princes, even by the distant kings of Spain. He married his daughters to the kings of Castile and Sicily and the great Duke of Saxony, the chief vassal of the German crown. To each of his sons he promised a great inheritance. Henry was to have England, Normandy, and Anjou. Richard was to take his mother's portion in Aquitaine. Geoffrey was already provided for with his wife's duchy of Brittany. John, the youngest son, was to be King of Ireland, and the Irish chiefs were made to do homage to him. All this prosperity lasted till 1183, when Henry was 52, and his 4 sons respectively 28, 26, 24, and 16. Tired of waiting any longer for his inheritance, and forgetful of the warning that he had received in 1174, Henry the Younger once more took arms against his father. His aider and abettor was the new King of France, Philip Augustus, the son of Louis VII, as bitter an enemy of the Angevin house as his predecessor had been. Henry also persuaded his brother Geoffrey to bring in the Bretons to his aid. Richard and John, the king's second and fourth sons, were for the time being faithful to their father. Indeed, the actual casus belli which Henry the Younger published as his justification, was that the king had unfairly favoured Richard against him. This time the fighting was all on the continent. The English baronage were too much cowed to stir. Henry the Younger had only been a few months in rebellion when he died, stricken down by a fever, 1183. But the civil war in Aquitaine did not end with his death. It dragged on its path till Geoffrey, his accomplice in the rebellion, was accidentally killed at a tournament. 3 years later, 1186. Henry had no issue, but Geoffrey left an infant heir, the unfortunate Arthur of Brittany, whose sad end was to shock the succeeding generation. Henry's 2 rebellious sons being dead, peace was for a time restored in his continental dominions. Men's minds were turned away for a time from civil strife by dire news from the east. The Saracens had just routed the Christian king of Palestine, and recaptured Jerusalem. The work of the First Crusade was undone, and the Holy Sepulchre and the true cross had fallen back into the hands of the infidels. The nations of the West were profoundly shocked. King Henry, his eldest surviving son Richard, and his great enemy Philip of France, all swore to take the cross and go forth to save the wrecks of the kingdom of Jerusalem from Saladin, the victorious lord of Syria and Egypt. All their baronage vowed to follow them, and the Great Council of England voted for the support of the new crusade. A heavy tax, the Saladin tithe, as it was called, which was to be a tenth of every man's goods and chattels. This was the first impost levied on personal property, that is, property other than land, which was ever raised in England. Previously, the Danegeld and the other taxes that had been raised, were calculated on landed property alone. It would have been well for the King of England if his son and his French neighbour had sailed for the Holy Land in the year that they made their vow. For another and crowning grief was about to fall upon Henry. Richard, now his heir, revolted against him, even as Henry the Younger and Geoffrey had done 4 years before. Like his elder brother, Richard alleged that his father would not give him enough. He complained that the king did not allow him to be crowned as his colleague, and that he made too much of John, the youngest and best loved of his 4 sons. The ungrateful conduct of Richard broke Henry's heart. Though only 56 years of age, he began visibly to fail in health and mind. He made little endeavour to resist his son, and allowed him to overrun Anjou and Maine unopposed. Instead of calling out all his energies and appealing to the loyalty of his English and Norman subjects, he cast himself upon his couch and gave himself up to passionate grief. Rather than take arms against Richard, he determined to give him all that he asked. So, rising from his bed, he dragged himself to Colombières, where he met Richard and the King of France, and swore to grant all they claimed. It was noticed that his bodily weakness was so great that his servants had to hold him on his horse while the interview was taking place. 2 days later he expired. The final death blow that prostrated him was the discovery of the fact that his youngest son, John, whom he had believed to the last to be faithful to him, had secretly aided Richard and joined in the rebellion. 4. When he swore to pardon all Richard's accomplices, and was given the list of their names, he found that of John set at the head of the catalogue of traitors. "Let things go as they will, I have nothing to care for in the world now," he said, and, turning his face to the wall. Gave up his spirit, July 7, 1189. So died Henry of Anjou, whom after ages styled Plantagenet 16. He was an Englishman neither by birth nor by breeding, and the greater part of his reign was spent abroad. 2 years was the longest continuous stay that he ever made on this side of the Channel. But, foreigner as he was the best king that England had known since Edgar, or that she was to know till Edward I. That he ended the awful anarchy which had prevailed since the accession of Stephen, was a merit that should never be forgotten. When the feudal danger was at its greatest, he boldly faced it, ended private wars, pulled down illegal castles, and reduced the baronage to its due obedience. And when the land was subdued beneath his hand, he ruled it justly, not as a grasping tyrant, but as a wise and merciful master. Among the kings of his day he was conspicuous for 2 rare virtues, a willingness to pardon and forget, and a determination to stand firm by the letter of his promise. He had his faults: a hasty temper, a far-reaching ambition, a tendency to deal with men as if they were merely counters in the great game of politics, nor was his private life entirely free from blame. But he loved order and justice so well, and gave them in such good measure to his subjects, that his virtues must always outweigh in English minds his occasional lapses from the right path. Chapter 9. Richard I and John, 1189–1216. When Henry of Anjou died broken-hearted at Chinon, his eldest surviving son Richard succeeded him in all his vast dominions, save in the Duchy of Brittany, which fell to the child Arthur, the son of Richard's brother Geoffrey. John, the late king's youngest born, received a fit reward for his treachery to his father in losing the appanage that had been destined for him. He did not obtain any independent principality of his own, but Richard made him Earl of Cornwall, Devon, Dorset, and Somerset. From the moment of his accession the new king began to busy himself with preparations for going to the crusade. He had taken the cross in 1187, and his penitence for lingering in Europe and troubling his father, when he should have been overseas fulfilling his vow, seems to have had a real influence upon him. But the mere love of adventure must be allowed to have had a far larger share in turning his steps to the east. Richard had the habits and instincts of a turbulent feudal baron, not those of a king. He had spent his life up to this time in petty wars with his father, his brothers, and his vassals in Aquitaine. Such an existence pleased him well, and he dreamed of more exciting warfare on a larger stage in the lands of the infidel, as the highest ambition that he could conceive. The moment that he had been crowned, Richard set to work to scrape together every penny that he could procure, in order to provide against the expenses of the forthcoming crusade. He began by selling every office and dignity that was vacant, with a gross disregard for the interests of the crown and the welfare of his subjects. He took £3000 from William Longchamp, the haughty and quarrelsome Bishop of Ely, and appointed him both Chancellor and Justiciar, that is, he made regent in his absence the most unsuitable man that could have been found. He sold the earldom of Northumberland to Hugh, Bishop of Durham, for £1000. A still greater bargain was obtained by William, King of Scotland, who, for the sum of 10,000 marks, £6666, was let off the homage to the crown of England, which Henry II had imposed upon him after the Battle of Alnwick. Richard jestingly said that he would have sold London itself if he could have found a rich enough buyer. But every town that wanted a charter, every baron who coveted a slice of crown land, every knight who wished to be made a sheriff, obtained the desired object at a cheap Rate. Richard's reign began with an outburst of turbulence which illustrated his careless governance well enough. Among the many classes of subjects to whom his father had given peace and protection was the Jewish colony in England, a body which had been rapidly growing in numbers as England recovered from its ills under Henry's firm hand. The Jews were much hated by their neighbours, partly as rivals in trade of the native merchant, and as usurers who lent money at exorbitant interest, but most of all because of their race and religion. But they had settled under the king's protection, and in return for the heavy tribute which they paid him, obtained security for their life and goods. They were often called the king's property, because he kept the right of taxing and managing them entirely in his own hands. At Richard's coronation a deputation of Jewish elders came to bear him a gift. They were set upon by the king's foreign servants and cruelly beaten, in mere fanatical spite. The news spread, and on a false rumour that the king had approved the deed, the London mob rose and sacked the Jews' quarter. Nor was this all, the excitement spread over all England, and at Norwich, Stamford, Lincoln, York, and other places there were riots in which many Jews were slain. At the last named city a fearful tragedy occurred. All the Jews of York took refuge in the castle, and when they were beset by a howling mob who cried for their blood, they by common consent slew their wives and children, and then set fire to the castle and burnt themselves, rather than fall into the hands of their enemies. No adequate punishment was ever inflicted for these disgraceful riots. Even at York only a fine was imposed on the town. France equals. Richard left England in December 1189, and, after raising additional forces and stores of money in his continental dominions, sailed from Marseilles for the east. Richard was one of 3 sovereign princes who engaged in the Third Crusade. The other 2 were the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa and Philip Augustus, King of France. The Emperor led the troops of Germany by the land route through Constantinople and Asia Minor, but Richard and Philip had wisely resolved to go by sea. Frederick lost 3/4 of his army in forcing his way through the Turkish Sultanate in Asia Minor, and was accidentally drowned himself ere he crossed the borders of Syria. Only a small remnant of the German host ever reached the Holy Land. Richard and Philip fared much better, and gained the Levant in safety, after halting in Sicily for the winter of 1190–91. It was during their stay at Messina that the 2 kings became bitter personal enemies. In his father's time Richard had been the friend of the French, and he did not realize for some time the fact that in succeeding to Henry's dominions he had also succeeded to the jealous hatred which Philip nourished for his over-great vassal, the Duke of Aquitaine and Normandy. But in Sicily Richard detected the French king plotting and intriguing against him, and for the future regarded him as a secret enemy, and viewed all his acts with suspicion. If we were relating the personal acts of Richard rather than the history of England, there would be much to tell of his feats in the East. He began by subduing the Isle of Cyprus, whose ruler, Isaac Comnès, a rebel against the Emperor of Constantinople, had ill-treated the shipwrecked crews of some English vessels. After conquering the whole island, he took formal possession of it, and with great pomp married there his affianced bride, Berengaria of Navarre, who had come out from Europe to join him. He then sailed for the Holy Land, and landed near Acre, in the centre of the seat of war. Acre was at this moment beset by those of the Crusaders who had arrived before Richard, but their camp was itself being besieged by a great Saracen host under Sultan Saladin, who had raised all the levies of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, to relieve the beleaguered city. The landing of the hosts of England and France soon turned the tide of war, And ere long Acre fell. Richard earned and obtained the whole credit of the success by his energy and courage, while his rival Philip, by his jealous bickering with the English, merited a name for disloyalty and lukewarm zeal. It must be confessed that Richard won himself many enemies by his haughtiness and hasty temper. Not only did he quarrel with Philip, but he mortally offended Leopold of Babenberg, the Duke of Austria. The German had planted his banner upon the walls of Acre as if he had taken the town himself, and Richard had it hewn down and cast into the ditch. Less than 3 weeks after Acre fell, the King of France suddenly announced his intention of returning home, though nothing had yet been done to defeat Saladin or recapture Jerusalem. He left part of his army behind him under the Duke of Burgundy, and sailed off, after making a vain promise that he would not molest Richard's dominions so long as he was at the crusade. Thus left to himself, Richard led the crusading host southward along the coast, and defeated Saladin at a pitched battle at Arsuf. He forced his way to within a few miles of Jerusalem, but, before attacking it, turned back to secure himself a base on the sea, through which he could get stores and provisions from his ships. He took Ascalon, therefore, and garrisoned it, and afterwards captured many neighboring forts, and intercepted a great caravan which was bringing arms and stores for Saladin across the desert from Egypt. But when he wished to start again for Jerusalem, dissensions broke out in the crusading camp. The subject of dispute was the succession to the throne of Jerusalem. Richard supported Guy of Lusignan, one of his Poitevin vassals, while the French and the bulk of the other crusaders wished to elect an Italian prince, Conrad of Montferrat. The quarrel kept the army idle till the hot season of 1092 arrived, and endured till Conrad was slain by a Saracen fanatic. Then Richard moved forward, but when he had arrived within 4 hours' march of Jerusalem, the French portion of the army, worn out by thirst and exhaustion, refused to advance any further. Richard was forced to fall back when at the very goal, and refused even to look upon the holy city. "My eyes shall never behold it, if my arm may not reconquer it," he cried, and, muffling his face in his cloak, he turned back towards the coast. After defeating the Saracens in another fight near Jaffa, Richard patched up a truce for 3 years with Saladin, and resolved to return home. It was obvious that with thinned ranks and disloyal allies he could not retake Jerusalem, and he had received such news from England as to the doings of his brother John and his neighbour King Philip, that he was anxious to get home as soon as possible. So he made terms with the Sultan, by which Acre and the other places that he had conquered were left to the Christians, and permission was given them to make pilgrimages to Jerusalem without let or hindrance. Then, without waiting for his fleet or his army, he started off in wild haste on a private ship, intending to land at Venice and make his way overland through Germany, for he could not trust himself in France after the news that he had just received. 1193. But more haste proved less speed, in this as in so many other cases. Richard's ship was wrecked in the Adriatic, and he had to land at Ragusa. His path took him through the duchy of Leopold of Austria, whom he had so grievously offended at the siege of Acre. Although he was travelling in disguise, he was recognized at Vienna, and promptly cast into prison by the revengeful Duke. After keeping him a while in chains, Leopold sold him to his suzerain, the Emperor Henry VI. That monarch, being thus placed by chance in possession of the person of a sovereign with whom he was not at war, had the meanness to trump up charges against Richard in order to have some excuse for making him pay a ransom. So he accused his captive of having murdered Conrad of Montferrat, of having unjustly deprived the rebel Isaac of Cyprus of his realm, and of having insulted Leopold the Austrian. He was in prison more than a year, and no one in England knew what had become of him, since he had been travelling disguised and almost alone when he was taken. Meanwhile, during the 3 years of Richard's absence, England had been much disturbed. William Longchamp, the haughty and tactless bishop whom he had left behind him as justiciar, made himself so much disliked by his pride, his despotism, and his violence that there was a general rising against him. The king's brother John, the Earl of Cornwall, put himself at the head of the malcontents, and began seizing all the royal castles on which he could lay hands. Longchamp was at last forced to resign his place and fled over sea, hardly escaping the fury of the people at Dover, where he was caught in the disguise of a huckster woman and nearly pulled to pieces. His place as justiciar was taken by Archbishop Walter of Rouen, whom Richard sent home from the crusade for the purpose. Walter was a prudent and able man, but found a hard task before him, for Earl John was set on making himself a party in England, and aimed at the crown. When the news of Richard's captivity reached London, John openly avowed his intention, and allied himself with Philip of France. That prince had begun to intrigue against the King of England the moment that he got back from the crusade. He had a claim on the Vexin, a district on the Norman border, which he had once ceded to Henry II, on the understanding that it should be the dowry of a French princess whom Richard was to marry. As the marriage had never taken place, and the English king had chosen another bride, Philip had much show of reason on his side. But he aimed not only at recovering the Vexin, but at winning as much of his absent neighbour's land as he could seize. With this object he offered to support Earl John in his attempt to seize the English throne, in return for some territorial gains. John was ready enough to agree, did homage to him, and gave him up the Vexin and the city of Tours. Meanwhile they both sent secret messages to the Emperor Henry, to beg him to detain Richard in prison as long as possible. But Henry thought more of screwing money out of his prisoner than of keeping him forever in his grasp. He offered to release Richard on receiving the enormous ransom of 150,000 marks, £1,000,000. It was a huge sum for England to raise, but so anxious was the nation to get back its king, that no hesitation was made in accepting the bargain. Meanwhile John and Philip, knowing that their enemy would soon be loose, were stirred up to hasty action. Philip raised his host and attacked Normandy, but was beaten off with loss from Rouen. John hired mercenary soldiers, gathered his friends, and seized a number of the royal castles in England. But only a small number of discontented barons backed him, and he was held in check by the loyal majority, led by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Hubert Walter, who put himself at the head of the king's party. Even while this civil war was in progress, the money for Richard's ransom was being raised, by the imposition of a crushing tax of 1/4 on all movable goods, and 20 shillings on every knight's fee. In the spring of 1194 the emperor gave Richard his liberty, after receiving the stipulated sum and making his prisoner swear an oath of homage to him for his kingdom of England. But this preposterous vow of allegiance was not taken seriously by Richard or by England, being wrung by force from a helpless captive. On reaching England, the king put himself at the head of the army which was operating against the rebels, and took Nottingham and Tick Hill, the two last strongholds which held out. John himself fled oversea. Some months later he was pardoned by his long-suffering brother. Thus Richard was once more a free man, and in full possession of his realm. There was much in the state of England that required the master's eye, but the king was far more set on punishing his neighbour, King Philip, than on attending to the wants of his subjects. After appointing new officials to take charge of the kingdom, and raising great sums of money, he hurried over to Normandy to plunge into hostilities with the French. England never saw Richard again. Indeed, in the whole course of his 10 years' reign, he only spent 7 months on this side of the Channel. His heart was always in France, where he had been bred up, and not in England, though he had been born in the Palace of Beaumont, in Oxford, not 50 yards from the spot where these lines are written. The remaining 6 years of Richard's reign were entirely occupied in fruitless and weary border wars with the French king. It was a war of sieges and skirmishes, not of great battles. Richard held his own, in spite of the rebellions stirred up by Philip among his vassals in Aquitaine, but he did not succeed in crushing his adversary, as might have been expected from his superior military skill. In England, the struggle was only felt through the heavy taxation which the king imposed on the land, to keep up his large mercenary army oversea. Archbishop Hubert Walter ruled as justiciar with considerable wisdom and success, and as long as Richard was sent the money that he craved, he left the realm to itself. Hubert's rule was not altogether a quiet one, but the very troubles that arose against him show the growing strength of national feeling and liberty in England. In 1198, the Great Council, headed by Hugh, Bishop of Lincoln, refused the king's newest and most exorbitant schemes of taxation, and Hubert could not force them to pay. London in the same year was disturbed by a great democratic rising of the poorer citizens, headed by one William Fitz-Osbert, called Longbeard, who rose in riot to compel the aldermen to readjust the taxes of the city, and the justiciar had to take arms to put it down. Fitz-Osbert fortified himself in Bow Church, but was wounded, taken, and hung. An obscure and unworthy end was reserved for the restless and reckless son of the great Henry. He heard that Widomar, Viscount of Limoges, one of his vassals in Aquitaine, had found a great treasure trove of gold, and bade him give it up. The Viscount would not surrender all his find. So Richard laid siege to his castle of Culloz. The place was taken, but while directing the attack the king received a wound from a crossbow bolt in his shoulder. His unskillful surgeons could not cure him, the wound gangrened, and Richard saw that his days were numbered. When the castle fell, Bertrand de Gordon, the archer who had discharged the fatal bolt, was sought out and brought to his bedside. "What had I done, that you should deal thus with me?" asked the king. "You slew my father and my 2 brothers with your own hands," replied the soldier, "and now I am ready to bear any torture since I know that you have to die." The fierce answer touched a chord to which Richard could respond. He bade his officers send the man away unharmed, but Mercadet, the chief among his mercenary captains, kept Gordon in bonds till the king breathed his last, and then flayed him alive, April 6, 1199. Of all the kings who ever ruled in this land Richard cared least for England, and paid least attention to its needs. But his reign was not, therefore, one that was harmful to his realm. The yoke of an absent king, even if he be a spendthrift, is not so hard as that of a tyrant who dwells at home, and England has known much worse days than those of the later years of Richard Coeur de Lion. His ministers kept up the traditions of the administration of Henry II, and ruled the land with law and order, duly summoning the Great Council, assessing taxation with its aid, and levying it with as little oppression as they could, through agents selected by the nation. One considerable advance in the direction of liberty was granted by Richard, when he allowed the shire moots to choose for themselves coroners officials who were to take charge of the royal prerogatives in the counties in place of the sheriff. They were to investigate such matters as murder, riot, or injury to the king's lands or revenues, and the other offences which were called the pleas of the crown. Thus an officer chosen by the people was substituted for one chosen by the crown, a great advantage to those who were to come under his hand. The coroner still survives in England, but all his duties save that of inquiring into cases of suspicious death have long been stripped from him. Richard the Lion-Hearted left two male kinsmen to dispute about his vast dominions. These were Arthur of Brittany, the son of his next brother Geoffrey, and John of Cornwall, his false and turbulent youngest brother. The English Great Council chose John as king without any hesitation. They would not take Arthur, a mere boy of 12, who had never been seen in England. They preferred John in spite of his great and obvious faults. But in the continental dominions of Richard, there was no such unanimity. The unruly barons of Anjou and Aquitaine thought they would gain through having a powerless boy to reign over them, rather than the unscrupulous and grasping Earl John. If it had not been for the old Queen Dowager, Eleanor of Aquitaine, who came forward to defend her best-loved son's claims, and to persuade her Gascon vassals to adhere to his cause, John would never have obtained any hold on the continent. By Eleanor's aid he triumphed for a moment, but baron after baron rose against him, using Arthur's name as his pretence, and civil war never ceased from the moment of John's accession. Philip of France, who now, as always, had his own ends to serve, feigned to espouse the cause of Arthur, and acknowledged him as his uncle's heir alike in Normandy, Anjou, and Aquitaine. Thus the war between France and England, which had dragged on through the reign of Richard, continued in a new form all through the time of John. There was a partial pacification in 1200, when Philip was bought off from Arthur's cause by the cession of the county of Evreux, but he took arms again in 1202, on the flimsy pretext that John, as Duke of Normandy, refused to plead in French law courts against his own vassals. Philip was induced to resume the struggle mainly because of his rivals' growing unpopularity in all parts of his dominion. As king, John displayed on a larger scale all the faults that he had shown before his accession. All the vices of the Angevin house reached their highest development in him. He was as hot-tempered as his father, as false as his mother, as ungrateful as his brother Henry, as cruel, extravagant, and reckless as his brother Richard. His own special characteristic was a crooked and short-sighted cunning, which brought him through the troubles of one moment only to involve him in deeper vexations in the next. His reign in England had begun with heavy taxation for the French war. He had irritated the baronage by divorcing his wife Hawise, the heiress of the great earldom of Gloucester, without any cause or reason. Then he had carried off by violence Isabella of Angoulême from her affianced husband, the Count of La Marche, one of his greatest vassals in Aquitaine, and married her in spite of the threats of the Church. It was Count Hugh of La Marche who in revenge led the next rising of the unruly French vassals of John. He sent for Arthur of Brittany, who came to his aid with a great band of King Philip's knights, and together they invaded Aquitaine and laid siege to Mirebeau, where lay the old Queen Eleanor, John's one trusty supporter in the south. Roused by the news of his mother's danger, the King of England made a hasty dash on Mirebeau, surprised the rebel camp, and captured Arthur of Brittany with all his chief supporters. This success was fated to be his ruin, for when he found his nephew in his hands, John could not resist the temptation to murder him. After keeping him in prison for some months, he had him secretly slain in the castle of Rouen, April 1203. The poor lad had only just reached the age of 16 when he was thus cut off. Arthur's murder profoundly shocked John's subjects on both sides of the sea, but it was absolutely fatal to his cause in France. His rebellious subjects, unable to use Arthur's name against their master any longer, threw themselves into the hands of the King of France, and took him as their direct lord and sovereign. Philip went through a solemn form of summoning John, as Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine, to present himself at Paris, and there be tried for slaying his nephew. When John failed, as was natural to appear, he was condemned in his absence, and adjudged to have forfeited all the fiefs that he held from the French crown. To give effect to his sentence, Philip invaded Normandy and began to lay siege to its fortresses. John crossed to Normandy, but did not take the field. His conduct was so strange that men thought that some infatuation from heaven had fallen upon him as a judgment for having slain his nephew. He lay at Rouen for many months, giving great feasts, and boasting that when he chose he would drive King Philip out of the duchy. But, instead of sallying out to make his vaunts good, he quietly looked on, while Philip took town after town with little resistance. The Normans did not love John, and fought feebly or not at all. Only Chassent-to-Gaillard, a great castle which Richard I had built to guard the valley of the Lower Seine, made any serious defense. Instead of opposing the enemy, John fled from Normandy and took refuge in England. After his departure, Rouen and the remaining cities of the duchy threw open their gates to the French. In the following year Philip pursued his victorious career, and completed the conquest of Anjou and Touraine. In 1206 he fell upon Aquitaine, and conquered Poitou and northern Guienne. Only the great ports of Bordeaux and La Rochelle, with the southern half of Guienne, remained true to John. Thus passed away, not only the great but ephemeral continental empire, which Henry II had built up, but also the Norman duchy itself, whose fortunes had been united to those of England for nearly a century and a half. For the future the Plantagenet kings owned only a corner of southern France, and were no longer great continental sovereigns. The monarch's loss was the nation's gain. England's kings were no longer foreigners, they did not spend half their time abroad, or devote their whole energy to schemes of aggrandizement in France. The Anglo-Norman barons, too, were compelled to become wholly English, since their estates oversea fell into the hands of the enemy and passed away from them. In this way John's cruelty and shiftlessness did more for England's good than the wisdom and strength of his father. But in the meanwhile John, being deprived of his continental dominions, was constrained to reside in England, and proved a most undesirable neighbour to his unhappy subjects. After an unsuccessful attempt to reconquer Poitou in 1206, he made peace with King Philip, on such terms as he could obtain. Bordeaux and the Duchy of Guienne remained with him, but he was compelled to acquiesce in the loss of all his other provinces. John was barely quit of his disastrous French war when he became involved in a quarrel with the papacy, of which the issue was even more disgraceful than that of his strife with King Philip. In 1205 died Archbishop Hubert Walter, who had served King Richard so well as justiciar. In ordinary times his successor would have been duly nominated by the king and elected by the monks of Canterbury, who formed the cathedral chapter of that see. But John was in evil plight. At the time, he was universally disliked, and the clergy all over Europe were being spurred on by the example of the bold and arrogant Pope Innocent III, to assert new and unheard-of claims and privileges. When the news of Hubert's death was brought, a majority of the monks of Canterbury met in secret conclave and elected Reginald, their sub-prior, as archbishop, without asking the king's leave. Reginald at once started off for Rome to get his appointment confirmed by Pope Innocent. When John heard what had been done, he came to Canterbury in great wrath, and by threats and menaces compelled the monks to proceed to a second election, and to choose his favourite, John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, to fill Hubert Walter's place. He then sent an embassy to Rome to submit this election to the Pope. But Innocent III would have neither Reginald nor John for archbishop. He said that the first had been secretly and illegally chosen, while the second had been imposed on the chapter by force and threats. Then he took the unprecedented step of appointing to the see himself. He made the representatives of both John and Reginald come before him, and frightened or cajoled them into accepting his nominee, Stephen Langton, a worthy and learned English cardinal who resided with him at Rome. Langton was personally all that could be desired, but it was a flagrantly illegal usurpation that the Pope should impose him on the English king and nation without their consent. John was driven to fury by this arrogant claim of the Pope. He refused to accept the nomination, or to allow Langton to enter England. In return, Innocent laid an interdict on the realm, suspending on his own authority the celebration of divine service, closing the churches, and even prohibiting the dead from being buried in consecrated ground. If the English Church had stood by the king and refused to take notice of this harsh decree, it would have been of little effect. But the clergy always followed the Pope. They looked upon themselves as a great international guild depending on the Roman See, and disregarded all their rights and sympathies as Englishmen. The majority of the bishops published the interdict, and bade their flocks observe it. Many of them, fearing John's inevitable wrath, fled oversea the moment that they had promulgated the sentence. 1208. They were wise to do so, for the king raged furiously against the whole body of clergy. He exiled the monks of Canterbury, seized the estates and revenues of the absconding bishops, and declared that, till the interdict was removed, all ecclesiastical persons should be outside the pale of the law. They should not be allowed to appear in the courts, and no one who molested them should be punished. John set the example of seizing clerical property himself, and many of his courtiers and officers followed his lead. Thus began a long struggle between the power of the Pope and that of the king. For 5 years it continued, to the great misery of England, for the nation was deeply religious, and felt most keenly the deprivation of all its spiritual privileges. Yet for a long time the people stood by the king, for it was generally felt that the Pope's arbitrary conduct was indefensible. John himself cared not for papal censures, as long as nothing more than spiritual pressure was brought to bear on him. He filled his coffers with church money, and laughed at the interdict. But presently Innocent found a more effective way of bending the king's will. He proclaimed that he would depose John for contumacy, and give his kingdom to another. The mandate to drive him out was entrusted to John's old and active foe, Philip of France, who at once began to prepare a great fleet and army in Normandy. 1213. The English barons and people were more angered than frightened, and a great army mustered on Barham Down, in Kent, to oppose the French landing. But the king himself was much cowed by the Pope's threat. He knew that he was disliked and despised by his subjects, and he did not trust them in the hour of danger. Instead of fighting the quarrel out, he made secret proffers of submission. So the Pope's envoy, Pandulf, came to Dover, and received John's abject surrender. Not only did he agree to acknowledge Langton as archbishop, and to restore all the lands and revenues of which he had robbed the church, but he stooped to win Innocent's favour by doing homage to him, and declaring the kingdom of England a fief of the Holy See. He gave his crown into Pandulf's hands, and then took it back from him as a gift from the Pope. In return the papal mandate to Philip was withdrawn, and Pandulf bade the French king dismiss his fleet and army, and cease to make war on the vassal of the Church. May 1213. John's gift of the English crown to the Pope had been done secretly and privately, without any summoning or consulting of the Great Council. It had been accomplished behind the back of the nation. When it became known, the baronage and the people were alike disgusted at the king's grovelling submission. He had induced them to suffer untold miseries in his cause, and had then left them in the lurch and surrendered all that they had been fighting for. For the moment, however, John's intrigue had its success. The papal approval was withdrawn from the King of France, and what was of more importance, an English fleet under William Longsword, the Earl of Salisbury, fell upon the French invasion flotilla as it lay in the port of Dam, and took or sunk well nigh every vessel. The king was free from danger again, and talked of taking the offensive against the French and crushing his enemy Philip. The last act of John's troubled reign was now beginning. While the king was dreaming of nothing but war in France, the nation was preparing to put a stop to his erratic and tyrannical rule by armed force. When Archbishop Langton was received in England, he proved himself no mere creature of the Pope, but a good Englishman. One of his first acts was to propose to the baronage, at a great assembly in St. Paul's Cathedral, that the king should be asked to ratify and reissue the charter that his great-grandfather Henry I had granted to the English people, binding himself to abstain from all vexatious and oppressive customs, and abide by the ancient customs of the realm. This proposal was accepted at once by the great majority of the barons as the wisest and most constitutional means of bringing pressure on the king. John meanwhile had called out the whole military force of the nation for an invasion of France. But all the barons of the north refused to follow him, and so great was the discontent of the English that he had mainly to depend on foreign mercenaries. He staked all his fortunes on the ensuing campaign, believing that if he could reconquer his lost continental dominions, he would afterwards win his way to complete control in England. His schemes were very far-reaching. Philip was to be attacked from north and south at once, while John was to land in Poitou and march on the Loire. A great confederacy of John's allies were to assail France from the north. This league was headed by John's nephew, Otho of Saxony, who claimed the title of emperor, but had been withstood in Germany by competitors whom Philip of France had supported. In revenge Otho gathered a North German army, supported by the Dukes of Brabant and Holland, and the Counts of Boulogne and Flanders. John sent a mercenary force under the Earl of Salisbury to join him, and the combined host entered France and met King Philip at Bovines, near Lille. John had trusted that his own attack on southern France would have distracted the French king's attention, but Philip left him almost unopposed, and gathered the whole force of France to oppose the Germans and Flemings. While John was overrunning Poitou and storming Angers, Philip was crushing his confederates. At the Battle of Bovines the combined army was scattered to the winds, the emperor was put to flight, and the Earl of Salisbury and the Count of Boulogne. Captured, July 27, 1214. Otho of Saxony was ruined by the fight, and never raised his head again, nor did any German host invade France for the next 300 years. John, though he had not been present at the fight, was as effectually crushed as Otho. Free from danger from the north, the French king turned upon him, and drove him out of his ephemeral conquests in Poitou, so that he had to return to England, completely foiled and beaten. But in England John had now to face his angry baronage. When he came home in wrath, and began to threaten to punish every man who had not followed him to the invasion of France, the barons drew together and prepared for armed resistance. In earlier days we have seen the English nobility withstanding the king in the cause of feudal anarchy. In the time of Stephen or of Henry II, the crown had represented the interests of the nation, and the barons those of their own class alone. It was then for England's good that the king should succeed in establishing a strong central government by putting down his turbulent vassals. But now things were changed. Henry II had made the crown so strong that the nation was in far greater danger of misgovernment by a tyrannical king than of anarchy under a mob of feudal chiefs. They, barons, did not any longer represent themselves alone, they were closely allied both with the church and with the people for the defense of the common rights of all three against a grasping and unscrupulous monarch. In the present struggle the baronage were headed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, their wisest counsellor, and they were everywhere supported both by the towns and by the smaller freemen of the whole realm. We shall see that in the oncoming struggle they demanded, not new privileges for themselves, but law and liberty for every subject of the English crown. The first meeting of the barons was held at Bury St. Edmunds, in November, 1214, it was attended mainly by the lords of the north. The majority of the nobility had not yet moved. They formulated their demand that the king should give England a charter of liberties, drew up a list of the points which were to be insisted on, and determined to go in arms to the king at Christmas to lay their requests before him. John was seriously frightened. He asked the Pope's aid, took the vows of a crusader in order to get the sympathy of the Church on his side, and collected an army of mercenaries. But when he sounded the intentions of those of his vassals who had not yet taken arms, he found that one and all approved of the demands of the insurgent barons, and refused to aid him against them. John was always lacking in moral courage. Instead of taking the field at the head of his mercenaries, he began to treat with the rebels, resolved to grant all they asked, and then to bide his time and repudiate his promises at the earliest possible opportunity. So befell the famous meeting at Runnymede, where the king solemnly swore to grant all the provisions of the Great Charter, which had been drawn up for his signature by Archbishop Langton and a committee composed of an equal number of the insurgent barons and of those who had not taken up arms. The Great Charter was signed on the 15th of June, 1215, in the presence of the Archbishop, the whole of the baronage, and a vast assembly of all ranks. It is a document of 63 clauses, of which many were quite trivial and related to purely personal or local grievances. But the important part of its provisions may be summed up under 6 heads. Firstly, the king promises that the English Church shall be free, that is, from violent interference in the election of its prelates, and from illegal taxation. Secondly, the feudal rights of the king over his tenants-in-chief are defined. He is only to raise the customary aids and dues, and their amount is laid down. His rights of wardship over widows and orphans are stated and limited. In a similar way the tenants-in-chief promise to exercise only these same rights over their own vassals. Thirdly, there is to be no taxation without the consent of the Great Council, the first indication of the control of Parliament over the national revenues. Fourthly, the administration of justice is to be strengthened and purified. No one is to be tried or punished more than once for the same offence. No one is to be imprisoned on the king's private fiat, but if arrested he must be at once put on trial, and that before a jury of his peers. Fines for every sort of offence are to be fixed and made proportionate to the crime, not to the king's idea of the amount he could extract from the criminal. Fifthly, the king is not to put foreigners, ignorant of the laws of England, in any judicial or administrative post, and he is at once to dismiss all his foreign mercenary troops. Sixthly, the city of London, and all other cities which enjoy rights and privileges under earlier royal charters, are to be fully confirmed in them. The Great Charter then plunges into a mass of smaller grievances, where we need not follow it. But it ends with a most peculiar and important clause, which shows how little the baronage trusted the king. A body of 25 guardians of the charter is appointed, who undertake to see that the king carries it out, and they are authorized to constrain him to observe it by force of arms if he swerves from his plighted word. These guardians include 7 earls, 14 barons, 3 sons of great lords whose fathers still survived, and the mayor of London. The character of Magna Carta is very noticeable. It is rather unsystematic in shape, being mainly composed of a list of grievances which are to be remedied. It does not purport to be a full statement of the English Constitution, but only a recapitulation of the points on which the king had violated it. But it is not merely a check on John's evil doings, but a solemn engagement between the king, the barons, the church, and the people that each shall respect the rights of the other. Wherever it is stated that the king is to abstain from using any particular malpractice against his vassals, it is also added that his vassals will on their part never use that same form of oppression against their own tenants. Thus it guarantees the rights of the small man against the great, no less than those of the great man against the king. It is in this respect that the charter differs from many grants of privileges exacted by foreign nobles from foreign kings. Abroad the barons often curbed the royal power, but they did it for their own selfish ends alone, not for the common good of the nation. John had signed the charter in a moment of fear and depression of spirits. He did not intend to observe it a moment longer than he could help, and called its provisions mere foolishness. When the barons dispersed, he violated his engagements by gathering another great horde of mercenaries, and sent to Rome to his suzerain Innocent III, to get absolution from the oath he had sworn. As he had once utilized the nation against the Pope, so he would now utilize the Pope against the nation. Innocent, who cared nothing for the rights or wrongs of England, resolved to support his obedient vassal. He censured Archbishop Langton for siding with the barons, and summoned him to Rome to answer for his conduct. He freed the king from his oath, and he swore that he would excommunicate any man who took arms against him. But John had taught his barons to despise ecclesiastical thunders. They flew to arms, and war broke out. The king at first had the advantage. His mercenaries were all at hand, and the barons were scattered and unorganized. The king took Rochester, and hung the garrison who held out against him, and then started northward, harrying the land with fire and sword as far as Berwick. Provoked beyond endurance, the majority of the barons swore that they would cast away John and all his house. They declared him deposed, and resolved to choose a new king. But they made a great mistake in their choice, for they offered the crown to Louis, the Prince Royal of France, who had married Blanche, one of John's nieces. Any other candidate would have been better, for Louis was the son of King Philip, the great enemy of England, and by calling him in, the barons seemed to be allying themselves with the national foe. Many who would have gladly served against John in another cause, refused to take arms in that of the Frenchmen, 1216. Meanwhile Prince Louis landed in Kent, was received into London, and became master of all eastern England. But he soon found that he was the king of a faction, not of the whole nation. Many of the barons joined John rather than serve a foreigner, many more remained neutral. The whole realm was divided, here and there castles and towns held out against the new king, and in especial the seamen and merchants of the Cinque Ports refused to open their gates to a Frenchman. John resolved to try the ordeal of battle. He took Lincoln, and marched southward. But while his army was crossing the sea marshes of the Wash it was overtaken by a high tide, and all his baggage and treasure, with many of his men, were swept away. John himself escaped with difficulty, and fell ill next day of rage and grief and overexertion, as is most probable, though contemporary writers thought he had been poisoned. 2. The great benefit of England, he died within a week of his seizure, at Newark Castle, October 19, 1216. No man had a good word to say for him, cruel, perjured, rash and cowardly by turns, an evil liver, a treacherous son and brother, he was loathed by every one who knew him. Chapter X. Henry III. 1216–1272. The moment that John was dead, the insurgent barons began to be conscious of the huge mistake that they had made in calling over Louis of France to their aid. John's successor was his eldest son Henry, a young boy of 9, against whom no one could feel any personal objection. But the rebels had committed themselves to the cause of Louis, and could not go back. The civil war therefore continued, but the supporters of Louis were without heart or enthusiasm in his cause. The young Henry was in the hands of William the Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, one of the great barons who had refused to join Louis. Pembroke at once crowned the young king at Gloucester, and made him declare his adherence to the Great Charter, and solemnly republish it. This act cut away the ground from under the feet of Louis's party, as they could not any longer pretend that they were fighting merely to recover their constitutional rights. One after another they began to drop away, and go over to Henry's side. The fortune of the Civil War soon began to turn in favor of the young king. It was decided by two great battles. Lincoln Castle was being besieged by the followers of Louis, French and English. To relieve it, William the Marshal set out with a small army, and, surprising the enemy in the streets of the town, while they were busied in the siege, he inflicted a great defeat upon them. Most of the great English barons of Louis's party were taken prisoners in the fray. Shortly after, a second decisive engagement completely shattered Louis's hopes. He was expecting great reinforcements from France, which were to be brought to him by a fleet commanded by Eustace the Monk, a cruel pirate captain, whom he had hired to serve him because of his naval skill. But Hubert de Burgh, the justiciar of King Henry, put to sea from Dover with a small squadron of ships raised from the Cinque Ports, and met the French in mid-channel off Sandwich. The English had the better, most of the hostile vessels were captured, and Eustace the Monk was taken and hung for his former piracies. This was the first great naval battle which an English fleet ever won. Deprived of hope of succor from France, and seeing most of his English supporters captives in Pembroke's hands, Prince Louis resolved to abandon his enterprise and leave England. He proffered terms to Pembroke and de Burgh, who eagerly accepted them. So by the Treaty of Lambeth he undertook to depart and give up his claim to the crown, while the Earl Marshal and Justiciar on their part consented to grant an amnesty to all Louis's partisans, and to restore them to possession of their estates. To facilitate Louis's quick retreat he was given a sum of 10,000 marks, September 17, 1217. Thus the civil war came to an end, but its evil effects long endured. William of Pembroke, who acted till his death in 1219 as regent of the realm, did all that he could to quiet matters down, but there was much trouble left to his successor, Hubert de Burgh, the great justiciar, who bore sway in England for all the remaining years of King Henry's minority. Hubert conferred many and signal benefits on the realm. He discomfited an attempt of the Pope to govern England through his legates, under the plea that John's homage of 1213 made the kingdom the property of the Holy See. He put down the turbulence of many of John's old courtiers and mercenaries, who, presuming on their fidelity in the civil war, refused obedience to the law of the land. The leaders of these persons were Peter de Rox, an intriguing Poitevin whom John had made Bishop of Winchester, and Fawkes de Bras Copyright Auto Copyright, who had been the chief captain of the late king's Gascon soldiers. Peter was compelled to go on a crusade, and Fawkes was crushed by force of arms when he presumed to refuse to give up the king's castle of Bedford, and had the impudence to seize and imprison a justice of assize who had given a legal decision against him. Fawkes himself escaped overseas, but de Burgh took Bedford Castle, and hung William de Bras Copyright Auto Copyright, the rebel's brother, because he had dared to hold out against the king's name. 1224. Hubert's wise and salutary rule endured till the king came of age. 1227, and for some years after he was still retained as justiciar. But Henry, on coming to maturity, soon showed himself jealous of the great man who had protected his helpless boyhood. The new king was a strange mixture of good and evil. He was a handsome, courteous youth, blameless in his private life, and kind and liberal to his friends. He proved a good father and husband, and a great friend to the church. He loved the fine arts, and built many stately edifices, of which the famous Abbey of Westminster is the best known. But he had many serious faults. He was an incorrigible spendthrift. He was quite incapable of keeping any promise for more than a few days. He was of a busy, volatile disposition, always vaulting from project to project, and never carrying to its end any one single plan. Being full of self-confidence, he much disliked anyone who gave him unpalatable counsel, or strove to keep him from any of his wild ephemeral schemes. This was the secret of his ingratitude to Hubert de Burgh, who never shrank from opposing his young master when the occasion demanded it. Moreover, Henry had the great fault of loving foreigners overmuch. He surrounded himself with a horde of his relatives from the continent. His wife Eleanor of Provence brought a host of brothers and uncles from Savoy and southern France, and his mother sent over to England her children by her second marriage with her old lover, the Count of La Marche. 17. On these kinsmen Henry lavished not only great gifts of money, but earldoms, baronies, and bishoprics, to the great vexation of the English. His strangest act was to confer the archbishopric of Canterbury on his wife's uncle, Boniface of Savoy, a flighty young man of most unclerical habits. Henry was not cruel or malicious, like his father, and personally he was not disliked by his subjects, a fact which explains the patience with which they bore his vagaries for many years. But his actions were nearly always unwise, and his undertakings were invariably unsuccessful, so that his long-suffering vassals were at last constrained to take the reins of government out of his hands. For 30 years, however, Henry worked his will on England, 1228–58, before drawing down the storm on his head. For the first 5 of them, he was still somewhat restrained by the influence of Hubert de Burgh. But in 1232 the old justiciar was not only dismissed, but thrown into prison, because Henry was wroth with him for frustrating an unwise and unnecessary war with France. But the king's ingratitude provoked such angry opposition that Hubert was ultimately released, and suffered to dwell in peace on his own lands. After dismissing Hubert, Henry threw himself into the hands of Peter de Rox, the Bishop of Winchester, one of John's old courtiers. Peter knew or cared nothing about English laws and customs, and led the king into so many illegal and unconstitutional acts, that the whole nation called for his banishment. At last the Great Council, led by Edmund of Abingdon, the saintly Archbishop of Canterbury, frightened the king into dismissing him, 1234. But England did not profit very much by Peter's fall. Henry resolved to become his own prime minister. He did not appoint anyone to the office of justiciar, and a little later he abolished that of chancellor. Also, he thought that he would act as his own chief justice and private secretary, but, as he was no less volatile than busy, he only succeeded in getting all public business into hopeless arrears. Henry's personal government endured for the weary time of 24 years. The events of the period were very insignificant, and only call for very brief mention. The sole foreign war was a brief struggle with Louis IX of France. One of Henry's many ephemeral schemes was the idea of winning back the continental dominions that his father had lost. So in 1241 he picked a quarrel with the good King Louis, and invaded Poitou. He was disgracefully beaten at the Battle of Taillebourg, 1242, and was forced to make peace. The mild and pious King of France contented himself with leaving things as they had been before the war, though if he had chosen he might have forced Henry to surrender Bordeaux and Guienne, the last possessions of the English crown beyond the seas. Baronage equals. Far worse for England than Henry's abortive invasion of France were his dealings with the papacy. Henry was a devoted servant of the Church, and whenever the popes tried to lay any burden on England, Henry did his best to make the nation submit. Rome was at this time deep in a struggle with the brave and brilliant Emperor Frederick II, and the popes were always wanting money to keep up the war against him. In 1238 Gregory IX sent over to England his legate, Cardinal Otho, who pretended to come to reform the clergy, but really did little more than extort great sums of money from them, on all possible excuses. When he left the realm it was said that he took more English church treasure with him than he left behind, and he had thrust 300 Italian priests into English benefices by the aid of the king's patronage. A few years later Henry allowed himself to be made the Pope's tool in an even more disgraceful way. Alexander IV was trying to wrest the Kingdom of Sicily from the heirs of the Emperor Frederick II, and, as he could not succeed by his own strength, determined to make the docile King of England do the work for him. So he offered to make Henry's younger son Edmund, a boy of 10, King of Sicily, if Henry would undertake the expense of conquering that country. The scheme was just one of the wild adventurous plans that took the flighty monarch's fancy, so he eagerly accepted the Sicilian crown for his son, and promised the Pope that he would find the money to raise a great army. But as he had never any gold in his own treasury since he spent it all On his buildings and his wife's relatives he had to raise the great sums required for the invasion of Sicily out of the nation. In 1257, therefore, he summoned the Great Council, and told them that he must at once have liberal grants from them, because he had pledged England's credit to the Pope, and had made the realm responsible to Alexander. For 140,000 marks. The baronage were full of rage and disgust, for the conquest of Sicily was no concern of England's, but a matter of private spite on the part of the papacy. And, moreover, the king had not the least right to pledge the revenues of England to Alexander, without having consulted the Great Council. Instead, therefore, of a grant of 140,000 marks, Henry received the outpourings of 30 years of suppressed indignation and discontent. He was told that he could no longer be allowed to rule the realm without the aid and counsel of his barons, that his interference in distant wars was foolish, that his foreign relations were a flight of locusts eating up the land, that his ministers and favorites were unjust, greedy, and extortionate. The king was seriously frightened, and consented to call another great council together at Oxford, to provide for the better governance of the realm, and not merely for the payment of his own debts. The sudden outburst of wrath on the part of the baronage in 1258 is explained not only by the fact that all men had lost patience with King Henry, for that had been the case for many years, but much more by the fact that the baronage had at last found a champion and mouthpiece in Simon de Montfort, the great Earl of Leicester. Simon was not one who might have been expected to prove a wise and patriotic statesman and a good Englishman, for he had originally come into notice as one of the king's foreign favourites. His grandmother had been the heiress of the earldom of Leicester, but she had married a Frenchman, the Count of Montfort. Their child was Simon the Elder, a great crusading chief and a cruel persecutor of heretics. He was a bitter enemy of King John, and had never been permitted to get hold of the Leicester estates. In 1232 his son Simon the Younger came across to England, to beg King Henry to make over to him the confiscated lands of his grandmother's earldom. Henry could never resist a petitioner, especially when he was a foreigner. He not only took Simon into favour and granted him the earldom of Leicester, but he married him to his sister, the Princess Eleanor, and for a time made him his confidant. But the king's sudden friendship did not endure, and ere very long he tired of Simon, and sent him over to govern Guienne, which was always in a state of chronic insurrection. Simon put down rebellion with a strong hand, and made himself unpopular with the Gascons, who sent many complaints of him to the king. But the fatal cause of estrangement between him and the earl was a money matter. Simon had expended large sums in the king's service, using his own money and borrowing more. When he sent in his accounts to Henry, the latter could not or would not pay, and very meanly allowed the loss to fall on Simon. 1250. Simon then settled down into opposition to the king, though he was ready enough to serve the realm in all times of danger. He had now been living for many years in England, and his neighbours found him a just and sincere man, and one who had done his best to accustom himself to English ways of life and thought. He was especially beloved by the clergy, who admired his fervent piety and pure life. So it came to pass that the man who had once been known only as the king's favourite, was called Earl Simon the Righteous, and looked upon as the most patriotic and trustworthy of the nobles of the realm. Great men had been singularly wanting among the ranks of the English baronage, since William of Pembroke died and Hubert de Burgh was disgraced. It was not till Simon came to the front as the king's opponent that the nation's discontent with Henry was adequately expressed. The Great Council or Parliament as we may now call it, since that word was just coming into use, met at Oxford in June, 1258, to take counsel for the better administration of England. Some called it the Mad Parliament, because of the anger of the barons, and their desire to make hasty and sweeping changes. Henry, when he met it, found that he had no supporters save his foreign kinsmen and a few personal dependents, so that he was forced to submit to all the conditions which the barons imposed upon him. So were ratified the provisions of Oxford, which provided for the government of England, not by the king, but by a group of committees. Henry was to do nothing without the consent of a privy council of 15 members, which was now imposed upon him. Another committee of 24 was to investigate and right all the grievances of the realm, and a third, also of 24, was to take charge of the financial side of the government, pay off the king's debts, and administer his revenues. Henry was forced to make a solemn oath to abide by the rules stated in Magna Carta, which he had often before promised to keep, but had always evaded or disregarded after a time. By the provisions of Oxford the governance of the realm was taken altogether out of the hands of the king, and handed over to those of the 3 committees. But the new scheme was far too cumbersome, for neither of the 3 bodies had any authority over the others, and it was difficult to keep them together. There were many who were jealous of Simon de Montfort, who sat in each of the 3, and was the ruling spirit of the whole government. It was said that he took too much upon himself, and that the nation had not muzzled the king merely in order to hand itself over to be governed by the earl. In spite of these murmurings, and in spite of the king's attempts to shake off the control which had been imposed on him, the provisions of Oxford were observed for 4 years. But Henry was preparing to tear himself free as soon as possible. He sent privately to Rome and got absolved from his oath by the Pope. He courted those who were jealous of Earl Simon, and he encouraged many of his foreign relatives and dependents to creep back to England. In 1261 he felt strong enough to break loose, seized the Tower of London, and raised an army. But he found himself too weak, dared not come to blows with the adherents of the provisions of Oxford, and again consented to place himself in the hands of the guarantors. But as disputes about his conduct continued to arise, he offered to submit his rights, and those of the barons, to the arbitration of his neighbour, Saint Louis of France, whose probity was recognized by all the world. Simon and his friends consented, an unwise act, for they might have remembered that the French king was not well acquainted with the constitution or the needs of England. By a decision called the _Mice of Amiens from the city at which it was proclaimed, St. Louis announced that Henry ought to abide by the customs stated in Magna Carta, but that he need not keep the provisions of Oxford, which were dishonourable to his crown and kingly dignity. 1263. The Mice of Amiens precipitated the outbreak of civil war, for Simon and his party refused to accept the decision which had been given against them, though they had promised to abide by it. This flinching from their word alienated from them many who would otherwise have taken the side of reform, and it was felt that a grave responsibility lay on Simon for striking the first blow. Hence it came to pass that the king was supported by a larger party than might have been expected. His own brother and son, Richard of Cornwall, and Prince Edward, who had hitherto usually leaned to the party of reform and striven to guide him towards moderation, now supported him with all their power. They, Earls of Norfolk and Hereford and many other great barons, also took arms in his favour. Earl Simon, on the other hand, was helped by the Earls of Gloucester and Derby, and enthusiastically supported by the citizens of London, who had been maddened by the king's arbitrary taxes. When, after much preliminary fighting, the armies of Henry and Simon faced each other in Sussex for a decisive battle, it was found that the king had much the larger army. He drew up his host outside the walls of Lewes, while Simon, who had marched from London, lay on the downs beyond it. When the shock came, the fiery Prince Edward, who led the right wing of the Royalists, fell furiously on Simon's left wing, which was mainly composed of the levies of London, and drove them far off the field. But, carried away by his pursuit, he never thought of returning to help his father, and meanwhile Earl Simon had beaten the king's division, and rolled the Royalist army back against the town wall of Lewes, where those of them who could not enter the gate at once were taken prisoners. Among the captives were the king himself, his brother Richard of Cornwall, and most of the chiefs of the Royalist party. Prince Edward, rather than continue the civil war, gave himself up to the insurgents on the following day, to share his father's fate, May 1264. The immediate result of the battle was the issue of a document called the _Mice of Lewes _, by which King Henry promised to keep the charter, to dismiss all his foreign relatives and dependents, and to place himself under the control of a Privy Council, whom Parliament should choose to act as his ministers and guardians. Prince Edward equals. A Parliament was hastily summoned and delegated 3 electors to nominate this Privy Council, namely, Earl Simon, the Earl of Gloucester, and the Bishop of Chichester. The electors, naturally but unwisely, appointed none but their own trusted supporters. Thus England came under the rule of a party, and a party whose violent action had been disliked by a great portion of the nation. The king was but a puppet in their hands, he was practically their prisoner, for 3 of the council always attended his steps and kept him in sight. Now, Henry, irritating and faithless as his conduct had always been, was not personally disliked, and the sight of their monarch led about like a captive and forced to obey every behest of his captors, was very displeasing to many who had formerly felt no sympathy for him. It was felt, too, that his son Edward was being very hardly treated, by being kept in honourable captivity and deprived of all share in the government, for the prince had taken the side of reform till the outbreak of the Civil War, had only joined his father when Simon took arms, and had behaved with great patriotism and self-denial in refusing to continue the struggle after Lewes. For 2 years Earl Simon governed England, and the king was kept under close guard. This period was not one of peace or prosperity, the land was still troubled by the echoes of the Civil War, and in his anxiety to maintain his dominant position the Earl incurred many accusations of harshness and rapacity. He was especially blamed for depriving Prince Edward of his earldom of Chester, for favouring Llewellyn Prince of North Wales in his quarrel with Roger Mortimer, a great lord of the Welsh marches who had been on the king's side at Lewes, but most of all for giving too much trust and power to his own sons. The young Montforts were rash and arrogant men, who harmed the people's cause more by their turbulence than they aided it by their courage and fidelity. In short, they were as Samuel's sons of old, and wrought their father no small damage and discredit. Boroughs equals. The chief event for which Earl Simon's tenure of power is remembered is his summons of the celebrated Parliament of 1265. This incident is noteworthy, not so much for anything that the Parliament did, as for the new system on which it was constructed. Hitherto the Great Council had usually been composed only of the barons and bishops, though on 2 or 3 occasions in the 13th century the smaller vassals of the crown had been represented by the summons of 2 knights from each shire, chosen in the county court by all the freeholders of the district. But de Montfort not only called these knights of the shire to his parliament of 1265, but also summoned 2 citizens, or 2 burgesses from each of the chief cities and boroughs of the realm. Thus he was the first to give the town's representation, and to put together the 3 elements, lords, borough members, and county members, which form the parliament of today. It must be confessed that Simon's immediate object was probably to strengthen his own side in the assembly, rather than to initiate a scheme for the reform of the great council in a democratic direction. Many barons were against him, and them he did not summon at all. Many more were jealous or distrustful of him, and it was mainly in order to swamp their opposition that he called up the great body of knights of the shire and members for the towns. For London and the rest of the chartered cities were strongly in favour of his cause. This parliament confirmed all Simon's acts, outlawed those of the king's party who had fled overseas, and refused to accept the terms of the Mice of Lewis, imposed a 3 years' exile in Ireland on some of those who had made only a tardy submission, and put all the royal castles into the hands of trusty partisans of the Earl. It made few regulations for the better governance of the realm, but left everything in Simon's hands and at his discretion. It was impossible that the regency of the great Earl should last for long. There were too many men in England who felt that it was unseemly that the king and his son should live in close restraint, while one who, in spite of all his merits, was still a foreigner and an adventurer, ruled the realm. The beginning of Simon's troubles came from a quarrel with his own chief supporter, the young Earl of Gloucester. Gilbert de Clare thought that he was not admitted to a sufficient share in the government of the kingdom, and soon fell into a bitter feud with Simon's sons. His anger led him into conspiring against the great Earl. By his counsel Prince Edward escaped from his keepers, by an easy stratagem and a swift horse. Once free, the prince called his party to arms, and was joined by Gloucester, Mortimer, and many of the barons of the Welsh marches. On hearing of this rising in the west, Montfort hurried to the Welsh border with a small army, taking the king in his train. He bade Simon, the second of his sons, to collect a larger army and follow him. But Edward and Gloucester seized the line of the Severn, and threw themselves between father and son. The Earl retraced his steps, slipped back across the Severn, and reached Evesham, while his son had marched as far as Kenilworth, so that a few miles only separated them. But Edward lay between, and was eager for the fight. By a sudden and unexpected attack the prince surprised and scattered young Montfort's army under the walls of Kenilworth. He then hurried off to attack Simon. The Earl lay in Evesham town, which is girt round by a deep loop of the River Avon. Edward and Gloucester seized the narrow neck of this loop, while another royalist force, under Mortimer, crossed the river and watched the only bridge which leads southward out of the town. Simon awoke to find himself surrounded. "God have mercy on our souls," he cried, "for our bodies are our enemies." Gathering his little army in a compact mass, he dashed at the prince's superior force, and tried to cut his way through. But the odds were against him, and after a short sharp fight he was slain, with his eldest son, Henry, Hugh Despencer the Justiciar of England, and many of the best knights of the baronial party. King Henry almost shared their fate. He had been compelled to put on his armour and ride in the Earl's host, and was wounded and almost slain before he was recognized by his sons. Victorious soldiery. Thus died Earl Simon the Righteous, a man much loved by those who knew him well, courteous and kindly, pious and honest, wise and liberal. But it cannot be denied that he was touched by an overweening ambition, and that when England fell beneath his hand, he ruled her more as a king than a regent, and forgot that he was but the deputy and representative of the nation. His rise and success freed England from the thriftless rule of Henry, and set a boundary to the use of the royal prerogative. His short tenure of power gave the realm the valuable gift of the full and representative parliament. His fall was sad but not disastrous to the English, for his work was done, and he was fast drifting into the position of the autocratic leader of a party, and ceasing to be the true exponent of the will of the whole nation. The best testimony to the benefits that Simon had conferred on England was the fact that Henry III never fell back into his old ways. He was now an elderly man, and in his captivity had lost much of his self-confidence and restless activity. He had been freed, not by his own power, but by his son and the Earl of Gloucester, both of whom had been friends of reform, though enemies of Simon. Edward had now won an ascendancy over his father which he never let slip, and his voice had for the future a preponderant share in the royal council. It is to his influence that we may ascribe the wise moderation with which the relics of Simon's party were treated. Evesham fight did not end the war, for the three surviving sons of Simon, with the Earl of Derby and some other resolute friends, still held out. It took 2 years more to crush out the last sparks of civil strife, for the vanquished party fortified themselves in the castle of Kenilworth and the marshy isles of Ely and Ackholm. But Edward gradually beat down all opposition, and the end of the war is marked by the dictum of Kenilworth October, 1266, in which the king solemnly confirms the Great Charter, and pardons all his opponents, on condition of their paying him a fine. Only the heirs of the Earls of Leicester and Derby were disinherited. The younger Montforts went into exile in Italy, where a little later they revenged themselves on the king by cruelly murdering his nephew Henry of Cornwall, as he was praying in Viterbo Cathedral. There is little to tell about the last 5 years of the reign of Henry III. The land gradually settled down into tranquility, and we hear little more of the misgovernment which had rendered his early years so unbearable. Prince Edward went on a crusade, when he saw that the realm was pacified. He greatly distinguished himself in the Holy Land, and took Nazareth from the infidels. He was still beating back the Saracen when he was called home by the news of his father's decease. After a stormy life, the old king had a peaceful ending, dying quietly in his bed on the 16th of November, 1272. Footnote 17 CP 123. Chapter 11. Edward I, 1272–1307. The confidence and admiration which the English nation felt for Prince Edward were well shown by the fact that he was proclaimed king on the day of his father's death without any form of election by the Parliament. This was the first time that the English crown was transferred by strict hereditary succession, and that the old traditions of the solemn choice by the Great Council were neglected. Edward was still absent in Palestine, but the government was carried on in his name without trouble or friction till he landed in England on August 2, 1274. It was 19 months since his father had died, yet nothing had gone amiss in the interval, so great was the belief of the English in the wisdom and justice of the coming king. Edward was probably the best and greatest ruler, save Alfred, that England has ever known. He was a most extraordinary contrast to his shifty father, and his cruel, treacherous grandsire. His private life was a model to all men. Nothing could have shown a better conception of the respective claims of patriotism and of filial duty than his conduct during the Civil War. His court was grave and virtuous, and his faithful wife, Eleanor of Castile, was the object of his chivalrous devotion. Edward was religious without superstition, liberal without unthriftiness, resolute without obstinacy. But the most striking feature of his character was his love of good faith and justice. His favorite device was _pactum serva keep your promise, and in all his doings he strove to carry it out. It was this that made him such an admirable king for a country where constitutional liberty was just beginning to develop itself. If he promised his parliament to abandon any custom or introduce any reform, he might be trusted honestly to do his best to adhere to his engagement. It must not be supposed that he never fell out with his subjects. His conceptions of the rights and duties of a king were so high that it was impossible for him to avoid collisions with Parliament. But when such collisions occurred, though he fought them out with firmness, yet, if beaten, he accepted his defeat without rancor. His justice was perhaps too severe. He could pardon on occasion, but he had a stern way of dealing with those whom he regarded as traitors or oath-breakers. The chief blots on his reign are instances of merciless severity to conquered rebels. Edward has been accused of having sometimes adhered too closely to the letter of the law, when it told in his own favor, but there seems little reason to doubt that he was honestly following his own lights. Compared with any contemporary sovereign, he was a very mirror of justice and equity. In addition to showing great merits as administrator, Edward was notable both as a good soldier and a wise general. His tall and robust frame and dauntless courage made him one of the best knights of his day. Yet he was no mere fighting man, but a skilled tactician. He had long forgotten the reckless impulsiveness that lost the day at Lewes, and had become one of the best captains of his age. He deserves a prominent place in the history of the art of war for being the first who discovered the military value of the English longbowmen, and turned them to good account in his battles. Hitherto English generals, like Continental, had been trusting entirely to the charge of their mailed cavalry. Edward, as we shall see at Falkirk, had learnt that the bowman was no less effective than the knight in the deciding of battles. The years of Edward's long and eventful reign are full of interest and importance both within and without the bounds of England. The history of his legislation and of the development of the power of Parliament under him deserve close observation no less than his successful dealings with Wales, and his almost successful scheme for the conquest of Scotland. Nor can his relations with France be left without remark. His legislation, most of which falls into the earlier years of his reign, requires the first notice. Throughout the whole of it we trace a consistent purpose of strengthening the crown by restricting the rights both of the church and the baronage. His first collision with the church dates from 1279, when Archbishop Peckham made an attempt to reassert some of Becket's old doctrines as to the complete independence and wide scope of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. When Peckham summoned a national council of clergy at Reading in 1279, and issued certain canons in support of the independence of the church courts, Edward replied not merely by compelling him to withdraw the objectionable document, but by passing the celebrated statute of Mortmain or _da religiosus as it is sometimes called. This was a measure destined to prevent the further accumulation of estates in the dead hand, in mortuamanu of the Church. It was estimated that a fourth of the surface of England was already in the possession of the clerical body, and this land no longer paid its fair proportion of the taxes of the realm. For a large share of the king's revenue came from reliefs or death duties, and escheats or resumption of lands to which there was no heir, and as a monastery or bishopric never died, the king got neither reliefs nor escheats from them. The statute prevented any man from alienating his land to the monasteries, and specially forbade the fraudulent practice of making ostensible gifts to the church and receiving them back. For landholders had sometimes pretended to make over their estates to a monastery, in order to escape the taxation due on feudal fiefs, while really, by a corrupt agreement with the monks, they kept the property in their own power, and so enjoyed it tax-free. For the future land rarely fell into the dead hand, since it could not be given away without the king's consent. Very few new monasteries were built or endowed after the passing of this statute, but the crown not unfrequently relaxed the rule in favor of the colleges and the universities, which were just now beginning to spring up. Edward's dealings with the baronage are even more important in the history of the English constitution than his contest with the clerical body. He showed a consistent purpose of defending the rights of the crown against the great feudal lords, and of bringing all holders of land into close dependence on himself. His first attempt of the kind was the issue of the writ quo warranto in 1278. This writ was a royal mandate ordering an inquiry by what warrant many of the old royal estates had come into private hands, for the king thought that much state property had passed illegally out of the possession of the crown by the thriftlessness of his father and the disorder of the civil wars of 1262–65. This project for an inquiry into old rights and documents both vexed and frightened the baronage. They murmured loudly. The tale is well known how John de Warenne, Earl of Surrey, when asked to produce the evidence of his right to certain lands, dashed down an old rusty sword before the commissioners, crying, "This is my title deed. My ancestors came over with King William, and won their lands by the sword, and with this same sword I will maintain them against anyone who tries to take them from me." The whole baronage showed such a hostile feeling against Edward's proposal that he finally contented himself with making a complete list of the still remaining crown lands, but did not raise the question of the resumption of long alienated estates. Another device of the king's for binding the landholders of the realm more closely to himself, was his scheme for making knights of all persons who held estates worth more than £20 a year. His object was not so much to gain the fees due from those who received knighthood, as to bring all the middle class of landholders, who held under the great feudal lords, into closer relation with himself through the homage and oath which they made to him after receiving the honour. 1278. In subsequent legislation Edward took care to conciliate the baronage by strengthening not only his rights over them, but their rights over their vassals. The most important of these was escheat the right of resuming possession of land when its holder died without an heir. This right was always liable to be defeated by the tenant selling his land, and its value was yet more diminished if he could dispose of part of the land, in such a way that the buyer became his own subtenant. A clause in Magna Carta had restricted this process, but the barons wished to limit even more their tenants' power of parting with land. On the other hand, as society became more industrial, and less warlike, it became more desirable that land should pass freely from man to man. These conflicting interests resulted in two enactments, which are landmarks in English history. The first, the Second Statute of Westminster contains the famous clauses de donis conditionalibus It forbade the alienation of land granted to a person and his actual lineal descendants, or to use a modern phrase, it made possible the creation of perpetual entails. The barons soon saw that it enabled them to settle their lands on their own families, and it was regularly employed for this purpose for about 200 years, till at last a legal fiction was invented which greatly cut down the power of tying up land. On the other hand, the statute _Kia Emters _1290, far from restricting the power of alienation, expressly allowed it in all cases. Not coming within the statute _Adonis_, but at the same time it enacted that the purchaser, whether of the whole or part of an estate, should become the tenant, not of the seller, but of the seller's lord. In other words, it put an end to subinfeudation. This led, in the end, to the enormous multiplication of the lesser vassals of the crown, and tended to the ultimate extinction of all subtenancies, so that the king was the gainer in the long run, since whenever a great estate was broken up, he became the immediate lord of all those among whom it was dispersed. Besides the great statutes we have already named, several other items of King Edward's legislation demand a word of notice. The Statute of Winchester _1285, reorganized the national militia, the descendant of the old Fyrd, ordaining what arms each man, according to his rank and wealth, should furnish for himself. It also provided for the establishment of a_watch_ or local police for the suppression of robbers and outlaws. But all the king's doings were not so wise, to his discredit must be named his intolerant edict for the expulsion of the Jews from England. In 1290, Edward seems to have picked up in his crusading days a blind horror of infidels of all sorts. He disliked the Jews, somewhat for being inveterate clippers and debasers of the coinage, more for being usurers at extortionate rates in days when usury was held to be a deadly sin, but most of all for the mere reason that they were not Christians. To his own great loss, for the taxes of the Jews were a considerable item in his revenues, he banished them all from the land, giving them 3 months to sell their houses and realize their debts. It was 360 years before they were again allowed to return to the realm. The same years that are notable for the passing of the statutes of Mortmain and Kia Emters, and for the expulsion of the Jews, were those in which the English Parliament was gradually growing into its permanent shape. We have already told how Simon de Montfort summoned in 1265 the first assembly, which corresponds to our modern idea of a parliament, by containing representatives from shires and boroughs, as well as a muster of the great barons and bishops who were tenants-in-chief of the crown. As it chanced, Edward did not call a great council in exactly that same form till 1295, but in the intervening years he generally summoned knights of the shire to attend the deliberation of his lords, and consent to the granting of money. On 2 occasions in 1283 the cities and boroughs were also bidden to send their representatives, but these were not full parliaments, for at the first, held at Northampton, no barons were present, while at the second, which sat at Acton Bernal, the clergy had not been summoned. It was not till 1295 that Edward, then in the thick of his Scotch and French wars, summoned barons, clergy, knights of the shire, and citizens, all to meet him, because that which touches all should be approved by all. But the complete form of Parliament was found to work so well that it was always summoned in that shape for the future. We may now turn to Edward's political doings. The affairs of Wales require the first notice. We have already mentioned in earlier chapters how the southern districts of that country had long ago passed, partly by conquest, partly by intermarriage with the families of native chiefs, into the hands of various Anglo-Norman barons. These nobles of the Welsh marchland, or Lords Marchers as they were called, had as their main duty the task of overawing and restraining the princes of North Wales, where Celtic anarchy still reigned supreme. Anglesey, the mountain lands of Snowdon, Merioneth, and the valley of the Dee, were the last home of the native Welsh. In this land of Gwynedd native princes still ruled, and proved most unruly vassals to the English crown. Whenever England was vexed by civil war, the Welsh descended from their hills, attacked the Lords Marchers, and pushed their incursions into Cheshire and Shropshire. Sometimes they pushed even further afield. In 1257 they ravaged as far as Cardiff and Hereford. If it had not been that the princes of North Wales were even more given to murderous family feuds than to raids on the English border, they would have been an intolerable pest, but their interminable petty strife with each other generally kept them quiet. In 1272, the ruler of North Wales was Llewellyn ap Gruffydd, a bold and stirring prince, who had put down all his rebellious brothers and cousins, and united the whole of Gwynedd under his sword. Following the example of his ancestors, Llewellyn had plunged with alacrity into the English civil wars of the time of Henry III. He had allied himself with Simon de Montfort, and under cover of this alliance had made cruel ravages on the lands of the Lords Marchers in South Wales. He held out long after Simon fell at Evesham, and only made peace in 1267, when he was admitted to very favourable terms and confirmed in the full possession of his principality. When Edward ascended his father's throne, he bade Llewellyn come to his court and do him homage, such as the ancient princes of Wales had been accustomed to offer. But he was met with repeated refusals. 6 times he summoned the Welshmen to appear, and 6 times he was denied, for Llewellyn said that he would not leave his hills unless he was given as hostages the king's brother, Edmund of Lancaster, and the justiciar Ralph of Hengham. He feared for his life, he said, and would not trust himself in his suzerain's hands. Edward was not accustomed to have his word doubted, and, being conscious of his own honest intentions, was bitterly angered at his vassals' distrust and contumacious answers. But the king's wrath reached its highest pitch in 1275, when he found that Llewellyn had put himself in communication with France, and sent to the French court for Eleanor de Montfort, Earl Simon's daughter, to take her to wife. The ship that carried the bride was captured off the Scilly Isles by a Bristol privateer, and she with her brother, a Maury of Montfort, fell into Edward's hands. After Llewellyn had made one further refusal to do homage, Edward raised a great army and invaded Wales. The prince and his wild tribesmen took refuge in the fastnesses of Snowdon, but Edward blockaded all the outlets from the hills, and in a few months the Welsh were starved into submission. Llewellyn was forced to surrender himself into his suzerain's hands, but received better terms than might have been expected. He was made to do homage, and to give up the land between Conway and the Dee, the modern shire of Denbigh, but was allowed to retain the rest of his dominions, and received his bride from Edward's hands. He was also reconciled to his brothers, whom he had long before driven away from Wales, and David the eldest of these exiles was given a great barony cut out of the ceded lands on the Dee. 1277. Though he had felt the weight of Edward's hand, the Prince of Wales was unwise enough to provoke his suzerain the second time. Finding that there was much discontent in the ceded districts of Wales, because the king was systematically substituting English laws and customs for the old Celtic usages, Llewellyn resolved to make a sudden attempt to free them and to throw off his allegiance. His brother David joined in the plot, though he had always been protected by Edward, and owed all that he possessed to English aid. On Palm Sunday, 1282, the two brothers secretly took arms without any declaration of war. David surprised Hawarden Castle, captured the Chief Justice of Wales, and slew the garrison, while Llewellyn swept the whole coastland as far as the gates of Chester with fire and sword. This treacherous and unprovoked rebellion deeply angered the king. He swore that he would make an end of the troublesome principality, and raised an army and a fleet greater than any that had ever been sent against the Welsh. After some slight engagements, the English once more drove Llewellyn and his host into the crags of Snowdon. Convinced of his folly, the prince sent to ask for peace, but Edward would not again grant the easy terms that he had given in 1277. Llewellyn should become an English earl, he said, and be granted lands worth £1000 a year, but the independent Principality of North Wales had been tried and found wanting. It should be abolished and annexed to England. Llewellyn, though in the sorest straits, refused these terms. By a dangerous night march he slipped through the English lines with a few chosen followers, and hastened into mid-Wales, to stir up rebellion in Brecknock. But near Bilth he fell in with a small party of English, and was slain in the skirmish which followed by an esquire named Adam of Frankton, who knew not with whom he was fighting. David, his brother, now proclaimed himself Prince of Wales, and held out in Snowdon for some months longer. But he was ultimately betrayed to the king by his own starving followers. He was taken over the border to be tried before the English Parliament, which met at Acton Burnell, just outside the walls of Shrewsbury. There was far more dislike felt for him than for his brother. Llewellyn had always been an open enemy, but David had long served at the English court, and had been granted his barony by Edward's special favour. Hence it came that the Parliament passed the death sentence for treason on the last Prince of Wales, and he was executed at Shrewsbury, with all the horrid details of hanging, drawing, and quartering, which were the traitor's lot in those days. The harshness of his punishment almost makes us forget the provocation that he had given the king. Mercy for traitors was not characteristic of Edward's temper. 1283. Edward stayed for nearly 2 years in Wales after the fighting had ended. He devoted himself to reorganizing the principality, on the English model. Llewellyn's dominions were cut up into the new counties of Anglesey, Merioneth, and Carnarvon. Strong castles were built at Conway, Beaumaris, Carnarvon, and Harlech, to hold them down, and colonies of English were tempted by liberal grants and charters to settle in the towns which grew up at points suitable for centres of commerce. For the future governance of the land Edward drew up the Statute of Wales, issued at Rhuddlan in 1284. He allowed a certain amount of the old Celtic customary law to survive, but introduced English legal usages to a much larger extent. The Welsh murmured bitterly against the new customs, but found them in the end a great improvement. Edward endeavoured to solace their discontent by placing many of the administrative posts in Welsh hands, and their national pride by reviving the ancient name of the principality. For in 1301, he gave his heir Edward, who had been born at Carnarvon, the title of Prince of Wales, solemnly invested him with the rule of the principality at a great meeting of all the Welsh chiefs, and set him to govern the land. Later kings of England have followed the custom, and the title of Prince of Wales has become stereotyped as that of the heir to the English crown. It must not be supposed that Wales settled down easily and without friction beneath Edward's sceptre. There were 3 or 4 risings against his authority, headed by chiefs who thought that they had some claim to inherit the old principality. One of these insurrections was a really formidable affair. In 1294, Madog, the son of Llewellyn, raised half North Wales to follow him, beat the Earl of Lincoln in open battle, and ravaged the English border. The king himself, though sorely vexed at the moment by wars in Gascony and Scotland, marched against him at midwinter, but had to retire, foiled by the snows and torrents of the Welsh mountains. But next spring Madog was pursued and captured, and sent to spend the rest of his life as a captive in the Tower of London, 1295. For a few years after the annexation of Wales, the annals of England are comparatively uneventful. Some of Edward's legislation, with which we have already dealt, falls into this period, but the king's attention was mainly taken up with foreign politics, into which he was drawn by his position as Duke of Aquitaine. He spent some time in Guienne, succeeded by careful diplomacy in keeping out of the wars between France and Aragon, which were raging near him, and introduced a measure of good government among his Gascon subjects. But more important events near home were soon to attract his attention. In 1286 perished Alexander III, King of Scotland, cast over the cliffs of Kinghorn by the leap of an unruly horse. He was the last male of the old royal house that descended from Malcolm Canmore and the sainted Queen Margaret. 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, had been born to him, but they had all died young, and his only living descendant was his daughter's daughter, a child of 4 years. Her mother had wedded Eric, King of Norway, and it was at the Norwegian court that the little heiress was living when her grandfather died. Though Scotland had never before obeyed a queen regnant, her nobles made no difficulty in accepting the child Margaret, the Maid of Norway as they called her, for their sovereign. A regency was appointed in her name, and the whole nation accepted her sway. Now Edward of England saw, in the accession of a young girl to the Scottish throne, a unique opportunity for bringing about a closer union of England and Scotland. There was no rational objection to the scheme. A century had elapsed since the 2 countries had been at war, their baronages had become united by constant intermarriage, they Lowlands, the more important half of the Scotch realm, were English in speech and manners. Most important of all, there were as yet few or no national grudges between the races on either bank of the Tweed. Of the rancorous hostility which was to divide them in the next century no man had any presage. When the little Queen of Scotland had reached her 7th year, the king proposed to the Scots regents that she should be married to his own son and heir, Edward of Carnarvon. He pledged himself that the kingdoms should not be forcibly united, Scotland should keep all its laws and liberties and be administered by Scots alone, without any interference from England. The regents did not mislike the scheme. They summoned the Parliament of the Northern Realm to meet at Brigham-on-Tweed, and there Edward's offers were accepted and ratified. With the consent of the whole realm, July, 1290. The next step was to send to Norway for the young queen, for she had been living at her father's court till now, and had never visited her own kingdom. She set sail for Scotland in the autumn of the year 1290. But adverse winds kept her vessel tossed for weeks in the wild North Sea. The strain was too much for the frail child. When at last she came ashore at Kirkwall in the Orkneys, it was only to die. With her life ended the fairest opportunity of uniting the 2 realms on equal terms that had ever been known. Edward's scheme had fallen through, and his grief was great, but much greater was the dismay in Scotland, where the regents found themselves face to face with the calamity of the extinction of the whole royal house. There was no longer any king or queen in whose name the law of the realm could run, or the simplest duties of government be discharged. Gradually claimants for the crown began to step forward, basing their demands on ancient alliances with the old kingly line. But the nearest of these connections went back more than 100 years, to female descendants of King David, who had died in 1153. In this strait the Scots determined to appeal to King Edward as arbitrator between the pretenders, whose rivalry seemed likely to split the kingdom up into a group of disorderly feudal principalities. Edward readily consented, seeing that in the capacity of arbitrator he could find an opportunity of making more real the old English right of suzerainty over the Kingdom of Scotland. It will be remembered that, as far back as the 10th century, the kings of the Scots had done homage to Edward the Elder, and that they held the more important half of their realm, Lothian and Strathclyde, which together form the Lowlands, as grants under feudal obligations from the English crown. But the exact degree of dependence of Scotland on England had never been accurately fixed, though Scottish kings had often sat in English parliaments, and sometimes served in the English armies. It might be pleaded by a patriotic Scot that, as Earl of Lothian, his king had certain obligations to the English sovereign, but that for his lands north of the Forth and Clyde he was liable to no such duties. This depended on the nature of the discharge given by Richard I to William the Lion in 1190, when he sold the Scottish king a release of certain duties of homage in return for the sum of 10,000 marks. But the agreement of Richard and William had been drawn up in such an unbusinesslike manner that no one could say exactly what it covered. King Edward was determined to put an end to this uncertainty, and, as a preliminary to accepting the post of arbitrator in the Scottish succession dispute, required that the regents and all the nobles of the northern realm should acknowledge his complete suzerainty over the whole kingdom. After some hesitation they consented. Edward made a tour through Edinburgh, Stirling, and St. Andrews, and there received the homage of the whole nobility of Scotland. He then appointed a court of arbitration to sit at Berwick, and adjudicate on the rights of the 13 claimants to the crown. It consisted of 80 Scots and 24 Englishmen. The court found that of serious claims to the crown there were only 2, those of John Balliol and Robert Bruce, each of whom descended in the female line from the old King David I, who had died in 1153. The positions of Balliol and Bruce were closely similar. They were descended from 2 Anglo-Norman barons of the North Country, who had married 2 sisters, Margaret and Isabella, the great-granddaughters of David I. Both of them were as much English as Scotch in blood and breeding. Balliol was Lord of Barnard Castle, in Durham. Bruce had been Sheriff of Cumberland, and had long served King Edward as Chief Justice of the King's Bench. Like so many of the Scottish barons, they were equally at home on either side of the border. The point of difficulty to decide between them was that, while Balliol descended from the elder of the 2 heiresses, Bruce was a generation nearer to the parent stem, and claimed to have a preference on this account by Scottish usage. The Scottish succession in 1292. David I equals Matilda, 1124 to 1153, daughter of Waltheof, Earl of Huntingdon. Henry, Earl of Northumberland and Huntingdon, died 1152. Plus dash dash plus dash dash plus dash dash plus. Malcolm IV, William the Lion, David, 1153 to 1165, 1165 to 1214. Earl of Huntingdon, plus dash dash plus plus dash dash plus dash dash plus. Alexander 2, Alan, equals Margaret. Isabella equals Robert. 1214 to 1249 Lord of Bruce. Galloway. Lord of Alexander 3, Annandale. 1249 to 1286. Plus dash, dash plus. Devergilla, equals John Robert. Heiress of Balliol, Bruce. Plus dash dash plus dash dash plus Galloway. Lord of Claimant. Barnard in 1292. Eric of equals Margaret, Alexander, Castle. Died 1295. Norway died 1283. Died 1283. Plus dash dash plus dash dash plus plus dash dash plus. Margaret, John Margaret equals John Robert equals Margaret. The maid Balliol, Balliol. Comyn. Bruce Countess. Of Norway, King died of 1286 to 1290 1292 to 1296. 1305. Carrick. Edward John, Robert Bruce. Balliol, the Red Comyn, King 1306 to 1329. King slain 1306. 1332 to 1334 David II. 1329 to 1370. The Court of Arbitration decided that this plea of Bruce's was unsound, and that his rival's right was undoubted. Edward therefore decided in favour of Balliol, who straightway did him homage as king of all Scotland, and was duly crowned at Scone, 1292. So far the King of England's conduct had been unexceptionable. He had acted as an honest umpire, and had handed over the disputed realms to the rightful heir. But Edward's legal mind saw further consequences in the acknowledgement of allegiance which Balliol had made. This soon became evident when he began to allow persons who had been defeated in the Scottish law courts to appeal for a further decision to those of England, in virtue of the suzerainty of the latter country. Such a claim was valid in feudal law, and Edward as Duke of Aquitaine had often seen his Gascon subjects make an appeal from the courts of Bordeaux to those of Paris. But to the Scots the idea was new, for no such custom had prevailed between England and Scotland, and they complained that Edward was breaking the promise which he had made at the time of the arbitration, to respect all the old privileges of the Scotch crown. In this they were practically right, for ancient usage was on their side. Balliol was a weak man, and might have yielded to Edward's demand, but his barons refused to hear of it, and bound him to do nothing save with the consent of a council of 12 advisers, who were to determine his course of action. The discontent of the Scots was soon to have most deplorable consequences for both realms. At this time Edward was just becoming involved in a bitter quarrel with Philip the Fair, the young king of France. Philip coveted Aquitaine, and was determined to have it. He picked a quarrel with the King of England about the piratical doings of certain English seamen in the Channel. The mariners of the Cinque Ports and of Normandy had long been sworn foes. They fought whenever they met, without any concern as to whether England and France were at war or not. In 1293 there was a regular pitched battle between them, off St. Maha copyright, in Brittany. The Normans had the worse, and many of them were slain. This affray seemed to King Philip an admirable excuse for attacking his neighbour. He summoned Edward to Paris, as Duke of Aquitaine, to answer before his feudal lord for the misdoings of the English seamen. The King of England was not averse to giving satisfaction, and sent to offer to submit to an arbitration, in which the damages done by his subjects should be assessed. But Philip was not seeking damages, but an excuse for war. He at once declared Edward contumacious for not appearing in person, and proclaimed the forfeiture of the whole Duchy of Aquitaine. Hardly realizing the French king's intentions, Edward dispatched his brother Edmund, Earl of Lancaster, to endeavour to satisfy his offended suzerain. Philip then declared that he would consider himself satisfied if Edward surrendered into his hand, as a token of submission, the chief fortresses of Gascony. They should be restored the moment that compensation had been made for the doings at St. Maha copyright. Earl Edmund accepted the offer, and the castles were duly placed in Philip's hands. Then, with a barefaced effrontery that disgusted even his own nobles, the French king repudiated the agreement, and declared that he should retain Guyenne permanently. Edward was thus committed to an unexpected war, while all his strongholds in Aquitaine were already in the enemy's hands. He began to arm in great wrath, and sent ambassadors abroad to gather allies among Philip's continental foes, chief of whom were the Emperor Adolf of Nassau and the Counts of Brabant, Holland, and Flanders. But Philip also had looked about him for allies. At this moment, Madoc ap Llywelyn rose in rebellion in North Wales, relying on French aid, and, what was of far greater importance, the discontent of the Scots took the form of open war with England. John Balliol embraced the French alliance, promised to wed his son to Philip's daughter, and sent raiding bands across the border to harry Cumberland and Northumberland. Edward resolved at once to ward off the nearer dangers before taking in hand the reconquest of Guyenne. How he put down the dangerous rebellion of Madoc the Welshman, we have related in an earlier page. That campaign had taken up the best part of the year 1295, in the next spring the turn of Balliol came. He was summoned to appear before his suzerain at Newcastle, and when he did not obey, Edward crossed the Tweed with a great host. Berwick, the frontier fortress and chief port of Scotland, was stormed after a very short siege, and 3 weeks later the Scottish king was completely routed at the Battle of Dunbar. April 27, 1296. So unskillfully did the Scots fight, that they were beaten by Edward's vanguard under John de Warenne, the hero of the rusty sword at the _quo warrant to inquest before the king, and the main body of the English army came upon the field, one after another. Edinburgh, Perth, Stirling, and all the chief towns of Scotland yielded themselves, and ere long the craven-spirited king of the north surrendered himself, and gave up his crown into Edward's hands, asking pardon as one who had been misled and coerced by evil counsellors. Edward then held a parliament of all the Scottish barons, and received their homage, being resolved to reign himself as king north as well as south of the Tweed. He told the assembled nobles that none of the old laws of Scotland should be changed, and issued an amnesty to Balliol's late partisans. It seemed that all resistance was at an end, and that the union of the crowns was to take place with no further trouble or bloodshed. John de Warenne, the victor of Dunbar, was appointed guardian of the realm, and Edward turned southward in triumph, taking with him the Scottish regalia, and the holy stone of Scone, on which the kings of Scotland were wont to be crowned. That famous relic still remains at Westminster, where Edward placed it, and serves as the pedestal of the coronation chair of the kings of England to this day. The king thought that Scotland was tamed even as Wales had been, forgetting that the Scots had hardly tried their strength against him, and had yielded so easily mainly because their craven king had deserted them. Dismissing northern affairs from his mind, he now turned to the long-deferred expedition to Guyenne. The greater part of that duchy was still in King Philip's greedy hands, and only Bayonne and a few other towns were holding out against him. Edward determined to land in Flanders himself, and there to stir up his German allies against France, but to send the great bulk of the English levies to Gascony, under the Marshal, Roger Bigod, Earl of Norfolk. But the expedition was not to take place without much preliminary trouble and difficulty. Edward was in grave need of money to furnish forth his great army, and tried to levy new taxes without any formal grants from Parliament. This at once brought him into conflict with the clergy and the baronage. The arrogant Pope Boniface VIII had just published a bull named _Clericis Laicos_ from its opening words. It forbade the clergy to pay any taxes to the crown from their ecclesiastical revenues. Archbishop Winchelsea thought himself bound to carry out the Pope's command, and refused, in the name of all his order, to assent to any portion of the national taxation falling on church land. The king, who was in no mood to stand objections, was moved to great wrath at this unreasonable claim. He copied the behavior of his grandfather, King John, in a similar crisis, and by his behest the judges proclaimed that no cleric should have law in the king's courts till the refusal to pay taxes was rescinded. Edward himself sequestrated the lands of the See of Canterbury, and intimated to all tenants on the estates of the clergy that nothing should be done against them if they refused to pay their rents. Many ecclesiastics thereupon withdrew their refusal to contribute to the national expenses, but the archbishop held out, and the quarrel ran on for some time. At last Boniface VIII was induced to so far modify his bull as to admit that the Church might make voluntary grants for the purpose of national defence. Winchelsea therefore promised the king that he would endeavour to induce the clergy to make large contributions of their own free will, if Edward on his side would confirm the Great Charter, and swear to take no further measures against church property. To this offer Edward could not refuse his consent. He was in urgent need of money, and, although it was a bad precedent to allow the clergy to assess their own taxation outside Parliament, and on a different scale from the contributions of the rest of the realm, he accepted Winchelsea's compromise. But this struggle of the king and the church was but one important episode of a contention between the king and the whole nation, which filled the years 1296 to 7. Edward had provoked the barons and the merchants of England no less than the clergy, the former by bidding them sail for Gascony in the winter, and pay him a heavy tax, the latter by seizing all their wool, England's greatest export as it lay in harbour, and forcing them to pay a heavy fine, the _maltoled_, or evil tax, as it was called, before he would let it be sent oversea. All this had been done without the consent of Parliament. The barons, headed by Roger Bigod, who had been told off to head the expedition to Gien, refused to go abroad unless the king himself should lead them, urging that their feudal duty was only to defend the kingdom, and not to wage wars beyond it. Bigod flatly refused to set out unless the king went with him. "By God, Sir Earl, thou shalt either go or hang!" exclaimed Edward, irritated at the contumacy of one who, as Marshal of England, was bound to hold the most responsible post in the army that he was striving to raise. "And by God, Sir King, I will neither go nor hang!" shouted the equally enraged Earl Marshal. He flung himself out of the king's presence, and with the aid of his friend Bohun, the Earl of Hereford, gathered a great host, and prepared to withstand the king if he should persist in endeavouring to carry out his design. Edward, however, sailed himself for the continent without forcing the barons to follow him. When he was gone, a parliament met. Archbishop Winchelsea and the Earls of Norfolk and Hereford took the lead in protesting against the king's late arbitrary action, and by their counsel a recapitulation of the Great Charter was drawn up, with certain articles added at the end, which expressly stipulated that the king should never raise any tax or impost without the consent of Lords and Commons in Parliament assembled, so that such an exaction as the late Mal told would be in future illegal. The document, which is generally known as the Confirmatio Cartarum was sent oversea to the king. He received it at Ghent, and after much doubting signed it, for he always wished to have the goodwill of the nation, and knew that a persistence in the exercise of his royal prerogative would bring on a rebellion such as that which had overturned his father in 1263. From this moment dates the first practical control of the Parliament over the royal revenue. For the clause in Magna Carta which stipulates for such a right had been so often violated both by Henry III and his son, that it required to be fully vindicated by the Confirmatio Cartarum before it was recognized as binding both by king and people. Meanwhile Edward got little aid in Flanders from his German allies, and found that he had small chance of punishing King Philip by their arms. He saw Bruges and Lille taken by the French, and finally returned foiled to England, called thither by evil news from the north. Scotland was once more up in arms, though the Anglo-Norman lords who formed the bulk of the baronage had readily done homage to the English monarch. The mass of the nation were far less satisfied with the new condition of affairs. They felt that their king and nobles had betrayed them to the foreigner, for to many of them, notably the Highlanders, the Galloway men, and the Welsh of Strathclyde, the Englishmen still seemed foreign. Edward had not made a very wise choice in the ministers whom he left behind in Scotland. Ormsby, the Chief Justice, and Cressingham, the Treasurer, both made themselves hated by their harsh and unbending persistence in endeavouring to introduce English laws and English taxes. In the spring of 1297 an insurrection broke out in the West Lowlands, headed by a Strathclyde knight, named William Wallace, or L.E. Wallis, _I.E. the Welshman. He had been wronged by the Sheriff of Lanark, took to the hills, and was outlawed. His small band of followers soon swelled to a multitude, and the regent, John de Warenne, was obliged to march against him in person. Despising the tumultuary array of the rebels, who got no real help from the self-seeking barons of Scotland, the Earl marched carelessly out of Stirling to attack Wallace, who lay on the hill across the river, beyond Cambuscaneth Bridge. Instead of waiting to be attacked, Wallace charged when a third of the English host had crossed the stream. This vanguard was overwhelmed and driven into the Forth, while de Warenne could not bring up his reserves across the crowded bridge. He withdrew into Stirling, leaving several thousand dead on the field, among them the hated treasurer Cressingham, out of whose skin the victorious Scots are said to have cut straps and belts. This unexpected victory caused a general rising. Some of the barons and many of the gentry joined the insurgents. Wallace, Andrew Murray, and the Seneschal of Scotland, were proclaimed wardens of the realm in behalf of the absent John Balliol, and their authority was generally acknowledged. Warenne could do nothing against them, and prayed his master to come oversea to his help. Meanwhile, Wallace crossed the Tweed at the head of a great band of marauders, and harried Northumberland with a wanton cruelty which was to lead to bitter reprisals later on. It was not till 1298 that Edward returned to England, and took in hand the suppression of the rebellion. He crossed the border with the whole feudal levy of England, 20,000 bowmen, and a great horde of Welsh light infantry. Soon he was joined by many Scots of the English faction. Wallace burnt the Lothians behind him, and retired northward for some time without fighting. Edward's great host was almost forced to retire for want of provisions, but when the news was brought him that Wallace had pitched his camp at Falkirk, he pressed on to bring the Scots to action. He found them drawn up behind a morass, formed in 4 great clumps of pikemen, with archers in the intervals, and a few cavalry in the reserve. The first charge of the English horse was checked by the bog, the second was beaten back by the steady infantry of the Scots. Then Edward brought forward his archers, and bade them riddle the heavy masses of the enemy with ceaseless arrow flights, till a gap was made. Then the English horse charged again, the Scottish knights in reserve fled without attempting to save the day, and the greater part of the squares of pikemen were ridden down and cut to pieces. Wallace fled to the hills, and the English cruelly ravaged all the lowlands. But the Scots did not yet submit. The barons deposed Wallace, of whom they had always been jealous, and named a regency to supersede him, under John Comyn, the nephew of their exiled king. The struggle lingered on for several years more, for Edward was hindered from completing his work by the continual pressure of the French war. It was not till 1301–2 that he resumed and finished the conquest of the lowlands. But in 1303 he was at length able to make a definitive peace with Philip IV, who restored to him all the lost fortresses of Guienne. Free at last from his continental troubles, Edward swept over Scotland from end to end, carrying his arms into the north as far as Elgin and Banff. The regent Comyn and all the barons of the land submitted to him, and by the capture of Stirling in 1304 the last embers of resistance were quenched. Scotland was apparently crushed. The king reorganized the whole country, cutting it up into counties and sheriffdoms like England, providing for its representation in the English Parliament, and setting up new judges and governors throughout the land. The administration was, for the most part, left in the hands of Scots, though the king's nephew, John of Brittany, was appointed regent and warden of the land. The last hope of the survival of Scottish independence seemed to vanish. In 1305, when Wallace, who had maintained himself as an outlaw in the hills long after the rest of his countrymen had submitted, fell into the hands of the English, he was betrayed by some of his own men to Sir John Menteith, one of Edward's Scottish officials. Menteith sent him to London, where he was executed as a traitor, with all the cruelties that were prescribed for men guilty of high treason. It would have been better for the king's good name if he, like so many other Scots, had been pardoned, but Edward could not forgive the prime mover of the insurrection, and the cruel waster of the English border. For some 2 years Scotland was governed as part of Edward's realm. But the nation submitted from sheer necessity, not from any good will. In 1306 the troubles broke out again, owing to the ambition of a single man. Robert Bruce, the grandson of the Bruce who had striven with Balliol in 1292, was the leader in the new rising. Like his grandfather, he was more of an English baron than a pure Scot. He had taken Edward's side in the civil wars, and seems to have hoped that his fidelity might be rewarded by the gift of the Scottish crown when the Balliols were finally dismissed. Receiving no such guerdon, he conspired with some of his kinsfolk and a few of the Scottish earls, and endeavoured to get John Comyn, the late regent of Scotland, to join him. But when Comyn refused at an interview in the Greyfriars Kirk at Dumfries to break his newly sworn faith to King Edward, Bruce slew him with his own hand before the altar, and fled to the north. There was method in this murder, for, after the Balliols, Comyn had the best hereditary claim to the Scottish throne. 18. Gathering his followers at Scone, Bruce had himself crowned King of Scotland. But his royalty was of the most ephemeral nature. Few of the Scots would join one whose past record was so unsatisfactory, and his army was beaten and dispersed by de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, whom King Edward sent against him. Bruce had to take to the hills almost alone, and for many months was chased about the woods and lochs of Perthshire and Argyllshire by Highland chiefs eager to earn the price that Edward had set upon his head. His kinsmen, Nigel, Alexander, and Thomas, with most of his chief followers, were captured, tried and executed, for Edward was driven to wild anger by the unprovoked rising of one who had hitherto been his hot partisan. Even the ladies of Bruce's house were cast into dungeons, and the Countess of Buchan, who had crowned him at Scone, was shut up in an iron cage. The king's hand fell far more heavily on Scotland than before. The lands of Bruce's partisans were confiscated and given to Englishmen, and all who had favoured him were slain or outlawed. Unhappily for the king, these harsh measures had a very different result from that which he had expected. The hangings and confiscations gave Bruce many new partisans, and his misfortunes made him the nation's favourite. When he left his island refuge in Argyllshire in the spring of 1307 and landed in Carrick, he was joined by a considerable force. Edward, though now an old man, and stricken down by disease, swore that he would make an end of the traitor. He mounted his horse for the last time at Carlisle, and rode as far as Burg-on-Sands, where bodily weakness forced him to stop. Feeling the hand of death upon him, he made his son Edward of Carnarvon swear to persevere in the expedition against Bruce. He even bade him bear his coffin forward into Scotland, for his very bones, he said, would make the Scots quake. 4 days of illness ended his laborious life, July 17, 1307. His unworthy son at once broke up the army, leaving Bruce to make head unopposed, and used his father's funeral as an excuse for returning home. Edward was buried under a plain marble slab at Westminster, with the short inscription: Edward's prims malev Scotorvm hic est. Pactum serva. Footnote 18. See table on p. 160. Chapter 12. Edward II. 1307–1327. Seldom did a son contrast so strangely with his father as did Edward of Carnarvon with Edward the Hammer of the Scots. The mighty warrior and statesman begot a shiftless, thriftless craven, who did his best to bring to rack and ruin all that his sire had built up. The younger Edward's character had been the cause of much misgiving to the old king during the last years of his life. He had already shown himself incorrigibly idle and apathetic, refusing to bear his share of the burdens of royalty, and wasting his time with worthless favourites. The chief of his friends was one Piers de Gaveston, a young Gascon knight, whom his father much to his own sorrow had made one of his household. Piers was a young man of many accomplishments, clever, brilliant, and showy, who kept a bitter tongue for all save his master, and had an unrivalled talent for making enemies. He kept the listless prince amused, and in return Edward gave him all he asked, which was no small grant, for Piers was both greedy and extravagant. The new king was neither cruel nor vicious, but he was inconceivably obstinate, idle, and thriftless. It has been happily said of him that he was the first king of England since the conquest who was not a man of business. Hitherto the descendants of William the Norman had retained a share of their ancestors' energy. Even the weak Henry III had been a busy, bustling man, ready to meddle and muddle with all affairs of state, great or small. But Edward II took no interest in anything, the best thing that his apologists find to say of him is that he showed some liking for farming. The moment that his father was dead, Edward broke up the great army that had been mustered at Carlisle, and returned home. If the campaign had been pursued, there was every chance of crushing Bruce, whose position was still most precarious, for all the fortresses of the land were held by the English, and most of the Scottish nobles still refused to join the Pretender. But Edward only sent north a small force under the Earl of Pembroke, which made no head against the forces of Bruce. When Edward settled down in his kingship, the English nation found itself confronted by a new problem: how to deal with a king who altogether refused to trouble himself about the governance of the realm. He referred all men who came to him to his good brother Piers, and went about his pleasures without further concern. When, a few months after his accession, he was to wed Isabel, the daughter of the King of France, he went oversea, leaving the regency in the hands of the Gascon upstart, whom he created Earl of Cornwall, granting him the old royal earldom that had been held by the descendants of Richard, the brother of Henry III. He also gave him in marriage his niece, the daughter of the Earl of Gloucester, and lavished upon him a number of royal estates. Baronage and people alike were moved to wrath by seeing the king hand over the governance of the realm to his favourite. The proud nobles who had been content to bend before Edward's father, would not for a moment yield to a king who was but the creature of Gaveston. Troubles began. Almost immediately on the young king's accession, he was besought, in and out of Parliament, to dismiss the Gascon. He bowed before the storm, and sent him out of England for the moment, but only to give him higher honours by making him Lord Deputy of Ireland. When the king recovered from his fright, Gaveston was recalled, and returned more powerful and more arrogant than before. 1309. Meanwhile the war in Scotland was going very badly. Many of the nobles, after long doubting, joined Bruce, because they saw that they were likely to get little protection from the feeble king whom they had hitherto served. Several important places fell into the insurgents' hands, and it was universally felt that only a great expedition headed by the king himself could stay Bruce's progress. Edward, however, was enduring too much trouble at home to think of reconquering Scotland. The barons were moving again, headed by three personal enemies of Gaveston's, whom he is said to have mortally offended by the nicknames he had bestowed on them. The first was the king's cousin 19 Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, a turbulent, ambitious man, who covered a scheming love of power by an affectation of patriotism and disinterestedness. The other two were Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke 20, and Guy Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick. Gaveston's name for Lancaster was the actor, which, indeed, well hit off his pretense of unreal virtue. Pembroke he called Joseph the Jew, and Warwick the Black Dog of Arden. It was these three lords who in 1310 led an attack in Parliament on the king and his favourite, and drew up a scheme for taking the direct rule of the realm out of their hands. Following the precedent of the provisions of Oxford 21, the Parliament named a Committee of Regency, or body of ministers, composed of 21 members, who were called the Lords Ordainers, and were to draw up a scheme for the reform of all the abuses of the kingdom. The 21 comprised the Archbishop of Canterbury and all the leading men of England, but Thomas of Lancaster and his friends had the ascendancy among them. The king complained that he was treated like a lunatic, and deprived of the right that every man owns, of being allowed to manage his own household. He resolved, by way of protest, to show that he could do something useful, and, taking Gaveston with him, made an incursion into Scotland. Bruce was cautious, and retired northward, burning the country behind him. The king struggled on as far as the Forth, and then turned back without having accomplished anything. On his return he was forced to sign a promise to redress many administrative grievances which the lords ordainers laid before him, to consent to banish Gaveston, choose all his ministers with the counsel and consent of his baronage, disallow all customs and taxes save such as Parliament should grant, and reform the administration of justice. Edward signed everything readily, but immediately departed into the north, bade Gaveston return to England and join him, and published a repudiation of the new ordinances, as forced on him by threats and violence, 1311. This contumacy brought matters to a head. Lancaster and his friends took arms and laid siege to Scarborough, where the favourite lay. Gaveston surrendered on a promise that he should have a fair trial in Parliament. But while he was being taken southward, the Earl of Warwick came upon his keepers, drove them away, and took peers out of their hands. Without trial or form of justice, the Black Dog of Arden bade his retainers behead the favourite by the wayside on Blacklow Hill. May, 1312. Thomas of Lancaster approved by his presence this gross and faithless violation of the terms on which Gaveston had surrendered at Scarborough. This outburst of lawless baronial vengeance removed Edward's favourite, but did the realm no other good. The king was compelled to pardon Gaveston's murderers, but he could not be forced to forget what they had done, and even his slow and craven heart conceived projects of revenge. But these had to be postponed for a time to the pressing needs of the Scotch War. Bruce had taken Perth in 1312, Edinburgh and Roxburgh fell to him in the following year, and he was besieging Stirling, the last important stronghold still in English hands. Even Edward was stirred, he bade all England arm, and vowed to march to the relief of Stirling in the next spring. A great host mustered under the royal banner, but Thomas of Lancaster factiously refused to appear, on the plea that the ordinances of 1311 forbade the king to go out to war without the consent of Parliament. This act alone is a sufficient proof that Thomas was a mere self-seeking politician, and not the patriot that he would fain have appeared. King Edward, with an army that is rated at nearly 100,000 men by the chronicler, pushed on to relieve Stirling, and met no opposition till he reached the burn of Bannock, 2 miles south of that town. There he found Bruce and his host of 40,000 men posted on a rising ground, with the brook and a broad bog in his front. On their flanks the Scots had protected themselves by digging many pits lightly covered with earth and brushwood, so as to break the charge of the English horse. Edward displayed all the marks of a bad general. Instead of endeavouring to use his superior numbers to turn or surround the enemy, he flung them recklessly on the Scottish front. When his archers, who by themselves might have settled the battle, had been driven away by the Scots horse, he pushed his great array of mailed knights against the solid masses of Bruce's infantry. After struggling through brook and bog, the English came to a standstill before the steady line of spears. Charge after charge was made, but the knights could not break through the sturdy pikemen, and at last recoiled in disorder. At this moment a mass of Scottish camp followers came rushing over the hill on the left, and were taken by the exhausted English for a new army. Edward's great host broke up and fled, the king himself outstripping his followers, and never halting till he reached Dunbar. The Earl of Gloucester, 6 other barons, 200 knights, and many thousand men of lower rank were left upon the field. The Earls of Hereford and Angus, and 70 knights were taken prisoners. The fight of Bannockburn completely did away with the last chance of the Union of England and Scotland. The English garrisons surrendered, and the Scots of the English party yielded themselves to Bruce, save a few who, with the Earls of Atholl and Buchan, took refuge south of the border. For the future Bruce was undisputed king beyond the Tweed, and, instead of acting upon the defensive, was able to push forward and attack England. His ambition was completely satisfied, and his long toils and wanderings ended in splendid success. His whole career, however, was that of a hardy adventurer rather than that of a patriotic king, and his triumph estranged two nations which had hitherto been able to dwell together in amity, and plunged them for nearly 3 centuries into bloody border wars. It was from the atrocities committed by Englishmen on Scot and Scot on Englishmen during the fatal years 1306–14 that the long national quarrel drew its bitterness, and for all this Bruce, who commenced his reign by treason, murder, and usurpation, is largely responsible. Edward I must take his full share of blame for his hard hand and heart, but Bruce's ambition masquerading as patriotism must bear as great a load of guilt. The shame which King Edward brought home from the ignominious day of Bannockburn, lowered him yet further in his subjects' eyes. The Earl of Lancaster, who had avoided participating in the defeat by his unpatriotic refusal to go forth with the king, was now able to take the administration of affairs into his hands. He dismissed all Edward's old servants, put him on an allowance of £1.10 a day for his household expenses, and for some years was practically ruler of the realm. Lancaster might have passed for an able man if he had not laid his hand on the helm of the state, but he guided matters so badly that he soon wrecked his own reputation both for ability and for patriotism. 1314–18, the generals of the Scottish king crossed the border and ravaged the country as far as York and Preston, and at the same time, Edward Bruce, the brother of Robert, sailed over to Ireland with an army and began to raise the native Irish against their rulers. The great tribes of the O'Neills and the O'Connors joined him, in the hope of completely expelling the English, and by their aid Edward Bruce was crowned King of Ireland, and swept over the whole country from Antrim to Kerry, burning the towns and castles of the English settlers. It is from these unhappy years, 1315–17, that we may date the weakening of the royal authority in Ireland, and the restriction of English rule. To the eastern coast the Pale about Dublin, Dundalk, and Wicklow. When the war seemed over, and the victory of Edward Bruce certain, the dissensions of the Irish ruined his cause. Lord Mortimer routed Edward's allies the O'Connors at Athenry in 1317, and the King of Ireland himself and his Scottish followers were cut to pieces at Dundalk, a year later, by the Chief Justice, John de Birmingham, Dublin. And the Pale were thus saved, but little or no progress was made in restoring the King of England's authority in the rest of the land. Though victorious in Ireland, the English under Lancaster's rule were unable to keep their own borders safe. Bruce took Berwick, ravaged Durham, and cut the whole Shire levy of Yorkshire to pieces at Mitton Bridge. In despair, Lancaster asked for a truce, and obtained it. 1320, but the temporary cessation of the Scottish war only gave the opportunity for the English to come to blows in civil strife. Thomas of Lancaster had by this time made so many enemies, that the king was able to gather together a party against him, though slow and idle. Edward was unforgiving, and well remembered that he had Gaveston's blood to avenge. He found his chief supporters in the two Despensers, West Country barons, the son and grandson of that Despenser who had been Simon de Montfort's justiciar, and had fallen at Evesham. Taking advantage of the times, Edward assembled an army under the plea that he must chastise a baron named Badlesmere, who had rudely excluded Queen Isabella from Leeds Castle, in Kent, when she wished to enter. Having taken Leeds and hung its garrison, the king with a most unexpected show of energy suddenly turned on Lancaster. Earl Thomas called out his friends, and the Earl of Hereford, Lord Mortimer, and many of the barons of the Welsh marches rose in his favour. He was forced, however, to fly north when the king pursued him, and had made his way as far as Boroughbridge, in Yorkshire, when he found himself intercepted by the shire levies of the north, headed by Harclay, the governor of Carlisle. A battle followed, in which Hereford was slain and Lancaster taken prisoner. The king was now able to wreak his long-delayed vengeance for Gaveston's murder. He sent Earl Thomas to the block, and hung or beheaded 8 barons and 30 knights of his party. Lord Mortimer and the rest were stripped of their lands and banished. These wholesale executions and confiscations not only provoked the baronage, but caused the nation to look on Earl Thomas as a martyr, though he was in fact nothing better than a selfish and turbulent adventurer. Edward, having taken his revenge, subsided into his former listlessness and sloth, handing over the whole conduct of affairs to his new ministers, the 2 Despensers. Father and son alike were unwise, greedy, and arrogant. They used the king's name for their own ends, and soon made themselves as well hated as Gaveston had been 10 years before. Yet for 4 years they maintained themselves in power, even after they had advised the king to take the necessary but unpopular step of acknowledging Bruce as King of Scotland, and concluding a truce for 13 years with him. The slothful Edward and the arrogant Despensers soon tired out the patience of England, and they fell before the first blow levelled against them. The blow came from an unexpected quarter. Edward's wife, Isabella of France, was visiting the court of her brother Charles IV, on a diplomatic mission concerning some frontier feuds in Guienne. At Paris she met and became desperately enamoured of the exiled Marcher Baron, Roger Mortimer. He drew her into a conspiracy against her husband. By his advice she induced her young son Edward, the heir of England, to cross over and join her. When the boy was safely in her hands, she sent to King Edward to bid him dismiss the Despensers, because they had wronged and insulted her. When he refused, she and Mortimer gathered a force of Flemish mercenaries and crossed to England. They had already enlisted the support of the kinsmen and friends of Lancaster, Hereford, Badlesmere, and the other barons who had been slain in 1322. On landing in Suffolk, Isabella was at once joined by them, and found herself at the head of a large army. Edward and his unpopular ministers fled towards Wales, but the elder Despenser was caught at Bristol and promptly hanged. His son Hugh and the king were captured 3 weeks later. The former was executed, while his master was taken under guard to London, November, 1326. The Queen then summoned a parliament in the name of her son, Prince Edward. Articles were placed before it, accusing the king of breaking his coronation oath, of wilfully neglecting the right governance of the land, of promoting unworthy favourites, of losing Scotland and Ireland, and of slaying his enemies without just cause or a fair trial. The Parliament pronounced him unfit to reign, deposed him, and elected his young son to fill his throne in his stead. Edward was constrained by force to resign his crown, and at once thrown into prison. He was first consigned to the charge of Henry of Lancaster, the brother of Earl Thomas, but Henry kept him safely, and there were those who did not desire his safety. Presently the Queen and Mortimer took him from Lancaster's hands and removed him to Berkeley Castle. There he was treated with gross neglect and cruelty, in the deliberate design of ending his life, but when his constitution proved strong enough to resist all privations, his keepers secretly put him to death, September 21, 1327. Thus ended the unhappy son of Edward I, the victim of an unfaithful wife, and a knot of barons bent on revenging an old blood feud. That he deserved his fate it would be hard to say, but that he owed it entirely to his own unwise choice of favourites it is impossible to deny. Chapter 13. Edward III. 1327–1377. Shameful as the state of the realm had been under the rule of Edward of Carnarvon and his favourites, a yet more disgraceful depth was reached in the years of minority of his son. The young king was only 14, and the government fell into the hands of those who had set him on the throne, his mother and her paramour, Roger Mortimer. A council, headed by Henry Earl of Lancaster, was supposed to guide the king's steps. But as a matter of fact he was in Queen Isabella's power, while she was entirely ruled by Mortimer. They were surrounded by a guard of 180 knights, and acted as they pleased in all things. It was only gradually that the nation realized the state of affairs, for the murder of Edward II was long kept concealed, and the relations of the Queen and Mortimer were not at first generally known. The first blow to the new government was the renewal of the Scottish War. In 1328, Robert Bruce broke the truce that he had made 6 years before. He was now growing advanced in age, and was stricken by leprosy, but he sent out, under James the Black Douglas, a great host, 4,000 knights and squires, and 20,000 moss troopers, all horsed on shaggy Galloway ponies. They harried England as far as the Tees, and successfully eluded Mortimer, who went out against them, taking the young king with him. Outmarching the English day by day, Douglas retired before them across the Northumbrian fells, occasionally harassing his pursuers by night attacks. He returned home with much plunder, leaving not a cow unlifted nor a house unburnt in all Tynedale. The English host came back foiled and half-starved, and Mortimer, not daring to face another campaign, advised the Queen to make terms with the Scots. Accordingly the shameful peace was signed at Northampton, by which England resigned all claims of suzerainty over the Scotch realm, sent back the crown and royal jewels, which Edward I had carried off to London, and gave the king's sister Joanna to be wed to Bruce's eldest son, 1328. Mortimer's failure led to insurrections against him, but they were mere baronial risings, not efforts of the whole people. Henry of Lancaster, who headed the first, was put down and heavily fined for his pains. Edmund, Earl of Kent, then took up the same plan, announcing that he would free his half-brother Edward II, who, as he was persuaded, still survived. But he fell into Mortimer's hands, and was beheaded. It was the young king himself who was destined to put an end to the misrule of his mother and her minion. When he reached the age of 18, and realized the shameful tutelage in which he was being held, he resolved to free himself from it by force. While the court lay at Nottingham Castle in October, 1330, he gathered a small band of trustworthy adherents, and at midnight entered the Queen's lodgings by a secret stair and seized Mortimer, in spite of his mother's tears and curses. The favourite was sent before his peers, tried and executed. Isabella was relegated to honourable confinement at Castle Rising, where she lived for many years after. King Edward now himself assumed the reins of government. He was still very young, but in the Middle Ages men ripened quick if they died. early, and Edward at 19 was thought both by others and himself old enough to take charge of the policy of the realm. He was in his youth a very well-served and well-loved sovereign, for he had all the qualities that attract popularity: a handsome person, pleasant and affable manners, a fluent tongue, and an energy that contrasted most happily with the listless indolence of his miserable father. It was many years before the world discovered that he was selfish, thriftless, reckless of his country's needs, and set on gratifying his personal ambition and love of warlike feats to the sacrifice of every other consideration. He was a knight-errant of the type of Richard Coeur de Lion, not a statesman and warrior like his grandfather Edward I. In his later years his faculties showed a premature decay, and he fell into the hands of favourites, male and female, who were almost as offensive as the Gavestons and Despensers of the previous generation. Edward's reign falls into three well-marked periods: the first, 1330–39, is that of his Scottish Wars; the second, 1339–60, is that in which he began the famous and unhappy 100 Years' War with France, and himself conducted it up to the brilliant but unwise Peace of Bretigny; the third, 1360–77, that of his declining years, is a time of trouble and misgovernment gradually increasing till Edward sank unregretted into his grave. Robert Bruce, the terror of the English, had died in 1329, leaving his throne to his son David II, a child of 5 years. The government fell into the hands of regents, who ill-supplied the place of the dead king, and their weakness tempted the survivors of the English party in Scotland to strike a blow. Edward Balliol, the son of the long-dead John Balliol, accordingly made secret offers to Edward III, that he would do homage to him for the Scottish crown, and reign as his vassal, if he were helped to win the land. With Edward's connivance young Balliol gathered together the Earls of Buchan and Atholl, and many other Scottish refugees in England, and took ship to Scotland. He landed in Fife, was joined by his secret friends, beat the regent, the Earl of Mar, and seized the greater part of Scotland. He was crowned at Scone, and forced the young David Bruce to flee oversea to France to save his life. But soon the national party rose against Balliol, expelled him, and chased him back to England. Edward then took the field in his favour, and met the Scots at Halidon Hill, near Berwick. Here he inflicted on them a crushing defeat, which the English celebrated as a fair revenge for the blow of Bannockburn, for the regent Archibald Douglas, 4 earls and many thousand men were left on the field. They fell mainly by the arrows of the English archery. For, having drawn themselves out on a hillside behind a marsh, they stood as a broad target for the bowmen, whom they were unable to reach. The intervening marshy ground prevented their heavy columns of pikemen from advancing, and they were routed without even the chance of coming to hand strokes. July, 1333. This victory made Edward Balliol King of Scotland for a second time. He did homage to his champion, and ceded to him Tweeddale and half Lothian. But the crown won by English help sat uneasily on Balliol's brow. After several years of spasmodic fighting, he was finally driven out of his realm, and took refuge again in England. This time he found less help, for Edward III was now plunged deep in schemes of another kind. 9 years of comparative quiet had done much to recover England from the misery it had known in the last reign. The baronage and people were serving the young king loyally, taxation had not yet been heavy, and the success of Halidon Hill had restored the nation's self-respect. Edward himself was flushed by victory and burning for fresh adventures. Hence it came that, neglecting the nearer but less showy task of Restoring the English suzerainty over Scotland, he turned to wars oversea. One of the usual frontier quarrels between French and Gascons had broken out in 1337 on the borders of Aquitaine. In consequence, Philip VI of France had, like so many of his predecessors, taken measures to support Edward's Scottish enemies, and given shelter to the exiled boy king, David Bruce. War between England and France was probably inevitable, but Edward chose to make it a life and death struggle by laying claim to the throne of France and branding Philip VI as a usurper. The question of the French succession dated from some years back. In 1328 died Edward's uncle, King Charles IV, the last of the direct male descendants of Philip IV. The problem then cropped up for the first time whether the French crown could descend to females, or whether the next male heir must be chosen, although he was but the cousin of the late king. The peers of France adjudged that by the _Salic law an old custom ascribed to the ancient Franks, only male descent counted in tracing claims to the throne. Accordingly they adjudged the kingdom to Philip of Valois, who was crowned as Philip VI. Edward, as own nephew, through his mother to Charles IV, had protested at the time, but he had practically withdrawn his protest by doing homage to Philip for the Duchy of Aquitaine, and thereby acknowledging the justice of the award. The French succession, 1337. Philip III, 1270–1285. Plus plus. Philip IV, Charles, 1285–1314 Count of Valois. Plus 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 plus. Louis X, Philip V, Charles IV, Isabella. Philip of Valois. 1314–1316 1316–1322. 1322–1328 King 1328–1350. Plus plus. Jane, Edward III. John, Queen of Navarre. 1350–1364. Charles, King of Navarre. Now, in 1337 Edward began to think of reviving his dormant pretensions to the French crown, though they had two fatal defects. The first was that there had never been any precedent in France for a claim through the female line. The second was that, even if such descents could be counted, one of his mother's brothers had left a daughter, the Queen of Navarre, and the son of that princess had a better female claim than Edward himself. The only way in which this defect could be ignored was by pleading, like Bruce in 1292, that Edward was a generation nearer to the old royal stock than his cousin, Charles, King of Navarre. On this rather feudal plea Edward laid solemn claim to the French crown, and declared Philip of Valois usurper. Perhaps there may be truth in the story which tells that he did not do so from any strong belief in his own theory, but because the Flemings, vassals to the French crown, had declared that they could not aid him, though willing to do so, on account of oaths of fealty sworn to the King of France. If Edward claimed to be king himself, they said, their allegiance and help would be due to him. Whether the tale be true or not, he at any rate made the claim in reliance on the assistance of the Flemings, and of their neighbours, the Dukes of Brabant and Holland, and with the countenance of the Emperor, Louis of Bavaria. King Edward determined to land in the Low Countries and attack France from the north. He called out great bodies of soldiery, and took advantage of the devotion that the nation felt for him to raise illegal taxes for their pay. Violating his grandfather's engagements, he took a tallage from the towns, and levied a _maltold or extra customs duty on the export of wool. In the excitement of the moment, little opposition was made to these high-handed measures. But Edward's campaign against France proved utterly unsuccessful. His Netherland allies were of little use to him. King Philip refused to risk a battle in the field, and an attack on Cambrai was defeated. Edward had to return to England to raise more money. While at home, he heard that a great French fleet had been collected for the conquest of Flanders and a subsequent attack on England. Hastily raising all the ships he could gather from London and the Cinque Ports, the king set sail to seek the enemy. He found them in harbour at the Flemish port of Sluis, and there brought them to action. They had chained their ships in 3 lines and built up barricades upon them, but, by pretending to fly, Edward induced them to cast loose and follow him, and, when they had got out to sea, turned and attacked. The English archery swept the enemy's decks, and then the king and his knights clambered up, and boarded vessel after vessel till well nigh the whole French fleet was taken, 1340. No such glorious day had been seen since Hubert de Burgh won the battle off Dover 120 years before. The victory of Sluis freed England from the danger of invasion, but did nothing more. For when the king landed in Flanders, and pushed forward against France, he again failed to break through the line of strong towns that guarded Philip's frontier, and had to return home foiled. On coming to England he fell into a bitter strife with his parliament, who were far from contented with the repeated checks in Flanders. Edward began by charging his failure on his ministers and dismissed them all, from the Chancellor and the Archbishop of Canterbury downwards, accusing them of having misappropriated the taxes. He announced that he would bring them to trial, and appointed a special commission for the purpose. This led to a vindication of the ancient right of trial by a man's equals, for John de Stratford, the Archbishop, insisted on being tried in Parliament by the barons his peers, and carried his point against the king's strenuous opposition. He was of course acquitted, as nothing could be found against him. The Parliament only consented to grant the king fresh supplies when he swore, 1. To let them appoint a committee to audit the accounts of the money, 2. To take no further _maltolds_ or tallages, but confine himself to the duly voted supplies. 3. To choose his ministers only with Parliament's consent, and make them answerable to Parliament for malfeasance in their office, 1341. If these conditions had been kept, the crown would have been completely under control of the National Council, but Edward shamelessly broke them when fortune turned in his favour. England had now been 5 years at war with France, and had gained nothing thereby save the destruction of the French navy at Sluis. France had fared equally badly, and in a lucid moment the king signed a truce. But both Edward and Philip and their subjects had come to dislike each other so bitterly, that no end could be put to the war, till one or other had gained a decisive victory. The struggle was soon renewed on fresh ground, the Duchy of Brittany, where a disputed succession had occurred. With strange want of logic, Philip VI backed the claimant whose pretensions were based on a female descent, and Edward the one who claimed as next male heir under the Salic law. Thus, each supported in Brittany the theory of descent which he repudiated. In France, after much indecisive fighting, both in Brittany and on the Gascon border, Edward determined on a new invasion of France in 1345. Giving out that he would sail to Bordeaux, he really landed near Cherbourg, in Normandy, where the enemy was not expecting him. He had determined to fight the campaign with English forces alone, and no longer to rely on untrustworthy continental friends. With 4,000 men at arms, 10,000 bowmen, and 5,000 light Welsh and Irish infantry. He pushed boldly through the land, sacking Saint Lo and Seine, and driving the local levies of Normandy before him. But he had cut himself loose from the sea, and as his course drew him into the interior, they French began to muster on all sides of him in great numbers and in high wrath. It was evident that he ran great danger of being surrounded, and would certainly have to fight for his life. When he reached the Seine, King Philip broke down all the bridges to prevent his escape. And it was more by chance than good generalship that the English army succeeded in forcing a passage. Hearing of the vast numbers that were coming against him, Edward now turned north, but he was again checked by the river Somme, and only got across by fighting his way over the dangerous sea-swept ford of Blanche-Take, near the river's mouth, in face of the levies of Picardy. 3 days later he was overtaken by the French at Cra Copyright Site, in the county of Ponthieu, and had to turn and fight. King Philip had brought up a vast army, some 12,000 men-at-arms and 60,000 foot soldiers, including several thousand Genoese crossbowmen, who were reckoned the best mercenary troops in Europe. Edward drew up his host on a hillside, north of Cra Copyright Site, placing his archers in front, with bodies of dismounted men-at-arms to support them. 2/3 of the army were arrayed in the front line, under the nominal command of Edward, Prince of Wales, the 15-year-old son and heir of the king. Edward kept the rest in reserve higher up the hill, under his own hand. Cra Copyright Site was the first fight which taught the rulers of the continent the worth of the English bowman. When the vast French army came up against them, they easily repelled every attack. First, they riddled with arrows the Genoese crossbowmen, who could make no stand against them, for the archer could shoot 6 times before the Genoese could wind up their clumsy arbalests for a second discharge. Then when the French chivalry advanced, they shot down men and horses so fast that it was only at a few points that the enemy ever succeeded in reaching their line, and coming to hand strokes with the Prince of Wales and his dismounted knights. At evening the French fled, routed by less than a third of their numbers, before King Edward and his reserve had occasion to strike a single blow. Edward knighted his son on the field, the first victory of the celebrated Black Prince, who was to prove as good a soldier as his father. When the French dead were counted, it was discovered that the English archery had slain 11 dukes and counts, 83 barons, 1,200 knights, and more than 20,000 of the French soldiery. John, King of Bohemia, who had come to help Philip VI, though he was old and weak of sight, was also among the slain. On the other hand, the English had lost less than 1,000 men, August 26, 1346. After this splendid victory, King Edward was able to march unmolested through the land. He resolved to end the campaign by taking Calais, the nearest French seaport to the English coast, and one which, if held permanently, would give him an ever-open door into France. Accordingly, he sat down before Calais, and beleaguered it for many months, till it fell by famine in the next year. The King of France could do nothing to relieve it, and the town had to yield at discretion. The men of Calais had made many piratical descents on England, and Edward was known to bear them a grudge for this. Therefore, 7 chief burgesses of the place gallantly came forward to bear the brunt of his wrath, and offered themselves to him with halters round their necks, begging him to hang them, but spare the rest of their townsmen. Edward was at first inclined to take these patriotic citizens at their word, but his wife Queen Philippa urged him to gentler counsels, and he let them go. But he drove out of Calais every man who would not own him as king and swear him fealty, and filled their places with English colonists. Thus Calais became an English town, and so remained for more than 200 years, a thorn in the side of France, and an open gate for the invader from beyond the Channel. While the siege of Calais had been in progress, the Scots had made a bold attempt to invade the north of England. The young king, David Bruce, grateful for the shelter which Philip VI had given him in the days of his exile, had crossed the Tweed, in the hope of drawing Edward home, and so robbing him of the results of his campaign in France. But Queen Philippa summoned to her aid all the nobles who had not gone oversea, and mustered them at Durham. David Bruce pushed forward to meet them, but at Neville's Cross he met with a crushing defeat. Once more it was found that the Scottish pikemen could not stand against the English archery. They were beaten with terrible loss, and the king himself and many of his nobles were taken prisoners and sent to London. October, 1346. Edward came back from Calais to England laden with glory and spoil, but all his plunder could not pay for the exhaustion which his heavy taxes and levies of men had brought upon his realm. The nation, however, was blinded to its loss by the glory of CRA copyright Sigh, and the war would probably have been continued with increased energy but for a fearful disaster which befell the land in the year after the fall of Calais. A great plague which men called the Black Death came sweeping over Europe from the east, and in the awful havoc which it caused wars were for a time forgotten. England did not suffer worse than France or Italy, yet it is calculated that a full half of her population was stricken down by this unexampled pestilence. Manor rolls and bishops' registers bear out by their lists in detail the statements which the contemporary chroniclers make at large. We note that in this unhappy year, 1348-9, many parishes had 3, and some 4 successive vicars appointed to them in 9 months. We see how, in small villages of 300 or 400 inhabitants, 30 or 40 families, from their oldest to their youngest member, were swept away, so that their farms reverted to the lord of the land for want of heirs. We find monasteries in which every soul, from the prior to the youngest novice, died, so that the house was left entirely desolate. And thus we realize that the chroniclers are but telling us sober, unexaggerated facts, when they speak of this as a pestilence such as none had ever seen before, and none is ever like to see again. It seems to have been an eruptive form of that oriental plague which still lingers in Syria and the valley of the Euphrates. It began with great boils breaking out on the groin or under the armpits, culminated in sharp fever and violent retching, and generally carried off its victims within 2 days. It is probable that England did not recover the loss of population which it now sustained for a couple of centuries. But if the nation was dreadfully thinned, the results of the plague were not all in the direction of evil. It certainly raised the position of the lower classes by making labor more scarce, and therefore more valuable. The surviving agricultural laborers were able to demand much higher wages than before, and it was in vain that Parliament, by the foolish statute of laborers 1349, tried to prescribe a maximum rate of wages for them, and to prevent employers giving more. Legislation is unable to prevent the necessary working of the laws of political economy, and in spite of the statute the peasant got his advantage. About the time of the outbreak of the Black Death, the kings of England and France had signed a truce, being moved to turn their thoughts far from war by the terrible havoc that was going on around them. It was 6 years before they and their peoples could find heart to forget the plague, and once more resumed their reckless struggle. In 1355 Edward made proposals for a definitive peace to King John Philip VI. Had died in 1350 on the terms that he should give up his claims to the French crown, but receive Aquitaine free from all burden of homage to the King of France as suzerain. John refused this reasonable offer, and Edward recommenced his attacks on France. He himself landed at Calais and invaded Picardy, but was ere long recalled home by the news that the Scots also had renewed the war, and were over the Tweed. Edward spent the summer in beating them back and cruelly ravaging the whole of Lothian. Meanwhile, his son, the Black Prince, now a young man of 25, started from Bordeaux and plundered the French province of Languedoc. In the following year, the Black Prince made a similar incursion into central France, and swept through the whole country from Limoges to Tours with a small army of 4,000 mounted men and 3,000 archers. When he turned his face homeward, however, he found that King John with a host of 40,000 men had blocked his road, by getting between him and Bordeaux. Thus intercepted, Prince Edward posted himself on the hill of Maupertuis near Poitiers and took up a defensive position. It is probable that the French, with their vastly superior numbers, could have completely surrounded him and starved him into surrender without any need of fighting. But King John, a fierce and reckless prince with none of a general's ability, preferred to take the English by force of arms, and, when they refused to surrender to him, prepared to storm their position. Edward's small army was drawn up behind a tall hedgerow and a ditch on the slope of a ridge, with the archers in front lining the hedgerow, and the men at arms behind them. All the latter save 300 were dismounted, as at CRA copyright Sci. The Earls of Salisbury and Warwick had command of the two divisions which formed the front line, while the prince himself stayed behind with the reserve. John of France, remembering the disaster of CRA copyright Sci, where the English arrows had slain so many horses, dismounted all his knights save a few hundred, and led them on foot up the hill in 3 divisions. Only a picked body of horsemen, under the 2 marshals, d'Audetreham and Clermont, pushed forward in front, to endeavour to ride down the English archers, as the Scottish cavalry had done so successfully at Bannockburn. But, whether on foot or on horse, the French made little way with their attack. The cavalry in advance were all shot down as they tried to push through gaps in the hedge. The first division of the dismounted knights then climbed the slope, but, after severe fighting with the front line of the English, recoiled, unable to force their way over the ditch. They fell back onto the second line behind them, and put it into disorder before it could come near the English. Seeing 2/3 of the French army in this plight, the Prince of Wales resolved to strike a bold blow. He brought up his reserve to the front, and bade his whole army charge downhill onto the huddled mass below them. His quick eye had caught the right moment, for the whole of the French van and 2nd Division fled right and left without fighting. Only King John, with the rear line of his army, stood firm. With this body, one more numerous than the whole of his own host, Prince Edward had a fierce fight in the valley. But the French were broken in spirit by the sight of the rout of their van, and gave way when they were charged in the flank by a small body of troops whom Edward had detached to his right for that purpose. They all fled save the king and his young son Philip, who stood their ground for a long time with a small company of faithful vassals, and maintained the fight when all the rest had vanished. John's courageous obstinacy had the natural result: he, his son, and the faithful few about him were all surrounded and taken prisoners. When the English came to reckon up the results of the battle, they found that they had slain 2 dukes, 17 barons, and 2,800 knights and men-at-arms, and taken captive a king, a prince, 13 counts, 15 barons, and 2,000 knights and men-at-arms. Their own loss did not reach 300 men. September 19, 1356. Edward returned in triumph to Bordeaux, and afterwards crossed to England, to present his all-important prisoner to the king his father. The prince treated John with great gentleness and courtesy, and did all that he could to avoid wounding his feelings. Nevertheless, he saw that in the pressure that could be brought to bear upon his captive lay the best hope of winning an honorable and profitable peace from the French. John chafed bitterly at his detention in custody, and got little consolation from finding himself in the company of his ally, David, King of Scotland, who had been a prisoner in England for 10 years, ever since the Battle of Neville's Cross. The difficulty in negotiating a peace did not come from King John, but from the regency which replaced him at Paris. The French did not see why they should sign a humiliating treaty merely in order to deliver a harsh and not very popular king from confinement. But a series of disasters at last forced them to submit. The 3 years 1357–60 were almost the most miserable that France ever knew. The young Dauphin, Charles, a mere lad, proved quite unable to keep order in the land. The barons did what they pleased, hordes of disbanded mercenary soldiers, whom the government could not pay, roamed plundering over the countryside. The people of Paris broke out into sedition, under a bold citizen named Etienne Marcel, and put the Dauphin himself in durance for a time. Last and worst of all, the peasantry of central France, driven to despair by the general misery of the times, rose in rebellion against all constituted authority, slew every man of gentle blood that they could lay hands on, and roamed about in huge bands, burning castles and manors, and plundering towns and villages. The horrors of the Jacquerie 22, as this anarchic revolt was called, bid fair to destroy all government in France, and it was only by a desperate rally that those who had anything to lose succeeded in banding themselves together and crushing the insurgents. When France had suffered so bitterly from its foes within, Edward of England took a great army across the Channel, and in 1359–60 wasted the whole land as far as Paris and Reims. But as the French refused to meet him in the field, he won no battles, took few towns, and got little profit from his destructive raid. It was at this juncture that he and the Dauphin at last came to terms. To end the war, the French were ready to grant whatever conditions Edward chose to exact. He asked for a ransom of 3 million gold crowns for the person of King John, and for the whole of the Duchy of Aquitaine, as Duchess Eleanor had held it in 1154. In return, he would give up his claim on the crown of France, and be content to be independent Duke of Aquitaine only. So all the lands in southern France which John and Henry III had lost Poitou, Saintonge, Perigord, Limoges, Quercy, and the rest were restored to the Plantagenets, after being 150 years in French hands. Calais and Ponthieu in the north were also formally ceded to King Edward by this celebrated Treaty of Bretigny, May, 1360. It appeared for a moment as if a permanent peace between England and France had been established. King Edward, in return for giving up a claim on the whole of France, which no one had taken very seriously, had won the long-lost lands which his ancestors had never hoped to retake. He had also made an advantageous peace with Scotland, releasing King David for a ransom of 90,000 marks, and the fortresses of Berwick and Roxburgh. Edward's fortune was now at its highest, and his reign promised to have a prosperous and peaceful end. He had reached the age of 50, and was surrounded by a band of sons who should have been the strength of his old age. Edward the Black Prince he made Duke of Aquitaine. Lionel of Clarence, his second son, was married to the heiress of the great Irish family of de Burgh. John of Gaunt, the third son, was wedded to the heiress of Lancaster, Thomas of Woodstock, his fifth son, to one of the co-heiresses of the earldom of Hereford. Thus he trusted to identify by intermarriage the interests of the royal house and the greater baronage, not seeing that there was as much probability of his younger sons becoming leaders of baronial factions as of the barons, forgetting their old jealousy of the royal house. Meanwhile, however, things went fairly well for some years after the Peace of Bretigny. In spite of the vast expenditure of money on the war, and in spite of the ravages of the Black Death, the country was in many ways prosperous. England had enjoyed internal quiet for 30 years, her commerce with Flanders and Gascony was developing, her fleet, in spite of much piracy, was dominant in all the western seas. The increase of wealth is shown by the fact that Edward III, first of all English monarchs, issued a large currency of gold money, 1,349, and that his nobles, as the broad thin pieces were called, became the favorite medium of exchange in all northwestern Europe, and formed the model for the gold coins of the Netherlands, part of Germany, and Scotland. Manufactures as well as foreign trade were beginning to grow important. The reign of Edward is always remembered for the development of the weaving industry in eastern England. He induced many Flemish weavers to settle in Norwich and elsewhere, moved, it is said, by the advice of his Netherlandish queen, Philippa of Hainault. But the main exports of England were still raw material, especially wool and metals, and not manufactured goods. The English trader did not usually sail beyond Norway on the one hand, and North Spain on the other. Intercourse with more distant countries was carried on mainly by companies of foreign merchants, of whom the men of the Hansa towns were the most important. These Germans had a factory in London called the Steelyard, where they dwelt in a body, under strict rules and regulations. It was by them that English goods were taken to the more distant markets on the Baltic or the Mediterranean. The reasons why the Treaty of Bretigny failed to give a permanent settlement of the quarrel between England and France were many. The English pleaded that the French never fulfilled their obligations, for King John found his people very unwilling to raise his huge ransom, and never paid half of it. He returned to England in 1364 to surrender himself in default of payment, for he had a keen sense of honor in such things, and then died. His son, Charles V, at once refused, as was natural, to pay the arrears. But a more fruitful source of quarrelling was the civil war in Brittany, which still lingered on after 20 years of fighting. English and French succours came to help the two rival dukes, and fought each other on Breton soil. Though peace reigned elsewhere, the same thing was soon after seen in Spain. Pedro the Cruel, the wicked king of Castile, was attacked by his bastard brother, Henry of Trastamara, who enlisted a great host of French mercenaries, under Bertrand du Guesclin, the best professional soldier in France. Driven out of Castile by the usurper and his allies, Pedro fled to Bordeaux, where the Black Prince was reigning as Duke of Aquitaine. He enlisted the help of the English, who were jealous of French influence in Spain, and bought the aid of Edward's younger brothers, John of Gaunt, who was now a widower, and Edmund of Cambridge, by marrying his two daughters to them. Edward raised a great army of English and Gascons, and crossed the Pyrenees to restore King Pedro. At Nájera 23 he routed the French and Castilians, took Bertrand du Guesclin prisoner, and drove Henry of Trastamara out of the land. 1367, but the ungrateful Pedro then refused to repay the large sums which Edward had spent in raising his army, and the prince withdrew in wrath to Aquitaine. He took back with him an intermittent fever which he had caught in Spain, and never recovered his health. Left to his own resources, Pedro was soon beset for a second time by his brother and the French. He was captured by treachery, and slain by Henry of Trastamara's own hand. Edward had raised vast sums of money from Aquitaine for his Spanish expedition by heavy taxation which sorely vexed his new subjects. 4. The Poitevins and other French, who had become the unwilling vassals of an English lord by the Treaty of Bretigny, were entirely without any sympathy for Edward and his plans. When the prince returned, broken in health and penniless, from Spain, they plotted rebellion against him, with the secret approval of the young King of France. It soon appeared that Edward III had been unwise in annexing so many districts of purely French feeling and blood to the Gascon Duchy. 4. In 1369–70, Limoges and all the northern half of Aquitaine broke out into rebellion, and Charles V openly sent out his armies to aid them. The Black Prince took the field in a litter, for he was too weak to ride, and stormed Limoges, where he ordered a horrid massacre of the rebellious citizens, a deed that deeply stained his hitherto untarnished fame. But his strength could carry him no further. He returned helpless to Bordeaux, and presently resigned the Duchy of Aquitaine and returned to England, there to languish for some years, and die at last of his lingering disorder. The king himself, though not yet 60 years of age, had fallen into a premature decay both of mind and body, so that his son's early decease was doubly unfortunate. After losing his excellent wife Queen Philippa in 1369, he had sunk into a deep depression, from which he only recovered to fall into the hands of unscrupulous favourites. In private, he was governed by his chamberlain, Lord Latimer, and by a lady named Alice Perrers, who had become his mistress. Both abused their influence to plunder his coffers and make market of his favour. The higher governance of the realm was mainly in the hands of John of Gaunt, the king's eldest surviving son, a selfish and headstrong prince, who made himself the head of the war party, and hoped to gather laurels that might vie with those of his elder brother, the Black Prince. The last 7 years of Edward's reign, 1370–77, were full of disasters abroad and discontent at home. In France the successors of the Black Prince proved utterly unable to maintain their grasp on Aquitaine. Town by town and castle by castle, all the districts that had been won by the Treaty of Bretigny passed into the hands of King Charles V. His skillful general Bertrand du Guesclin won his way to success without risking a single pitched battle with the invincible English archery. When John of Gaunt took a great host over to Calais in 1373, the French retired before him by their king's order, and shut themselves up behind stone walls, after sweeping the country bare of provisions. The Duke of Lancaster marched up to the gates of Paris, and then all through central France down to Bordeaux, but, though he did much damage to the open country, he could not halt to besiege any great town for want of food, and finally reached Guyenne with an army half-starved and woefully reduced in numbers. Before King Edward was in his grave his dominions in France had shrunk to a district far smaller than he had held before the 100 Years' War had commenced. Nothing was left save the ports of Bordeaux and Bayonne, with the strip of Gascon coast between them. In the north, however, the all-important fortress of Calais was firmly and successfully maintained. Meanwhile there was bitter strife in Parliament at home, for ill success without always brings on discontent within. John of Gaunt, since he was known to sway his father's counsels, was forced to bear the brunt of the popular displeasure. It was he who was considered responsible for the misconduct of the French war, the peculations of the king's favourites, and the demands of the crown for increased taxation. The party opposed to him in Parliament counted as its head the good Bishop William of Wykeham, who had been Chancellor from 1367 to 1371, and had been driven from office by Lancaster's command. He was supported by the clergy, and by most of the knights of the shires, who formed the more important half of the House of Commons. It was probably the fact that the clergy were unanimously set against him that led John of Gaunt to seek allies for himself by giving countenance to an attack on the Church, which was just then beginning to develop. This was the anti-papal movement of the _Lollards_, or Wycliffe fights, as they were called after their leader John Wycliffe, the Morning Star of the Reformation. The state of the papacy and of the Church at large was at this moment very scandalous. The Pope was living no more at Rome, but at Avignon, under the shadow of the French king. And the power of the papacy was being shamelessly misused for French objects. England had never loved the papal influence, and had still less reason to love it when it was employed for the benefit of her political enemies. The tale of the simony, corruption, and evil living of the papal court had gone forth all over Europe, and provoked even more wrath in England than elsewhere. The English Church itself was far from blameless. There were bishops who were mere statesmen and warriors, and neglected their diocesan work. There were secular clergy who never saw their parishes, and monasteries where religion and sound learning were less regarded than wealth and high living. It was especially the great wealth of the monasteries, and the small profit that it brought the nation, which provoked popular comment. Since the days of the Statute of Mortmain the spirit of the times was changed, and benefactors who desired to leave a good work behind them founded and endowed schools and colleges, and not abbeys as of old. It was John Wycliffe, an Oxford Doctor of Divinity, and sometime Master of Balliol College, who gave voice to the popular discontent with the state of the papacy and the national church. He taught that the Pope's claim to be God's vicegerent on earth and to guide the consciences of all men was a blasphemous usurpation, because each individual was responsible to heaven for his own acts and thoughts. All men, he said in feudal phraseology, are tenants-in-chief under God, and hold from him all that they are and possess. The Pope claims to be our mean lord, and to interfere between us and our divine suzerain, and therein he grievously errs. Wycliffe also held that the Church was far too rich. He thought that her virtue was oppressed by the load of wealth, and advocated a return to apostolic poverty, in which the clergy should surrender the greater part of their enormous endowments. At a later date he developed doubts on the real presence and other leading doctrines of the medieval Church, but it was mainly as a denouncer of the power of the papacy and the riches and luxury of the clergy that he became known. John of Gaunt's object in favouring Wycliffe was purely political. With the reformer's religious views he can have had little sympathy, but he wished to turn the seething discontent of England into the channel of an attack on the Church, and to keep it from his own doors. For the last 20 years legislation against ecclesiastical grievances had been not infrequent. In 1351 the _Statute of Provisors had prohibited the Pope from giving away English benefices to his favourites. In 1353, The _first statute of Premunire had forbidden English litigants to transfer their disputes to the church courts abroad. Duke John's attempt to distract the attention of the nation to the reform of matters ecclesiastic was partly successful. We find many proposals in Parliament to strip the Church of part of her overgrown endowments and utilize them for the service of the state. On this point clerk and layman had many a bitter wrangle. But Lancaster could not altogether keep the storm from beating on himself and his father. In 1376 the good Parliament impeached Latimer and Neville, Edward's favourites and ministers, and removed and fined them. Alice Perrers, the old king's mistress, was at the same time banished. In the following year, Lancaster reasserted himself, packed a parliament with his supporters, and cancelled the condemnation of Latimer, Neville, and Alice Perrers. The Bishop of London in revenge arrested Lancaster's _pro to copyright Wycliffe, and began to try him for heresy, but the Duke appeared in the court, and so threatened and browbeat the bishop that he was fain to release his prisoner. But new complications were now at hand. The aspect of affairs was suddenly changed by the death of the old king on January 2, 1377, and political affairs took a new complexion on the accession of his young grandson, Richard II, the only surviving child of the Black Prince. Chapter 14. Richard II, 1377–1399. The little King Richard II was a boy 10 years old, born in the year when his father went on his ill-fated expedition to Spain to help Don Pedro. Richard's mother was Joan, Countess of Kent, the heiress of that unfortunate Earl Edmund, whom Mortimer beheaded in 1330. She had been a widow when the Black Prince wedded her, and had 2 sons by her first husband, Sir Thomas Holland. These 2 half-brothers of King Richard were 10 years his seniors, and were destined to be not unimportant figures in the history of his reign. Their names were Thomas Holland, Earl of Kent, and John Holland, Earl of Huntingdon. The helplessness of the young king, the son of the deeply mourned Black Prince, at first touched the hearts of all men, and the parties which were represented by John of Gaunt and William of Wykeham reconciled themselves, and agreed to join in serving the king faithfully. A Council of Regency was appointed, in which both were represented, and it was agreed that Parliament alone should choose and dismiss the king's ministers. This happy concord, however, was not to last for long. The conduct of the foreign affairs of the nation was left in John of Lancaster's hands, and the continued misfortunes in the French war were laid to his charge. The troops of Charles V were still carrying everything before them. They conquered all Aquitaine save Bordeaux and Bayonne, and overran the Duchy of Brittany, the sole ally of England on the continent. Moreover, fleets of Norman privateers had begun to appear in the Channel. They landed boldly on the English coast, and burnt Winchelsea, Portsmouth, and Gravesend. To restore the fortune of war, money was urgently needed, and Duke John kept asking for more and more, to the discontent both of the Parliament and the nation. He was granted in 1379 a poll tax, wherein every man was assessed according to his estate, from dukes and archbishops who paid £613_s_4_d_ to agricultural labourers who paid 4_d_ in 1380. Followed another tax graduated from £1 to 1_s_ on every grown man or woman. It was the collection of this very unpopular tax that precipitated the violent outbreak of a discontent that had been smouldering among the lower classes for the last 30 years. Ever since the Black Death a silent but bitter contention had been in progress between the land-holding classes and their tenants, more especially those who were still villains, and bound to the soil. The main stress of the struggle had come from the fact that the dearth of laborers, and the rise in wages which resulted from the Black Death, had caused the lords of the manors to press more hardly on their tenants. They tried to get all the labor they could out of the villains, and refused to take money payments for their farms instead of days of labor on the lords' fields. It seems, too, that they strove to claim as villains many who were, or wished to be, free rent-paying copyhold or leasehold tenants. Moreover, when forced to hire free labor, they tried to underpay it, relying on the scale of wages fixed by the Statute of Laborers in 1350, instead of abiding by the laws of supply and demand. The pressure on the part of the lords led to combinations in secret clubs and societies among the tenants, who agreed to refuse the statutory wages, and determined to agitate for the removal of all the old labor rents. Their idea was to commute all such service due on their little holdings into money rents, at the rate of 4_d_ for every acre. But the rising of 1380 was due to many other causes beside the grievance of the villains. Much discontent can be traced to the mismanagement of the French war, which was all laid on John of Gaunt's shoulders. Much more was due to the filtering down of the teaching of the Lollards to the lower strata of the nation. Wycliffe had always preached that unjust and sinful rulers, whether clerks or laymen, were cut off from the right to use their authority by their own manifest unworthiness, and had no just dominion over their fellow men. He had especially protested against the wealth and pomp of the clergy, and urged that they ought to return to apostolic poverty. The wilder and more headstrong of his followers had pressed his teaching to the advocacy of pure communism, saying that riches were in themselves evil, and that all men should be equal in all things. John Ball, the best known of these fanatical preachers, was wont to perambulate the country, delivering sermons on his favorite text: "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Wherever men were oppressed and discontented, they listened eagerly to these discourses, and began to talk of putting an end to all difference between man and man, and dividing all things equally between them. But it was only the wilder spirits who were imbued with these doctrines. The majority, like most discontented Englishmen in all ages, were only set on the practical task of endeavouring to redress their own particular grievances and to better their condition. It was in June 1381, that the rising broke out simultaneously in almost the whole of eastern England, from Yorkshire to Hants. It has gained its name of Wat Tyler's rebellion from Walter the Tyler of Maidstone, who was chief of the insurgents of Kent. Curiously enough, 4 other men bearing or assuming the name of the Tyler were prominent in the troubles. The main incidents of the rising took place round London, towards which the insurgents flocked from all quarters. Simultaneously the men of Essex, under a chief who called himself Jack Straw, marched to Hampstead, those of Hertfordshire to Highbury, and those of Kent to Blackheath. On their way they had done much damage. The Essex rioters had caught and murdered the Chief Justice of England, and the Kentishmen had slain several knights and lawyers who fell into their hands. Everywhere they pillaged the houses of the gentry, and sought out and burnt the manor rolls which preserved the records of the duties and obligations of the villains to the lord of the manor. The King's Council at London was quite helpless, for the sudden rising had taken them by surprise, and they had no troops ready. Seeing the city surrounded by the rioters, they shut its gates and sent to ask what were the grievances and demands of the mob. The claims that were formulated by the leaders of the rising were more moderate than might have been expected, for the wilder spirits were still kept in order by the cooler ones. They asked that villenage should be abolished, and all lands held on villain tenure be made into leasehold farms rated at 4_d_ an acre, that the tolls and market dues which heightened the price of provisions should be abolished, and that all who had been engaged in the rising should receive a full pardon for the murders and pillage that had taken place. These demands were not too violent to be taken into consideration. While the regency hesitated, the young king, who displayed a spirit and resource most unusual in a boy of 14, announced that he would himself go to meet the rioters and try to quiet them, for as yet they had not said or done anything implying disrespect for the royal name. But meanwhile the Kentish insurgents had crossed the Thames and burnt John of Gaunt's great palace, the Savoy, which lay in the Strand, outside the walls of London. Presently the mob in the city rose and opened the gates, so that Wat Tyler and his host were able to enter. They slew some foreign merchants and some lawyers, the two classes whom they seem most to have hated, but wrought no general pillage or massacre. On the 13th of June, Richard, persisting in his resolve of bringing the insurgents to reason, rode out of Aldgate, and met the Essex men at Mile End. After hearing their petitions, he declared that they contained nothing impossible, and that he would undertake that they should be granted. But while the king was parleying with the eastern insurgents, the Kentishmen burst into the Tower, where the Regency had been sitting, and committed a hideous outrage. They caught Simon of Sudbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury. He was also Chancellor Sir Robert Hales, the High Treasurer, and Legge, who had farmed the obnoxious poll tax, dragged them forth to Tower Hill, and there slew them. Notwithstanding these murders, the young king persisted in his design of treating with the insurgents. He bade Tyler and his host meet him next day in Smithfield, outside the city gates. They came. But Tyler, who had throughout shown himself the most violent of the insurgents, began wrangling with the king's suite instead of keeping to the business in hand. This so enraged William Walworth, the mayor of London, that he drew a short sword and hewed the rebel down from his horse. Then one of the king's squires leapt down and stabbed him as he lay. Walworth's act was likely to have cost the king and his whole party their lives, for the insurgents bent their bows and shouted that they would avenge their captain there and then. But Richard, with extraordinary presence of mind in one so young, pushed his horse forward and bade them stand still, for they should have their demands granted, and he himself would be their captain since Tyler was dead. So, there in Smithfield he had a charter drawn up, conceding all that the insurgents asked, and pardoning them for their treason. Satisfied with this, the Kentishmen dispersed to their homes. Annulled equals. Richard returned to London in triumph, as he well deserved, vowing that he had that day won back the realm of England, which had been as good as lost. Soon the nobles and their armed retainers began to gather to London, and when they found themselves in force, they began to discuss the legality of the king's concessions to the peasants. He had not, it was urged, the right to give away other men's property, namely, their feudal rights over their vassals without the consent of Parliament. It was shocking, too, that the murderers of the Archbishop, the Lord Chief Justice, and the Treasurer, should go unpunished. So Richard's charter was annulled and his general pardon cancelled. All the leaders of the revolt were caught one after another and hanged, even John Ball's priest's robe did not save him from the gallows, though clergymen were so seldom executed in the Middle Ages. When Parliament met, the king proposed to them that his promise to the insurgents should stand firm so far as the abolition of villenage was concerned, since this had been the main cause of the rising. but the barons and knights of the shire were loath to give up their feudal rights, and refused to confirm the king's grant. They replied that the trouble had really had its origin in the evil governance of the ministers, and turned them all out of office. Nevertheless, the rising had not failed in its object, for in future the lords of the manors were afraid to enforce the full letter of their claims over the peasants, and villanage gradually sank into desuetude. King Richard had shown his high spirit in the days of the rising, and 4 years later, when he had attained the age of 18, he endeavoured to take the reins of power into his own hands. His uncle of Lancaster did not gainsay him, for he felt himself to be unpopular with the nation, so he departed oversea on a vain errand. In right of his wife Constance, the daughter of Pedro the Cruel, he had a claim to the crown of Castile, and trusted to get aid from the Portuguese, to set him on the throne which Henry of Trastamara had usurped. So he gathered his retainers and many hired soldiers, and sailed away to Spain, nor was his face seen in England for more than 4 years. Meanwhile the young king had placed his friends in office, and strove to rule for himself. His chief minister was Michael de la Pole, son of a rich merchant at Hull, whom he made Earl of Suffolk, to the disgust of many of the barons. He also favoured greatly Robert de Vere, whom he made Lord Deputy of Ireland, and created Marquis of Dublin. In them, and in his 2 half-brothers, Thomas and John Holland, he placed his confidence. Richard was now 20, he had been married some years back to Anne of Bohemia, the daughter of the Emperor Charles IV, and might have expected that all the world would have counted him old enough to administer the kingdom. But he had reckoned without one man's ambition and jealousy. His youngest uncle, Thomas, Duke of Gloucester, was an unscrupulous and domineering prince, who had hoped to succeed to John of Gaunt's position, and to have the chief part in ruling his nephew's realm. Richard knew him well, and had no intention of employing him. Seeing this, Duke Thomas began to gather a party among the greater nobles, persuading them that the king was putting the rule of England into the hands of mere upstarts and favourites, and that de la Pole and de Vere were no better than Gaveston or the Despensers. Gloucester drew into his designs many of the most important barons, the Earls of Warwick, Arundel and Nottingham, and Henry of Bolingbroke, the son and heir of John of Gaunt, were the chief plotters. They stirred up the people and Parliament by complaints of the maladministration of the ministers, and used a threatened invasion of the French as a lever against those entrusted with the conduct of the long unhappy war with France. When they had excited public opinion, they had Suffolk impeached in Parliament for maladministration of the revenue. Though almost certainly guiltless, he was condemned and imprisoned. But when Parliament had dispersed, the king took him out of confinement, and restored him to favour, declaring that he had a full right to choose his own ministers. There followed, shortly after, the armed rising of Thomas of Gloucester and his accomplices, proclaiming that they wished only to free the king from evil counsellors, Gloucester, Warwick, Arundel, Nottingham, and the young Henry of Bolingbroke marched on London with a great body of retainers. They called themselves the Lords Appellant because they appealed or accused of treason the king's ministers. Richard was taken by surprise at this very unjustifiable raising of civil war. He bade his friends arm, but de Vere, who had raised some levies in Oxfordshire, was beaten by the rebels at Radcot Bridge, and no one else tried to resist. De Vere and de la Pole succeeded in flying to France, where they both died shortly after in exile. But the king and the rest of his friends and ministers fell into the hands of the Lords Appellant. Under the eyes of Gloucester and his accomplices the merciless Parliament was summoned to London. Awed by the armed men around them, the members declared Suffolk and De Vere outlaws, and condemned to death 7 of the king's minor ministers. So Tressilian the Chief Justice, Sir Simon Burley who had been the king's tutor, and 5 more, were hanged, February, 1388. This disgraceful parliament ended by voting £20,000 as a gift to the Lords Appellant for their services, and then dispersed. Gloucester and his friends were in office for something more than a year, a period long enough to show the world that they were grasping self-seekers, and not patriots. The only service they did the country was to negotiate truces with Scotland and France, which stopped for a time the lingering 100 Years' War. By 1389 Richard had passed his majority. In a session of the Royal Council, he suddenly asked his uncle Gloucester how old he was. The Duke replied that he was now in his 22nd year. Then, said the king, I am certainly old enough to manage my own affairs. So, formally thanking Gloucester and the rest for their past services, he dismissed them from office. If he had replaced them by his own favourites the civil war would have broken out again, but Richard wisely called in the good Bishop William of Wykeham, and other ancient councillors of his grandfathers, against whom no one had a word to say. He made no attempt to punish the Lords Appellant, and acted with such self-restraint and moderation that all the realm was soon full of his praises. Yet all the time he was dissembling, and biding his time for revenge on the men who had murdered his friends in 1388. Richard's wise and moderate rule lasted for 8 years, 1389 to 97. They were a prosperous time. The French war was suspended, and the king seemed to have put a permanent end to it, by marrying a French princess, Isabella, the daughter of Charles VI, after his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, had died. Perhaps the most important feature of the time was the growth of the Wycliffite movement. John Wycliffe himself had died, at a good old age, in 1384, but his disciples the Lollards continued to increase and multiply. We find them so powerful that in the Parliament of 1394 their representatives in the Commons had begun to agitate for a national declaration against some of the most prominent doctrines of the Roman Church, such as image worship, the efficacy of pilgrimages, the celibacy of the clergy, and even the real presence in the Lord's Supper. They were only stopped by Richard himself, who hurried home from Ireland to rebuke them. He told them that he would hear nothing of such changes, but he did not molest or persecute them, and let the movement take its course. The Great Schism was at this time at its height, and the Church presented the disgraceful spectacle of 2 rival popes, at Rome and Avignon, anathematizing each other, and preaching a crusade against each other's adherents. When such was the state of affairs, and no one knew who was orthodox and who heretical, it was natural enough that the new doctrines should flourish. In 1397 Richard thought himself so firmly seated on his throne that he could venture to execute his long-cherished vengeance on the Lords Appellant. He had won over 2 of them to himself, Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham, and Henry of Bolingbroke, the heir of the old Duke of Lancaster. On the others his vengeance suddenly fell. He accused Gloucester, Arundel, and Warwick of plotting a new rebellion. They were seized and thrown into prison. Arundel was tried and executed. Gloucester was secretly murdered at Calais. Warwick was banished for life to the Isle of Man. Nor was this all. For a time Richard professed the greatest affection for Nottingham and Bolingbroke. They two survivors of the plotters of 1388. He even made them dukes of Norfolk and Hereford. But in 1398 his vengeance fell on them also. He induced Hereford to accuse Norfolk of treasonable conversation, and, when Mowbray denied it, proposed that they should meet in judicial combat in the lists at Coventry. They consented, but when the champions came ready armed before him, Richard suddenly stopped the duel, and announced to the astonished dukes that he had determined to banish them both from the realm, Norfolk for life, Hereford for 10 years. Having thus wreaked his vengeance on the last of the Lords Appellant, Richard proceeded to rule in a far more arbitrary manner than before, and decidedly outstepped his constitutional rights. He thought that there was no one left in the realm who would dare to oppose him, and that he could do all that he chose. His most flagrantly illegal step was to increase his revenue by raising forced loans from men of wealth, an ingenious means of getting money without having to apply to Parliament for it. But he kept up a considerable standing army of archers, to overawe discontent, and thought himself quite secure. When John of Gaunt died in 1399, he seized upon all the great estates of the Duchy of Lancaster, and refused to allow the exiled Henry of Bolingbroke to claim his father's title and heritage. This roused much sympathy for Henry, since he had been promised that his banishment should make no difference to his rights of inheritance. Richard's nearest kinsman and heir at this time was his cousin Roger, Earl of March, the grandson of Lionel of Clarence, the Black Prince's next brother. The king had sent him over to Ireland and entrusted him with the government of that country, for he paid more attention to Irish affairs than any of his ancestors, and had already made one expedition across St. George's Channel in 1394. Ireland had been in a state of complete anarchy ever since Edward Bruce broke up the foundations of English rule 80 years before, and both the Anglo-Norman lords of the Pale and the Irish chiefs of the West showed an utter disregard for the royal authority. Roger of March was killed by rebels in a skirmish at Kenley's in Ossory in 1398, and this so provoked Richard that he resolved to go over himself, with all his personal retainers and hired guards, and put an end to the anarchy. Accordingly, early in 1399 the king sailed for Dublin, leaving England in charge of his one surviving uncle, Edmund, Duke of York, a weak old man who had always shown himself very loyal, but very incapable. When Richard was lost to sight in the Irish bogs, all his enemies began to take counsel against him. The barons began to murmur at his arbitrary rule, the citizens of London at his forced loans, the clergy at his tolerance for the Lollards. At the critical moment Henry of Bolingbroke landed unexpectedly at Ravenspur, in Yorkshire, proclaiming that he had only come to claim his father's duchy, which had been so wrongfully withheld from him. He was immediately joined by Percy, Earl of Northumberland, and many other northern lords. The regent Edmund of York gathered an army to withstand him, but when Bolingbroke explained to him that he came with no treasonable purpose, but only to plead for his forfeited estates, the simple old man dismissed his troops and went home. Thus unexpectedly freed from opposition, Bolingbroke soon showed his real mind by catching and hanging Richard's ministers, Scrope, Earl of Wiltshire, Bushy and Green. The news of Duke Henry's landing had soon got to Ireland, and the king at once prepared to return and resist him. But for 4 weeks, persistent easterly winds kept him stormbound at Dublin. At last the wind turned, and Richard could cross, but he came too late. York's army had dispersed, and some Welsh levies, whom the Earl of Salisbury had raised, had also gone home, after waiting in vain for the king's Landing. When Richard reached Flint Castle with the small following that he had brought with him, he was surrounded by troops under the Earl of Northumberland, who had been awaiting his arrival. Nothing but surrender was possible, so Richard yielded himself up, trusting that his cousin aimed merely at seizing the governance of the realm, and not at his master's life or crown. Henry, however, had other views. He put Richard in strict custody and took him to London. There the Parliament assembled, overawed by the armed retainers of the Duke and his partisans. Richard was forced by threats to abdicate, and thought that he had thus secured his life. Then Henry caused the Parliament to accept his cousin's resignation, and claimed the crown for himself. This was in manifest disregard of the rights of Edmund of March, the young son of that Roger who had fallen in Ireland a year before. The Parliament, however, formally elected the Duke to fill his cousin's throne, and saluted him as king by the name of Henry IV. Constitutionally, no doubt, they were acting within their rights, but it is only fair to say that Richard, headstrong and arbitrary though he had been, had scarcely deserved his fate. Nor was there any adequate reason for setting aside the clear hereditary claim of Edmund of March, 1399. Henry had grasped the crown, but he knew that his position was insecure. He had only a parliamentary title, and what one parliament had done another could undo. The late king had many faithful partisans, and was not misliked by the nation at large. Therefore the unscrupulous usurper determined to make away with him. Richard was sent to Pontefract Castle, and never seen again. Undoubtedly he was murdered. But no one save Henry and his confidants knew how the deed was done. The details of the dark act have never come to light. Chapter 15. Henry IV. 1399–1413. Henry of Bolingbroke had small comfort all his days on the throne which he had usurped. He was only the king of a faction, the nominee of the party which had once supported the Lords Appellant. If one half of the baronage was friendly to him for that reason, the other half was always estranged from him. It might almost be said that the Wars of the Roses, the strife of the two great factions who adhered the one to the House of Lancaster and the other to the House of March, began on Henry's accession. Richard's deposition had been the work, not of the whole nation, but of Henry's friends, the Percys of Northumberland, the Nevilles of Westmoreland, the Arundel's son and brother to the Arundel whom Richard had beheaded in 1397, and the Staffords 24 who represented the line of Thomas, Duke of Gloucester. The Parliament had acquiesced in Henry's usurpation rather because it had been discontented with Richard's arbitrary rule, than because it had any very great liking for his cousin. Perhaps the more far-sighted of its members had concluded that the accession of a king whose only title rested on election would be favourable to the development of constitutional liberties, since Henry would at least for a time be very much dependent on the goodwill of the body which had chosen him, and which might some day choose another ruler if he proved unpliable. Before Henry had been 2 months on the throne, civil war had broken out. The insurgents were Richard's kinsmen and favourites, the two Hollands Earls of Kent and Huntingdon, who were Richard's half-brothers, conspired with Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, and Lord Despencer, who had been his trusted friends. They plotted to seize King Henry, as he lay at Windsor keeping the festivities of Christmas, to slay or imprison him, and to release their old master from Pontefract Castle. Unfortunately for themselves, they took into their counsels Edward Earl of Rutland, the son of the old Duke of York. The cowardly prince, finding that he was suspected, informed the king of the plot. Before the conspirators were ready, Henry escaped from Windsor, and called his friends together at London. The rebel earls set out in various directions to endeavour to raise their retainers, but they were all overtaken. Kent and Salisbury fell into their enemies' hands at Cirencester, Huntingdon was caught in Essex, Despenser at Bristol. All were beheaded without any delay or form of trial. Henry's grim reply to this insurrection was the production of the dead body of King Richard, which was brought from Pontefract to London, and publicly displayed to prove his death. Nevertheless, many men refused to credit his decease, and for years after there were some who maintained that the body exposed in St. Paul's was not that of the late king, but that of his chaplain, who bore an extraordinary personal resemblance to him. They believed, or tried to believe, that Richard had escaped and was alive in Scotland. Trading on this notion, an impostor presented himself at the Scotch court, and was long entertained there as the true King of England by the simple Robert III. Hardly was the rebellion of the Hollands put down before a second civil war arose. The Welsh had always been devoted to King Richard, and had taken his deposition very ill. In 1400, a gentleman named Owen ap Griffith, of Glendower, who had been one of Richard's squires, put himself at the head of a rising in North Wales. Owen was of the old princely blood of the House of Llewellyn, and proclaimed himself Prince of North Wales under the suzerainty of his master Richard, whom he declared to be still alive in Scotland. He was a guerrilla captain of marked ability, and completely baffled the efforts that King Henry made to put him down. He swept all over North Wales, captured many of its castles, and extended his sway over the whole countryside. To the day of his death Owen maintained himself in independence, ravaging the English border when he was left alone, and retiring into the recesses of Snowdon when a great force took the field against him. His incursions penetrated as far as Worcester and Shrewsbury, and no man west of the Severn was safe from his plundering bands. As if the Welsh trouble was not enough to keep King Henry employed, other wars broke out around him. The Scots under the Earl of Douglas crossed the border to harry Northumberland, and Louis of Orleans, the uncle of Richard's Queen Isabella, began to stir up the French court to attack England, and encouraged many descents of Norman privateers on the coasts of the Channel. Henry's only resource was to keep the nation in good temper by a rigorous and punctual obedience to all the petitions and requests of his Parliament. Accordingly, he showed himself the most constitutional of sovereigns, and both now and for many years to come made himself the dutiful servant of the Commons. He also did his best to enlist the favour of churchmen on his side by a cruel persecution of the Lollards. The disciples of Wycliffe had always favoured King Richard, who had shown them complete tolerance, and Henry felt that he was not estranging any of his own partisans when he handed over the Lollards to the mercy of the harsh and fanatical Archbishop Arundel 25. It was under this prelate's guidance that the king assented to the infamous statute _a here Tico Camburandu _1401, which condemned all convicted schismatics to the stake and fire. The first victim burnt was William Sawtrey, a London clergyman, and others followed him at intervals all through Henry's reign. The Scotch War came to a head in 1402, at the Battle of Homildon Hill. There Murdoch of Albany, the son of the Scotch regent, was completely defeated by Percy of Northumberland and his son Harry Percy, whom the borderers nicknamed Hotspur for his speed and energy. But the victory of Homildon was fated to do England more harm than any defeat, since it was to cause a renewal of the Civil War. The Percys had taken many prisoners, including Murdoch himself, and 3 other Scots, Earls Douglas, Moray, and Orkney. from the ransoms of these peers. They trusted to get great profit, but King Henry, who was at his wits' end to scrape money together without troubling Parliament, took the prisoners out of the Percys' hands and claimed the ransoms for himself. This mortally offended Northumberland, a proud and greedy chief, who had been Henry's main support at the time of his usurpation, and thought that in return the king ought to refuse nothing to him. In sheer lawless wrath at the king's refusal to hear him, Northumberland resolved to dethrone Henry. He secretly concerted measures with Owen Glendower for a joint attack on the king, and released his captive, the Earl of Douglas, who in return brought him a band of Scottish auxiliaries. By Owen's counsel, aid was sought from France also, and it was settled that the young Earl of March should be proclaimed king, if Richard II proved to be really dead. In July 1403, the Percys rose, and were joined by their kinsman the Earl of Worcester, and many more. Hotspur rapidly led his army towards Shrewsbury, where Glendower had promised to join him with a Welsh host. But King Henry was too quick for his foes. He threw himself between them, and caught the young Percy before the Welsh came up. They desperately fought Battle of Shrewsbury, July 23, 1403, ended in the victory of the royal host. Hotspur was slain by an arrow, while Douglas and Worcester were taken, and the latter executed for treason. It was at this field that the king's eldest son, Henry of Monmouth, destined in later years to be the conqueror of France, first looked upon the face of war. The Earl of Northumberland, who had not been present at Shrewsbury, but had kept at home in the north, was allowed to make his peace with the king on the payment of a great fine. But Henry was wrong in thinking that the crafty and resentful old earl was no longer dangerous. Though his brave son was dead, Percy stirred up a second rebellion 2 years later, by the aid of Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham, son of Henry's old opponent in the lists of Coventry 26 and of Scrope, Archbishop of York, brother of that Scrope, Earl of Wilts, whom the Lancastrians had hung in 1399. But Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, who commanded for the king in the north, induced Scrope and Mowbray to lay down their arms and come to a conference, and there he seized them as traitors. They were at once put on trial, not before their peers as they claimed, but before 2 of the king's justices, who condemned them to death. Scrope's execution sent a thrill of horror throughout England, for no archbishop had ever before been slain by a king, save Thomas Becket. And many men counted him a martyr even as Becket. So Henry lost as much love of the clergy by this act as he had gained by his assent to the statute _a here Tico Camburan . Northumberland escaped to Scotland in 1405, and lurked there for 2 years, but in 1407 he crossed the Tweed, raised his vassals, and made a dash for York. But he was intercepted at Bramham Moor, and there slain, fighting hard in spite of his 70 years. After this King Henry was no more vexed with civil war in England, but his Welsh troubles showed no sign of ending. Owen Glendower eluded Henry, Prince of Wales, and all the other leaders who came against him with complete success, and the English armies suffered so severely from storms among the Welsh hills that they swore that Owen was a magician, and had conjured the elements against them. It was the constant drain of money for this interminable war that kept the king in strict submission to his parliament, so that he was obliged to allow them to audit all his accounts, and even to dismiss his servants when they thought that he kept too large and wasteful a household. Henry much disliked this control, but he always bowed before it. His health was failing, though he was still in middle age, and bodily weakness seems to have bent his will. From 1409 to 1412 he was so feeble that the government was really carried on by his son, the Prince of Wales, and his half-brothers, the Beauforts, Henry, Bishop of Winchester, and Thomas, the Chancellor of the Beaufort clan. We shall hear much in the future. They were the sons of John of Gaunt's old age. After the death of his wife, Constance of Castile, a lady named Catherine Swynford became his mistress and bore him several sons. He afterwards married her, and the children were legitimatized by Act of Parliament. Of these the eldest was now Earl of Somerset, and the youngest Bishop of Winchester. It was fortunate for England in these years, when the realm was ruled by a bedridden king and a very young Prince of Wales, that her neighbours to north and south had fallen on evil days. Neither Scot nor Frenchman was dangerous at this time. The Scots were bridled by the fact that the heir of the kingdom was in Henry's hands. For it chanced that King Robert III was sending his son James to France, and that the ship was taken by an English privateer. Why did they not send him straight to me, said King Henry, I could have taught him French as well as any man at Paris. So Prince James was kept at Windsor as a hostage for the good behaviour of Scotland. His jealous uncle Albany, the regent of that kingdom, did not want him released, and was quite content to leave him in Henry's power and keep the peace. The cause of the quiescence of France was very different. King Charles VI had become insane, and no longer ruled. A desperate civil war had been raging there ever since the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, had been murdered by his cousin, the Duke of Burgundy, in 1407. They partisans of the murdered duke, who were called the Armagnacs from their leader, Bernard, Count of Armagnac, were always endeavouring to revenge his death on Burgundy. They mustered most of the feudal nobility of France in their ranks, while their opponent was supported by the burghers of Paris and many of the towns of the north. John of Burgundy was lord of Flanders as well as of his own duchy, and was well able to hold his own even though his French partisans were outnumbered by the Armagnacs. Both factions sought the help of England, and King Henry was able to play a double game, and to negotiate with each of them on the terms that he should be given back some of the lost districts of Aquitaine in return for his aid. In the end he closed with the offers of the Armagnacs, and sent over a small army to Normandy, under his second son, Thomas, Duke of Clarence. Clarence accomplished little, but the fact that his troops were able to march across France to Bordeaux with little hindrance taught the English that the French were too helpless and divided to be formidable. 1412. The lesson was taken to heart, as we shall see in the next reign. While King Henry lay slowly dying of leprosy, his son, the Prince of Wales, was gaining the experience which was to serve him so well a few years later. Henry of Monmouth was a warrior from his youth up. At the age of 15 he had been present at Shrewsbury Field, and in the succeeding years he toiled in the hard school of the Welsh wars, leading expedition after expedition against Glendower. The legendary tales which speak of him as a debauched and idle youth, who consorted with disreputable favourites, such as Shakespeare's famous Sir John Falstaff, are entirely worthless. Of all these fables the only one that seems to have any foundation is that which tells how Henry was suspected by his father of overgreat ambition and of aiming at the crown. It appears that the prince's supporters, the two Beauforts, suggested to King Henry that he should abdicate, and pass on the sceptre to his son. The king was much angered at the proposal, turned the Beauforts out of office, and was for a time estranged from the Prince of Wales. This was the reason why he sent Clarence rather than his elder brother to conduct the war in France. He even removed Prince Henry from his position as head of the royal council. But this outburst of anger was the king's last flash of energy. He died of his lingering disease on March 20, 1413. Chapter 16. Henry V. 1413 to 1422. Henry of Monmouth had a far easier task before him, when he ascended the throne, than his father had been forced to take in hand. He had the enormous advantage of succeeding to an established heritage, and was no mere usurper legalized by parliamentary election. So firm did he feel himself upon his seat, that he began his reign by releasing the young Earl of March, the legitimate heir of Richard II, whom Henry IV had always kept in close custody. For he knew that none of the odium of his father's usurpation rested upon himself, and that he was well liked by the nation. Nor was his popularity ill-deserved. Though only 25 years of age, he was already a tried warrior and an able statesman. His life was sober and orderly, inclining rather toward Spartan rigor than display and luxury. He was grave and earnest in speech, courteous in all his dealings, and an enemy of flatterers and favorites. His sincere piety bordered on asceticism. If he had a fault, it was that he was somewhat overstern with those who withstood him, like his great ancestor Edward I. His enemies called him hard-hearted and sanctimonious. Henry's piety and his love of order and orthodoxy were a source of much trouble to the unhappy Lollards. From the moment of his accession, he bore very hardly upon them, and redoubled the severity of the persecution which his father had begun. He did not spare even his own friends, but arrested for heresy Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, who had been one of his most trusted servants. When accused of holding the doctrines of Wycliffe, Oldcastle boldly avowed his sympathy for them, spoke scornfully of the papacy and its claims, and taunted his judge, Archbishop Arundel, with all the sins and failings of the clergy. He was condemned to be burnt, but escaped from the Tower and hid himself in the marches of Wales. Long afterwards he was retaken, and suffered bravely for his opinions. Henry's ill treatment of the Lollards drove the unfortunate sectaries to despair. Some of the more reckless of them planned to put an end to their sufferings, by seizing the king's person, and compelling him to relax the persecution. They tried to stir up a popular rising, like that of Wat Tyler, but Henry got timely notice of their plot. When they began to assemble by night in St. Martin's Fields, outside the gates of London, he came suddenly upon them with a great body of horse, and scattered them all. 40 were hung next day as traitors, and for the future they were treated as guilty of treason as well as of heresy. Fortunately for England, Henry had other things in his mind besides the suppression of the Wycliffe fights. He knew that nothing serves so well to quiet down internal troubles as a successful and glorious foreign war. He believed himself, and rightly, to be capable of leading the national forces to victory, and he knew that England's old neighbour, an enemy across the Channel, was weak and divided. Accordingly, from the moment of his accession Henry began to prepare for an assault on France. He was determined to claim not merely the restoration of the lost provinces of Guienne, but the crown of France itself, as Edward III had done in the days before the Treaty of Bretigny. It is hard to discover how a sincerely religious and right-minded man, for such Henry of Monmouth undoubtedly was, could persuade his conscience that it was permissible to vamp up once more these antiquated claims. It would seem that he regarded himself as a divinely appointed guardian of law, order, morality, and religion, and had come to look upon the French factions with their open wickedness, their treason, treachery, murder, and rapine, as emissaries of Satan handed over to him for punishment. Moreover, Henry was, as we have said, a very zealous servant of the Church, and the Church did its best to egg him on to the war. Sheikh Heli, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was one of the chief supporters of it, partly because he wished to distract attention from the persecution of the Lollards, and partly because Parliament had been talking of a proposal to confiscate some church land, and the Archbishop thought that he had better give them some other and more exciting subject of discussion. In his old age, Sheikh Heli bitterly regretted his advice to King Henry, and built his College of All Souls at Oxford, to pray for the repose of those who had fallen in the great war which he had set going. Before he had been a year upon the throne, Henry had broken with France. It was in vain that the Dauphin and the Armagnac faction, who were at this time predominant, endeavoured to turn him from his purpose. They offered him the hand of the Princess Catherine, the daughter of their mad King Charles VI, and with her the lost provinces of Aquitaine and a dowry of 600,000 gold crowns. But Henry only replied by asking for all that his ancestors had ever held in France, the ancient realm of Henry II, extending from Normandy to the Pyrenees. When this preposterous demand was refused, he summoned Parliament and laid before it his scheme for an invasion of France. The proposal was received with enthusiasm, partly from old national jealousy, partly because the English resented the doings of the French in the time of Henry IV, when Norman privateers had vexed the Channel ports, and French succour had been lent to Owen Glendower and the Scots. The Commons and the clergy gave the king very liberal grants of money, which he increased by seizing the estates of the alien priories, that is, the religious houses that were mere branches and dependencies of continental abbeys. By spending every shilling that he could raise, and even pawning the crown jewels, the king collected and equipped a considerable army. He assembled at Southampton some 2,500 men-at-arms and 7,000 archers for the invasion. Just before he embarked, however, he found himself exposed to a deadly peril, which showed him how precarious was the hold of the Lancastrian dynasty on the throne. A plot had been formed by his cousin, Richard of Cambridge, the younger brother of that Edmund of Rutland who betrayed the rebels of 1399. It had as its object the murder of Henry and the coronation of Edmund, Earl of March, whose sister Richard had married. In the plot were implicated Lord Scrope, a kinsman of the Archbishop whom Henry IV had executed, and several others who had grievances against the House of Lancaster. The king sent them all to the block, and would not delay his sailing for a moment. He landed in Normandy late in the summer of 1415, and laid siege to Harfleur, which then occupied the position that Havre enjoys today, and was the chief commercial port at the mouth of the Seine. On the news of Henry's approach, the French factions for once suspended their hostilities, and many of the Burgundians, though not Duke John himself, agreed to assist the Armagnacs in repelling the invaders. But they were so long in gathering that Harfleur fell, after 5 weeks of siege. The capture, however, had cost the English dear. Not only had they lost many men in the trenches, but a pestilence had broken out among them, and a third of the army were down with camp fever. After shipping off his sick to Southampton, and providing a strong garrison for Harfleur, King Henry found that he had no more than 6,000 men left, with whom to take the field against the oncoming French. But he would not withdraw ingloriously by sea, and resolved to march home to Calais across northern France. This enterprise savoured of rashness, for the whole countryside was swarming with the levies of the enemy. They had placed the Constable of France, John d'Albret, in command. With him were the young Duke of Orleans and all the rest of the Armagnac leaders. Anthony of Brabant, brother to the Duke of Burgundy, was hurrying to their aid from the north. By rapid movements his whole army, archers, as well as men-at-arms, had been provided with horses taken from the countryside. Henry reached the Somme, but he lost time in trying to force a passage, and when at last he crossed the river high up, near Peronne, the constable and his host had outmarched him and thrown themselves across the road to Calais. They were at least 30,000 strong, 5 times the force that Henry could put in line, and were in excellent condition, while the English were worn out by their long travel, amid violent October rains, and over bad country crossroads. When King Henry reached Agincourt, he found the French army drawn up across his path, and was forced to halt. The constable, like King John at Poitiers, was confident that he had the English in a trap, for they had exhausted all their provisions, and had the flooded Somme in their rear. Henry, however, was determined to fight, and put his hope in the bad management which always characterized the disorderly armies of feudal France. He was not disappointed. The constable dismounted all his knights and bade them fight on foot, for fear of the effect of the archery on their horses. Only a few hundred mounted men formed a forlorn hope in front. He arranged his army in 3 heavy columns, one behind another, and formed the front entirely of mailed men-at-arms. The crossbowmen and light troops were placed in the rear, where they could be of no possible use. The week had been rainy, and the space in front of the French was a newly ploughed field sodden with water, and hemmed in with woods and villages on either hand. At its further end, the English were waiting. Henry had drawn them up in a single 4-deep line, in order to make a front equal to that of the enemy. So arranged, they just filled the space between the woods. The archers were on the wings, protected by _chevaux frise of pointed stakes which they had planted in front. The king with his men-at-arms formed the center. A small flanking force of archers had also been sent into the woods on the right. The constable led his men straight on the English front, but they had a mile to go across the greasy mud of the fields. To men arrayed in the full knightly panoply, which had vastly increased in weight since the days of Edward III, the ploughland was almost impassable. After a space they began to sink as far as their ankles, and presently as far as their knees, in the mud. The mounted men struggled on, and gradually drew near the English, but they were shot down one after another as they slowly forced themselves up to the stakes of the archery. The main body of the first column never won its way so far. It literally stuck fast in the tenacious clay and stood a few score yards from the English line, as a target into which the archers emptied whole sheaves of arrows. The crowded mass was soon full of dead and dying, for it such short-range armor could not protect its wearers. The whole column reeled and wavered. Then King Henry, seeing the moment was come, bade his whole line charge. The lightly equipped archers could cross with ease the ploughland where the men-at-arms had found themselves unable to move. They flung themselves upon the French knights, and by the force and fury of their assault completely rolled them over. Though unprotected by mail, they obtained a complete ascendancy over the enemy, dashing them down with their axes and maces till they lay in heaps 2 or 3 deep. Henry and the band of men-at-arms around him seemed to have met with the only stubborn resistance. The king had to fight hard for his life, and was nearly slain by the Duke of Orleans, who had already struck down his younger brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Orleans, however, was slain, and after his fall the whole of his column was destroyed or captured. Without a moment's hesitation, the English pushed on to attack the second column, which was slowly advancing through the mud to aid the van. Incredible as it may appear, their second charge was as successful as the first, though the victors were exhausted and thinned in numbers by the previous fighting, and did not muster half their adversaries' force. Just after he had routed this second column, Henry received an alarm that a detached body of the French had assailed his camp in the rear, and were coming up to surround him. He at once bade his men slay the prisoners they had taken, a harsh and, as it proved, an unnecessary order, for the French in the rear only plundered the camp, and then dispersed with their booty. Although the king had completely scattered or destroyed the second French column, the third still remained in order before him, but, cowed by the fate of their comrades, they turned and retired hastily from the field, though they should by themselves have been more than enough to overwhelm the exhausted band of English. In this astonishing victory, Henry's small army had slain a much larger number of men than they mustered in their own ranks. The Constable of France, Anthony, Duke of Brabant, brother of John of Burgundy, the Dukes of Bar and Orleans, and a whole crowd of counts and barons, had fallen. It is said that no less than 10,000 French were slain, of whom more than 8,000 were men of gentle blood. In spite of the massacre of captives in the midst of the fighting, there were still some prisoners surviving. They included the young Duke of Orleans, the titular head of the Armagnac faction, the Duke of Bourbon, the Counts of Eu and Vendôme, and 1,500 knights and nobles more. The English in this terrible fight had lost less than 200 men, but among them were two great peers. The Duke of York, the Edward of Rutland of whom we read in 1399, and the Earl of Suffolk. Henry retraced his way to Calais, and crossed to England with his prisoners and his booty, there to be received with splendid festivities by his people, who regarded the glory of Agincourt as a sufficient compensation for the losses of a costly campaign which had added nothing save the single town of Harfleur to the possessions of the English crown. The ransoms of a host of noble captives were relied upon to replenish the exchequer, and the fearful losses of the Armagnac party, who saw half their leaders slain at Agincourt, would evidently weaken the strength of France in the remainder of the war. Henry did not cross the Channel again in the year 1416, which he spent partly in negotiations with the Duke of Burgundy, whose help he wished to secure against the Armagnacs, partly in treating with the Emperor Sigismund about the common welfare of Christendom. Sigismund was hard at work endeavouring to put an end to the Great Schism, the scandalous breach in the unity of the Church caused by the misconduct of the rival popes at Rome and Avignon. He visited England, and won Henry's aid for his plans, which brought about the reunion of Christendom at the Council of Constance, a reunion under evil auspices, since it was marked by the burning of the great Bohemian teacher, John Huss, who had made the doctrines of Wycliffe popular among his Slavonic countrymen in the Far East. Moreover, it restored the unity of Christendom, but did not reform either the papacy or the national churches. As this was not done, the general outbreak of religious ferment was made inevitable in a later generation. After the failure at Constance to reform the Church from within, it became necessary to reform her from without. Having come to an agreement with the Duke of Burgundy, and obtained from him a promise of neutrality, Henry invaded France for the second time in the summer of 1417. He took with him an army of somewhat over 16,000 men, landed in Normandy, and began to reduce one after another all the fortresses of that province. Utterly humbled by the memory of Agincourt, the Armagnacs made no attempt to meet him in the open field. Some of the Norman towns held out gallantly enough, but they got no aid from without. At the end of a year the whole duchy, save its capital, the city of Rouen, was in English hands. Henry then assumed the state of Duke of Normandy, and put the whole land under orderly government, a boon it had not enjoyed for 20 years. He gave Norman baronies and earldoms to many of his English followers, and handed over the control of the cities to burghers of the Burgundian faction, who served the English readily enough, out of their hatred for the Armagnacs. For 30 years Normandy was to remain English. Rouen was added to the rest of the duchy after a long siege of 6 months, in which half the population perished by hunger. Irritated by this long resistance, Henry imposed on it the harsh terms of a ransom of 300,000 crowns, and hung Alain Blanchard, the citizen who had been the soul of the obstinate defense, January 1419. While the conquest of Normandy was in progress, the French factions had been more bitterly at strife than ever. In 1418 the Burgundian party in Paris rose against their rivals, and massacred every man on whom they could lay hands, including Bernard of Armagnac himself. The control of the party of the feudal noblesse then passed into the hands of the young Dauphin Charles, the heir of France. The fall of Rouen, however, frightened John of Burgundy, and unwilling that France should fall wholly into the power of his ally King Henry, he made proposals for a reconciliation with the Dauphin and his Armagnac followers. The treacherous young prince accepted the overtures with apparent cordiality, and invited Duke John to meet him on the bridge of Montereau to settle terms of peace. But when Burgundy came to the conference, he was deliberately slain by the Armagnac captains, in the presence and with the consent of the Dauphin, August 1419. The murder of Montereau was destined to make Henry master of France. When Philip of Burgundy, the son of Duke John, heard of his father's death, he vowed unending war against the Dauphin and his faction, and took the field to help the English to complete the conquest of France. Nor was Philip of Burgundy the only helper that Henry secured. The Queen of France, Isabella of Bavaria, bitterly hated her son, the Dauphin, and was glad to do him an evil turn. She proposed that Charles should be disinherited, and that the crown should pass with her favourite daughter Catherine to the hands of the English king. So at Troyes, in Champagne, Henry, Philip of Burgundy, and Queen Isabella concluded a formal treaty by which Henry received Catherine to wife, and was to succeed to the French throne on the death of his father-in-law, the old King Charles VI, who still lingered on in complete imbecility. June 2, 1420. The Treaty of Troyes put Paris and the greater part of northern France into Henry's hands. Casting national feeling aside in their bitter partisan spirit, the Burgundian faction everywhere accepted the King of England as the lawful regent and governor of France. South of the Loire the Dauphin and his Armagnac friends still held their own, but north of it they only possessed scattered fortresses dotted about in Picardy, the Isle de France, and Champagne, from Boulogne in the north to Orleans in the south. After taking formal possession of Paris and holding a great meeting of the estates of the French realm at Rouen, Henry returned in triumph to England with his young wife. He had reached a pitch of success in war such as no English king had ever attained before, and the nation, blinded by the personal merits of its king and gorged with the plunder of France, forgave him all his faults. The waste of life and money, the never-ending